All right, can you hear me okay? All right, good morning, everyone. We'll call this meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors to order. It is May 4th, 2021, and may the 4th be with you. Everybody, I hear a groan coming out amongst the crowd. Very glad to have the public here with us again today, and I'm going to look to Supervisor Half to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand. All right, so I'll look to our board clerk, Ms. Cunha, to read our public participation procedures. We have both the public in person today, and then we are also continuing with the phone and Zoom connections. So we'll kind of go through the public participation procedures that we have in this mixed setting here.
Good morning. In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Capacity is limited to 50 people, including board members and staff. Face coverings and physical distancing of 6 feet will be required. During the board meeting, citizens physically present who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are not present and wish to comment should be prepared to use a call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Options for the public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. Number 1, the Tuolumne County website at https://www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Number 2, access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and or Comcast Cable 8. Number 3, Zoom webinar via computer and at https://zoom.us/backslash/j/98737385155 and or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Note, Zoom webinar services tend to have reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the county and Access Tuolumne live streams, and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Important public notice. Under the Governor's Executive Order N 2520 and Order N 2920, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements. If you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Okay, so we'll start with oral communications. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the printed agenda. The public comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies, and no action may be taken by the Board of Supervisors on topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time and your personal investment in our community. So what I'll do is we'll invite folks that are in the room present to come up and to the lectern, and if you have any public comments, you'll have a 3-minute time limit. Once all of the folks in the room have had a chance to speak, we'll then go to the phones and listen to public comment there. Is there anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda today? Come on up. So great to be able to say, come on down again.
Good morning. I'm
Good
Jane
morning.
Braga, League of Women Voters Observer Corps Chair and Voter Services Chair. For the last year, we've been watching your meetings from home. Thank you, Public Access Channel 8. And I was so excited this morning to dust off my button, to be able to come down and watch in person. So we're so thankful that you're open again to the public, allowing us to continue our mission of transparency and accountability in government. Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Good morning, Board, and thank you for opening up the board meeting to the public. We appreciate that. As you may know, the City of Sonora has been expanding its cannabis business to include so-called adult-use recreational marijuana storefront sales in an effort to bolster their tax revenue. Over 60 people, ranging from educators to suicide prevention counselors and even former drug addicts, have spoken out to try to stop this scourge. Many people in the community have expressed their concern about how increasing the availability of marijuana will lead to increased youth access, no matter how hard we try to regulate it. In Colorado, past month use by youth aged 12 to 17 increased by 30% since recreational marijuana legalization. Maybe that's why 80% of California municipalities ban recreational sales, the complete opposite of Prop 64 results. People say storefronts can be regulated in a way that prevents youth access and diminishes the black market. Experience in Colorado and California shows the black market just grows bigger. The reason is simple. Easier community access gets more kids hooked. Once hooked, kids don't want to pay the high prices for regulated products. They just want it cheap and they don't care where it comes from. One of the more insidious products sold in recreational pot shops are gummy bear candies. Consuming a single laced gummy bear can have lifelong impacts on a young child. One of the City of Sonora's rules about marijuana storefronts is the use is not located within 600 feet of a school, youth center, daycare, church, or park. Tuolumne County has their Youth and Family Visitation Center at 101 Hospital Road. This is about 200 feet away from the 10 Calavera Street, where a recreational storefront is about to be licensed. A youth and family visitation center is not compatible with a marijuana storefront business. That center is a place where the damage caused by adverse childhood experiences, known as ACEs, is being worked out. In case you didn't know, parents smoking pot and doing drugs is a leading cause of ACEs. The Youth and Family Visitation Center opened in January of 2017. This is a full 2.5 years before the city entertained a development agreement with Bracht House in July of 2019. According to the city rules, this development agreement is not valid. I am asking the Board of Supervisors to assert their prior rights to the 600-foot exclusion rule for the sake of our children and our youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Campbell, members of the board, my name is Bruce Erickson, Twainhart. Nice to be back. Nice to see new faces here, especially when it was obvious that it was time for a change in leadership, and you people are what we've got. I'm happy about that. I wanted to speak to you specifically about our street today. I live on a street called Wildwood, which is connected to Shady Brook in Twainhart, and it's a dead-end street. It's probably 3/8 to half a mile long. It dead ends into a cul-de-sac that has two 80-foot diameters for turnaround, except only one of these is built out, and it's only about 50 feet wide. A fire truck can't turn around in it properly. And also parts of that street, if you can't get one fire truck by another. That street and that cul-de-sac has to be fixed, but also there's a chain link fence with a gate put up by the Twainhart Community Services District so that we don't have egress in terms of a fire because of that fence going across a isthmus between two of the lakes that the Twain Harte Community District controls. So I'm advocating them to make that change, but also I'm asking you to give us proper fire protection. What's worse right now is PG&E is putting up wooden poles there where they had told us that they were going to be putting up fiberglass ones. And in speaking with two different managers on that project in the last week, they said it was slated for that. That's what they told people. That's what Tom Trott, the general manager of the Twain Harte CSD, thought was going to get put up in Twain Harte, and it's not. They're wooden poles. They're taller. They've got the cross arms, et cetera, and the new wiring. But the people working on the job said that this kind of activity has been going on other places with PG&E, and essentially they tell you they're going to harden it, and they're really not hardening it. Reminds me a little bit of Russian history when Potemkin went ahead and put villages up in front of the Tsar so that when he was going by on his train, he could see all the happy peasants, but in fact, it was smoke and mirrors. So I counted 175 trees on our particular street there that could fall down across the wires even after they're raised, and telephone poles do burn. PG&E, ever since the movie Aaron Brockovich made it clear, has been continuing to give us substandard safety. And I'm asking you guys to go ahead and have maybe an attorney put some kind of an injunction to stop this activity, because they'll say that they've hardened it, but in fact what they've done is they put on a bad set of tires on a car that needs a better set of tires. I guess that's my 3 minutes. Yeah. It's been wonderful. Great to see you guys.
Great to see you too. Thank you. Okay, is there any additional public comment from the room? Come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Teresa Blackwood, and I am the family of Colton Sparks Blackwood. I just want to make the board aware of the complications that Colton and my family have faced since his death. Colton arrived at the hospital in the middle of the night, badly beaten and near death. Anyone that saw him that night thought the same, yet it took our hospital 6 hours after he died to call the CPS here in our county, and the chief of police was not called until 26 hours after Colton had left our hospital. I would like to say that any one of your family members could have potentially been in the same position as my family has been in the last 2 years. I'm a manicurist. I'm not in politics, and I don't know every bit of your job, but I do know that our entire county needs help. When our children reach the hospital where there are medical people there ready to save their lives, there should be laws in place, and there is no law in place right now that says that the hospital even has to call the chief of police, which is wrong. I mean, we could poll it right now, and everybody's going to say, no, you should call the police. Everybody should have called the police. 20 people should have called the police, but nobody did call the police until after Colton had died. It has hindered his entire case. If the police were called, the police would have been there, they would have saw, they could have checked the parents, they could have looked at Colton. My point is this: we sit around and we make a lot of plans to improve our community. Especially, we're taking in an influx of money from that marijuana business. I challenge all of you to help my family do something about the laws in this county. Not only do we need to change that, but the chief of police cannot do his job if he doesn't get a call, period. Nobody at the district attorney's office can do their job if they aren't aware of a crime has been committed. And I know that nobody was there that night. I just think that it could happen to anybody's family. And our community, we have murders going on all the time now. This isn't little small Sonora where people just come to hike and people get killed here. I mean, a lot. I also would like to say that that I'm not a good speech person, and that we desperately need to invest in our safety. We need a homicide detective, and we need a crime scene investigator team for our city. I would like for you guys to allocate some money for that this year. Find us a way. Call me up.
Thank you very much, and appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Okay. I don't see anyone else standing. Oh, we might have somebody wanting to come in. Okay. All right, come on up to the podium here, sir.
It's been brought to my attention. I think a lot of you know who I am, so I'm not going to introduce my name. So anyway, I was here Tuesday, March 17th of 2020. I was the last SOJ. I was the only one that stood up for the U.S. Constitution. And 40 days later, approximately, I'm going to go real fast, I was deleted out completely. And I was not appreciative, which I've later found out that is a felony, because I was out there standing up for the and conveniently there was a system crash. Didn't appreciate that. So I want to go into another subject. January, I was told by a reliable source that your government is going to get $10 million from the Biden administration, which is fine, from the stimulus money or whatever. And I would like you to pay off Larry Cope immediately, that you owe him monies. Just get him paid off. He's a little eyesore, a pimple, a boil, a zit. Get rid of him. Just pay him off and be done with it. Third one, was not rehearsed. So the third one is Bill Pooley, the politician sheriff. He is going to have competition next time around. Constitutional deputy is going to run against him. Let's see, what else is going on? And that's about it. I think I'll just stop right there. I have a run of the mouth at times.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The state executive from Tuolumne County chapter. We're alive. Oh yeah, last one. My understanding is that our Tuolumne County chapter, Dave T, sent you a link on April 1st to open up the county government like you're doing now. That's called the red, white, and blue print.com. You ought to check it out. Especially the sheriff department, check that out. Okay? You want to check that out, and that's why this county government is open right now, because of that link to date Ryan Campbell. So, that's all I want to say. Have a great day. Nice suit. Looks good on you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the room that would like to speak on any item not on the agenda? Okay, so we'll go ahead and go. We have a couple of folks, I think, on the phone that would like to speak, so we'll go ahead and take public comment from the phone lines. Hello, you're on with the board.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors.
Good morning.
My name is Teddy Watkins, and I am an in-home supportive services parent provider for 9 years now, as well as being Tuolumne County representative for our union, UDW. And I just want to let you guys know that we are in current contract negotiations, and I would like to just let the board know that there is a group here in Tuolumne County. We're hard workers. We're vital to the economy and the growth of our fiscal budget here in the county. And I would just like awareness for every single board member to educate themselves on who we are and what we do for our citizens here in the county. and the vital impact that we have for economic growth for Tuolumne County. I thank you for your time this morning, Board. Have a great day.
Thanks very much. Do we have anyone else waiting on the phone? Okay, we do not. So I'll go ahead and close the oral communications portion of the agenda. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Oh, that's right. Okay. So, any member of staff has anything they'd like to present today?
Thank you. And I will be here every board meeting between now and June 8th. I hope the public knows that on June 8th, my name is Debbie Batista. I am the Register of Voters, at least right now, for this item. On June 8th, there will be a special election in Tuolumne County. It is going to be an all-male election, M-A-I-L, and there's only going to be one measure on it, and that is a partial tax for the Tuolumne County Fire Authority. The ballots are being mailed today. We were able to get them out early. On Monday, May 10th, next Monday, will be the first time that voters can vote in person if they want to. The only voting place that is going to be available to the public, because this is an all-male election, is the elections office, which is downstairs to South Green Street. So if the public wants to vote in person, they can come into our office Monday through Friday from 8 o'clock to 5 p.m. And on June 5th, which is a Saturday, I hope, they can come into the office between 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock and vote in person. We're asking everybody, since there's only one measure on the ballot, to get your ballots in earlier than later so that Tuesday night when we push the button for the results, we won't have a lot of ballots hanging out there in case the election is close. So remember to do some homework and that there is an election. Do not throw your ballots away. There is an election. You should be getting your ballots within the next couple days. And mail them in early, please.
Thank you. Any other staff reports?
Yeah, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Cole Prisabella, your Director of Innovation and Business Assistance. Just wanted to quickly tell you a good story. We are among 5 counties out of 58 that got a gold medal in the Zero Emissions Permitting Olympics for the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. They put on an Olympics-style streamlining permitting for electric vehicle charging stations to accelerate economic recovery. And we're with Alameda, Alpine County, San Francisco City and County, Napa County, and Tuolumne County. This doesn't do a whole lot for us other than the fact that it is one of our main goals of our action plan from the Department of Innovation and Business Assistance to make sure that the state recognizes us as leaders in rural regions. So I think we're doing that. And Supervisor Campbell joined me last Thursday when we did a presentation with the state and received our gold medal virtually. So just some cool, exciting news. Oh, and with that, it wasn't just an effort by my department whatsoever. This was actually, I saw him earlier, Darren Grossi at Tuolumne County Transportation Council a few years back had the foresight to do a ZEV readiness plan. So we really need to thank TCTC for putting that together. And then finally, Quincy Yaley and Brian Bell and the Community Development Department staff. When I brought them this opportunity, they really took it and put together that checklist and streamline our entire process. So we definitely need to thank our Community Development Department and TCTC. Thank you, Board. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any other staff presentations? All right. So we will close staff reports. Move on to consent calendar. Look to the clerk to read that for us.
Number 1, approving the minutes of the April 16th and 20th, 2021 meetings. Number 2, approving a professional service agreement with Geologic Associates Incorporated, DBA, RMC, Geoscience Incorporated for landfill monitoring and reporting in an amount not to exceed $109,737.60. Approving the conversion of the fiscal technician position in public health to an accountant 1-2. Number 4, approving the Commission on Aging actions to vacate 3 seats for failure to attend meetings pursuant to the Commission's bylaws and direct the clerk to post vacancies for the position. Number 5, approving letter of support for application to the CAL FIRE CCI Fire Prevention Grant. Number 6, approving the mutual rescission of assignment of contract for Standard Park concessions. Number 7, approving the appointment of Ms. Madeline Brown to the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, TCTC Citizens Advisory Committee, as a representative for East Sonora with terms set to expire in May 2025.
Okay, would any board member like to pull an item? Okay. Does any board member have a comment on the consent?
Hi. I just wanted to comment on item number 5, the letter of support for the CAL FIRE CCI grant program. This is a little bit different approach than we've had in the past, in that we're trying to reach out and more globally look at things on a countywide effort. And so this is kind of the first step in going down that road. So our staff, Dory Beats, OES coordinator, working on this program, I just see it to be a real plus in that we're trying to do everything for the good of the county as a whole, yet still recognizing the individual needs of the areas that we're putting in for these grants. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Haff?
Yeah, I just wanted to welcome Madeline Brown. Yes, sorry about that, Madeline. Madeline Brown to the TCTC Citizens Advisory Committee. She's going to be wonderful. And just wanted to welcome. And she's going to be representing East Sonora.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay, so I'll look, see if there's a motion to approve the consent.
Mr. Chairman, so moved, and I just wanted to recognize she's a UC Merced grad too, so.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I did not. So is there any public comment on the consent? I'm just so excited to have people here. I'm just blowing by these things. Any public comment from the room? Any folks on the phone like to comment on the consent? Okay, so we did have a motion by Supervisor Brandon on the table, a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, so we have our 9 o'clock appointment.
Presentation and planning status update on the novel coronavirus COVID-19.
Okay, good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Steve Boyack from the Health and Human Services Agency, here today to kick off this item as Rebecca Espino is not in the office today. So for those that don't know, Public Health has been formally presenting a COVID response update to your board at your regularly scheduled board meetings for over a year now. We have done so to keep the public and the community and your board informed concerning our local COVID response activities. There is still a lot of work to be done. And working together as a community, we will put this pandemic to rest more sooner than later. And Mr. Chairman, please welcome Dr. Eric Sargienko and Michelle Jaquetta to present today's report. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Chair, good morning, Board. Happy May the 4th, and I'm hoping the 4th is with you. But today, I think, looking at the numbers, the highlight is that of the 48 conterminous United States, so excluding Alaska and Hawaii, California has the lowest case rate in the 48 states. And I think that speaks well to the measures that have been applied, and specifically vaccination. That said, we are looking that we're still in a pandemic. I think we cannot ignore that India is seeing the worst that the pandemic has to offer. But that is not only happening in India, but also places like Brazil, Chile, other locations. And I think that's what the world will start looking like, is where we see a high uptake rate of vaccinations, we see a lower case rate, and then it pops up in places, again, in the United States. We saw it initially in Michigan, Minnesota, now in Florida and Oregon, and actually even in the Fairbanks region of Alaska. So being mindful of that, I know we'll have a vaccination slide here, but we can work our way out of the pandemic by continuing what we're doing, but also layer vaccination on top of that. So since we last reported to the board, we've only had an additional 29 cases. There are no currently any hospitalized cases at Adventist Health. In terms of statewide, continuing to see that decline in both cases and death, and seeing that our hospitalizations across the state are all continuing to decline and that we're not in a surge. At the county level, the phrase I like to use is we're flirting with the yellow tier. We are having numbers that are approaching that, but not quite getting us across that finish line to where we have that low level of transmission. Conversely, what we are seeing across the state, and we'll get to a map there shortly, but my understanding is that there will be states, or correction, counties that will move into the yellow tier that are much larger than ours. If we look at our regional data, we kind of see the ups and downs of small counties. Mariposa County going up a little bit, almost going up to the red tier, but able to come back down from that over the last couple of days. Other counties continuing their slow decline down. In terms of variants, I know I've briefed the board on this before. Our primary variant of concern in the state of California is the B117 variant. That continues to increase in the percentage of cases that are sequenced, and is concerning because it does spread about 60% faster than the current predominant strains in California. So eventually we will see that become the predominant strain in the state. It also has a higher level of severity, so being mindful of hospitalizations associated with it. That said, we were just looking at data we received today about all of our sequencing. So all of our sequencing that we've sent off has caught up with us today, and we just were able to glance at it on Michelle's phone. There are no B117 variants in any of the samples sent from Tuolumne County. There were some B1429 and 427, so not surprising there, as both of those are fairly frequent in California. I will say that we continue to do wastewater sampling in Mariposa County, and that continues to show some small amount of B117, which is likely being contributed by visitors to the area. In terms of tier assignments, again, embargoed results will be released at noon today by the state, but as of last week, these were the tier assignments, with 4 counties being in the yellow tier, but we can expect several counties in the Bay Area and perhaps even Los Angeles to move into the yellow tier today, again reflecting kind of an increased uptake of a vaccine in those jurisdictions.
So as of yesterday, close to 92,000 tests have been conducted in Tuolumne County, or of Tuolumne County residents. Testing continues to be available through local providers, and some pharmacies are doing testing. Adventist Health Sonora has their COVID clinic, and we ask that folks would call there first, 536-5166. The Motherlode Fairgrounds site in Sonora is open Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the Groveland testing site is still open on Thursdays from 7 to 7 at the youth center there. Appointments are recommended at the website there, lhi.care/COVID testing, but they do also accept walk-ins. And testing remains an important part of our response for us to be able to see and understand disease activity in our community, and for us to continue having that low test positivity rate. Again, that is the percentage of tests that are conducted that come back positive. which is also a metric for the blueprint tiers. So we recommend testing 5 days after travel or close contact with those that are outside of your household bubble, and as soon as possible if you're experiencing symptoms, and every 14 to 28 days if you work with the public, and that applies even if you have been vaccinated. In vaccine plans, do you want to talk about this or shall I? Okay.
Yeah, so the board had asked, how are we doing in terms of covering our at-risk population and then other populations that can gain access or are eligible for the vaccine. So at this point in time, about 16,000 of our adult population, if you will, those that are 16 and older, have been fully vaccinated, whereas 21,000 have at least received one dose. But if we look at the bar graph below that, we can see that predominantly it is our older population, our most at risk, which are the 65 and older. So about 2/3 of that population have received it. Whereas if we go down lower in age to our 50 and 64-year-olds, about 40% of them have been fully vaccinated, but up to 50%, a little bit over 50% will be fully vaccinated in a couple of weeks. Where we really need to work with our population is the 18 to 49-year-olds. And oddly enough, if we look at our most recent cases, this is our most likely to become infected population, that is the 18 to 50-year-old. So again, as you work with your constituency, I would encourage you to say, even if you're in this age range and are likely to have a mild case of disease, you still can serve as a transmitter. And so we know that vaccines are effective against limiting transmission, so encourage all people that are eligible to get vaccinated. In terms of the vaccine types that are still available to us, no change here. But since we last met with the board, the Johnson & Johnson or Janssen vaccine has been resumed. It was, the safety of it was reviewed by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices at the CDC and by the Western States Scientific Group, which is a coalition of the Western States immunologists and epidemiologists. And I'm sure everyone has read the news, but the concern is that initially the adverse event reporting system had identified 6 women who had had blood clots in the central circulation of their brain. That created that alert. So I think that speaks to the effectiveness of the adverse reporting system, is that just 6 cases alone triggered an alert out of 7.2 million vaccines given. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices called for a pause, looked for additional data. They found an additional 9 cases. They were all in women from the ages of 18 to a little over 50. They did not find any male cases. Looking at the data, they determined that they had a hard time. The background rate of this particular condition is about 5 per million per year, and it's also in this same age range. So then the question is what we were seeing would have occurred regardless of the pandemic, regardless of the vaccine, or was it something that was being worsened by the vaccine? And they could not make a decision on that, so they looked at the risk versus the benefit of the vaccine and determined that the benefit was markedly greater than the potential risk given the number of vaccine doses administered versus the outcomes. So again, Johnson & Johnson, the Janssen vaccine as it's also known, has been resumed with some additional cautions and warnings, but nothing that would be a contraindication or prohibit someone from getting that vaccine. As always, who is vaccinating, no changes there. And then what we are planning to do over the next couple of months is shift from our mass vaccination clinics to smaller clinics, pharmacies, and additional providers. We are seeing a decline, so we're at that 50% mark. We are not the only community that's seen that. You've seen it all the way from big counties like Los Angeles to small counties like ours. And it's just, again, people who want it, get it up front. And then as we have to work through questions, concerns, we will do that. But it really can't do that at a mass vaccination site. Have to do it one-on-one with providers. Again, there are many benefits that we've talked about previously. We do know that it's effective against illness, hospitalization, and death. It does decrease restrictions in terms of we've seen what fully vaccinated people can do, both guidance from the CDC and as yesterday, the State Department of Public Health. And I will say that as we see populations that have a higher level of vaccination move a little bit swifter through the tiers.
And again, we have switched over to, made the transition to the MyTurn, the statewide system for notification and registration for vaccine. So people can go on to myturn.ca.gov, or they can call the 833-422-4255 to register and sign up for an appointment. Multiple languages are available. And as of a couple weeks ago, the public health online inquiry form has been discontinued. And I did want to point out that on slide 12, the graph that we showed, that's from the state vaccine dashboard, and that's available to anyone by going to covid19.ca.gov. And there's a little button there that says vaccination progress. And it's an interactive dashboard. You can look by age and sort and kind of view Tuolumne County specific and compare that to statewide. And in addition, we updated our dashboard to show individuals who have been vaccinated to provide more detailed information on that rather than just doses given. So. I'm not sure, is Dory here? Oh, here comes Dory to talk about our communication.
Good morning. Board of Supervisors, Dory Beets, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services, also serving as Public Information Officer specific to COVID and assisting public health. We will continue with our weekly press briefings and continued shout out to our partners, Clark Broadcasting and Union Democrat, who meet with us weekly, Chair Campbell and Dr. Sarjenko, Michelle, and I usually get on once a week with them to talk about issues and answer questions, so I think that will continue as needed. We also want to stress that you can contact specifically about public information to the PHPIO at co.tuolumne.ca.us, email that we look at and answer. We will continue our COVID public information nights once a month. So this month it will be tomorrow night, May 5th, celebrating Cinco de Mayo and talking about COVID. So please join us. From 6 to 7 p.m. We have switched the platform to Zoom to enable more interaction with the public, and I'm happy that we can continue to do so. We have information up on Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services webpage. We also want to put a shout out to Thursday, May 6th at 5:30. There will be a community forum for behavioral health, and again, specific to some effects on our community with respect to COVID and behavioral health. So we'll have staff on that as well to help answer questions and also direct for resources. So that is May 6th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our final slide is just a reminder to help us lower disease transmission and get to the yellow tier. To get vaccinated when it's your turn, and it's everybody's turn now, if you're 16 and older. Continue to wear a face covering according to the guidance and maintain that 6 feet of physical space. Minimize contact with people outside of your household. Wash your hands and increase cleaning. Stay home if you're sick. Isolate and quarantine as instructed to prevent further transmission, and get tested. And actually, the final slide is our contact information. So if you can always call our call center is still active, and our main line and our health email.
And just to the first bullet of the last slide was get vaccinated when you're eligible. And I know one of the questions is, when is 12 to 15-year-olds going to become eligible? And that's in the category of really soon now. It's in front of the FDA, and we anticipate that within the next 7 to 10 days that they will come out with their decision on moving into that age group. And pending your questions.
Okay, questions from the board. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, my question is for Michelle. Just wanted to know how the transition went with the state for the My Turn program and obviously the county.
Well, we played with it for a few weeks and did a very small clinic with like 30 individuals to test it out, and that went really well. And then we had a larger clinic at the West Side property, and it went pretty well. Yeah, and so far so good. And any of the hitches that we've experienced, we've been able to work out with the My Turn representatives. So it seems to be working pretty well.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
Great. Not a question, but a comment. I just wanted to say, as I try to every meeting, thank you for all the work that you're doing. It's really great to see our area go from, I think, one of the top, and when we had the real outbreak, to now being one of the leading counties in the state, and really trying to bring these down and doing a great job. I love seeing that map in Tuolumne County, easy to identify because we're a little different colors. So keep up the great work, and you're doing fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any comment from the room? Any public comments? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone hopping out of their chairs. Is there any comment on the phone? Okay, all right. Thank you very much. And please let everybody know what a great job they're doing. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to our regular agenda. We're going to go ahead and start out with item number 10. Clerk, could you please read that item for us?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 3921 proclaiming May 2021 as National Historic Preservation Month in Tuolumne County.
Hello and
My
welcome.
name is Sharon Maravich, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Tuolumne Heritage Committee and invite you to proclaim May 2021 as National Historic Preservation Month in Tuolumne County. You've probably had a chance to read the proclamation, and I'm sure it was in your agenda packet. I would like to point out a couple things that I think are quite important. And one, this is a program of the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which was created as a nonprofit organization in 1947 and then chartered by Congress in 1949, just like the Red Cross. And though the Red Cross is chartered for disaster relief and so on, National Trust was chartered to carry out the preservation of America's significant historic sites and archaeological sites as well. The federal and state governments have recognized the value of historic preservation by offering income tax credits to owners of qualified buildings who do restoration work. And the state has gone one step further by adopting the Mills Act about 40 years ago, and that's a property tax reduction program for owners of a qualified historic property. It's an optional program for counties and cities, but the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors adopted it, and it's on the books here in Tuolumne County. You probably noted in here that Tuolumne County is a Preserve America community. This is quite an honor. It was a program that was started by Laura Bush when she was First Lady, and it is in recognition of efforts at the local level to preserve a community's cultural heritage. And when we applied for that designation, we cited the fact that the Board of Supervisors in 1996 adopted a cultural resources element in the general plan, that there's an historic preservation review commission, that there's historic zoning for qualified buildings. And the board had also authorized historic building inventories of Big Oak Flat, Groveland, Soulsbyville, Chinese Camp, Tuolumne, and Jamestown, so that there will always be a record of those buildings and their history on the books. Also, too, we noted that the board authorized the construction of the Carlo M. DeFerrari Archive, and my understanding is that was totally from general fund money. That was not grant money or anything like that. And the county received a governor's award for that building. The value, we say, why do we do this? Why do we have historic preservation? Why is a community interested in that? And one of the things is that it is an effective tool for revitalizing business districts and neighborhoods. It creates pride of place. It stimulates the economy through heritage tourism, which is extremely important here in Tuolumne County. And it also recycles building materials so that instead of a demolition, restoration is encouraged to continue the use of those materials and keep them out of a landfill. So if you would, please proclaim May 2021 as National Historic Preservation Month in Tuolumne County and encourage all of our residents to rejoice in the history that surrounds them.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions from the board? Okay, and and I think you said this, but when was the Historic Preservation Commission established?
The county has a Historic Preservation Review Commission, and we review projects that are initiated by the county on county-owned property involving cultural resources. And we do a design review in the historic zone. We pursue inventories. Money is kind of dried up at the moment, but we have done the inventories of Soulsbyville, Jamestown, Tuolumne, Chinese Camp. And so that commission was created in 1988.
Yeah. And then have we done a resolution like this before? Do we do this? Is this a yearly thing where we?
Oh, yes. I've been coming here every year for over 15 years. In fact,
that was what I was trying to get at, is that you have been here talking about historic preservation and bringing these issues to the board for a very long time, and I really just wanted to highlight that. And thank you for your consistent and very persistent appreciation of our county's heritage and the value of these historic buildings and locations. You think about, California is not a very old state, and many of our towns aren't very old. And so what history we do have, we need to preserve. So you need to have people out there looking at these locations and seeing the value in it. So I just wanted to highlight how long you've been at this, and
I've been in trenches a long time. It wasn't too popular at the beginning. I often thought, why didn't I just become active in the Humane Society? No one could get upset about that. But I think more and more historic preservation, as people realize the history that's not only in Tuolumne County, but California and the United States, how it connects us to the past, how it makes us feel part of a bigger thing than ourselves. And I've been at this podium many times relative to preservation, and thank you very much for recognizing that.
Yeah, and I'm glad to have you back at the podium again.
Well, thank you for making this possible. The last time I was here was like in January of last year at a planning commission meeting, or February, and it was a positive experience for historic preservation.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Is there any comment from the room? Okay. Any public comment on the phones? All right. Bring it back to the board. Any other comments, or else I'll look to see if there's a motion to approve the resolution before us.
I'll move to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Haff and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and as a reward, I'd like to give you each a copy of Preservation, which is the quarterly magazine of the National Trust for Historic Preservation. And so you'll see how dynamic preservation is in various parts of the United States. I've got enough here for each of you, your staff, and the administrative officer. So if you take one and pass it down, I appreciate that.
Great. All right, thank you very much.
You're entirely welcome.
Okay, so that was item 10. We're going to skip back up to item number 8.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 3721 proclaiming May 2021 as Mental Health Month.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board, Chairman Campbell, Administrator Riggs, Michael Wilson, your Behavioral Health Director, and as you see this Tuesday, I am not alone.
Good morning, members of the board and Administrator Riggs. My name is Tammy Mariscal. I am a Deputy Director for Behavioral Health.
Good morning, my name is Brock Colby. I'm Deputy Director for Behavioral Health also.
Thank you. May is Mental Health Month. Beginning in 1949, the mental health community throughout the United States has annually observed the month of May as Mental Health Month. Various individuals, groups, and agencies around the country host activities and share information to raise awareness, reduce stigma, educate communities about mental health challenges, recovery, and the importance of good mental health for all.
2021 marks the 72nd year of Mental Health Month. California's mental health movement, Each Mind Matters, has designated the theme for this year as #HopeForChange, to remind us to spread and rely on hope that carried us through a year of tremendous change. More than ever, we need to bring attention to the importance of mental health. In the last year, as we know, depression and anxiety has gone significantly up, and the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health participates in Mental Health Month by informing community members about the importance of mental health care through social and local media, hosting or collaborating with local organizations or community events, and providing training to build awareness and reduce stigma about mental health.
So this year, Behavioral Health will be participating in Mental Health Awareness Month in the following ways, while observing the restrictions in place for COVID-19 pandemic. Green ribbon lapel pins. Staff, clients, and community members will be encouraged to proudly wear the signature lime green mental health awareness ribbons throughout the month. Ribbon pins will be made available in various locations throughout behavioral health and the community so others can show their support. Self-reflection, growth, and empowerment. Staff, clients, and community members will be encouraged to participate in self-reflection, growth, and empowerment activities that are suggested in the Each Mind Matters activity kits to promote mental health. Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Facilities buildings will be promoting Mental Health Awareness Month with decor, messaging, and activities. Community Forum for Behavioral Health. Behavioral Health will host a town hall style forum to bring multiple behavioral health providers together to talk about what we do, who we serve, and the impact of COVID-19. Social media campaign. Tuolumne County Behavioral Health has had a social media presence since July 2014. The bi-monthly newsletter, online and in print now, as well as its Facebook page, will highlight Mental Health Month. Thank you.
While Tuolumne County Behavioral Health promotes mental health all year long, observing May as Mental Health Month allows the county to to further reduce stigma and raise awareness of department resources and efforts made year-round. Furthermore, with the current COVID-19 pandemic, emotional stress is heightened for all, and highlighting the importance of mental health care at this time is of utmost importance. And anything that we can do as a community, as providers, the media, any news stories that kind of heightened the awareness of mental health issues is very much appreciated, and it's shown that even news stories, something going on in the community, raises awareness overall. It is recommended, it is respectfully recommended that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approve the attached resolution proclaiming May 2021 as Mental Health Month in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board? Supervisor Kirk.
No question, just comment. Just thank you guys for bringing this to our attention. A big part of COVID, I think that we missed big time, was the other effects of public health, such as mental health. And I know talking to private marriage counselors and private counselors and doctors and people who deal with youth, it was astronomically worse. And so I did hear on the radio that fortunately it sounded potentially like suicide rate hadn't really climbed locally. I guess it's still to be determined what those effects might be, but all that to say, thank you guys. I think your role is going to be critical. I know Kathy Parker's our school superintendent, they're discussing getting more counselors in schools to help offset some of those issues that they're seeing as kids return to school. So all that to say, I think your role is going to be very critical in the now and in the near future. So thank you guys for what you do. And just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, thank you all for your presentation today. And I really appreciated hearing the list of things you're doing for the month. My question has to do with are you planning any special outreach now that, you know, COVID looks like it's lessening in our area and people are starting to come out more? I imagine you'll see more of an influx, or there'll be some kind of a demand for your services more so than when we were in the heaviness of the pandemic. So my question is, have you been planning, or what have you been planning for strategically to outreach to these people who have been in their homes cooped up in all sorts of different situations and now are going to be needing your help? Have you thought about any kind of outreach efforts to that end?
Well, definitely. That's kind of the impetus for the Community Forum for Behavioral Health. Also, we're looking at ways to advertise, whether it's a bench, a billboard, the side of a bus, just to get the information out there. We do have a triage and crisis program, and through our full service partnership team, we can do outreach. And so part of the message that we're trying to get out there is that, you know, we may not know what's going on. We may not know there's an isolated community or individual out there, and so we ask that everyone kind of participate in the effort to get the message out there. Contact behavioral health. Let us know if you have some concerns, and we could do some outreach in that direct outreach as well.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. I would like to make one point as well through this COVID that we've all been going through, in talking to some of the private practitioners out there as well as our own experience, is that telehealth has been remarkably well received. You know, no decrease in the amount of services, whether it's our county behavioral health or some of the private practitioners have seen a steady use of services. So that's really nice to have that additional tool in our bag to reach people who may not want to drive, or maybe financial conditions prevent them from wanting to spend the money to get into town.
I just wanted to add my thanks, for you and all your staff. This last year has just been incredibly stressful. The COVID pandemic has just been hurtful, and people have really felt that pain, and every bit that you do in your areas, just it's so wonderful for them to help them get through it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Comments from the room? Yes.
Hi, my name is Cindy Zielinski.
Hello.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to what you guys do. It's such a huge piece of our community. And I heard all of you board members say thank you. Let's not just thank them with our mouths. Let's support them in any way you guys need it. Mental health, it should not be a month. It should be a mission. Tuolumne County has battled so many different pieces of mental health, lots of different reasons. So as we come out of COVID, it's hard to talk with this. Excuse me. As we come out of COVID, we are looking at our responses. COVID was huge. You guys have taken time, resources, money, energy. Well, mental health is just as dangerous. It's a different dangerous. So as we move forward, I really implore this board to look at ways to support mental health department, mental health programs in our youth, and our seniors. There's a lot in our seniors. And see what we can do to be a leading county on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the room? Any comments on the phones? Okay, and I just wanted to kind of sneak the last word in here because, like Tammy, you and I go way back, but I remember, being at behavioral health and when some of these outreach efforts were being developed and just looking at the way the community views mental health, it has changed so significantly in the past 10 years. I remember when it was commonly a very common belief that mental health and mental illness were moral issues, and that there was something wrong with you as a person if you were suffering from mental illness. And I think through the efforts, not just in our county, but really we've been phenomenal leaders in this, at treating mental health as a healthcare issue, which it is, and letting people know that it's okay to ask for help, and that behavioral health is available, and that maybe there is light at the end of the tunnel. And so it's just really gratifying to have this come before the board, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you do. I know, believe me, I know how hard it can be and how sometimes thankless and frustrating that work can be, but it is incredibly valuable to let people know that they're not forgotten and that their pain we can help ease their suffering. And it's all the more important now, with COVID-19 and the struggles that we're all enduring with this. So thank you very much. And I think I was also going to say I need a new Each Mind Matters shirt and a new pin because I wear it, mine's all worn out because it's like my favorite weekend shirt. So, yeah. So thank you very much. And if there's any other comments or questions from the board, I'll look for a motion. Yes, sir.
Just one comment to Zielinski, who's out there. There is discussion, some pretty cool things in the works with Adventist Health and a lot of community partners with Blue Zones coming. You'll hear more about that in the future. But so I think there is a big push for our local community to get real healthy in that area. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I want to clarify something I said where I said public health kind of missed the ball on the mental health side of things. I didn't mean that specifically to our local folks listening. I kind of meant that as kind of a general. I think we're in reaction mode because of COVID. We were panicking, and I think I just want to clarify that statement because now we're coming through. We're on the other end of it, and now this is going to be a big focus. So I just want to clarify that statement for everybody listening.
All right, thank you. I think Supervisor Brandon, you were making a move.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as the supervisor that serves on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and has the pleasure of working with these awesome staff that we have, not enough, but I think once a month it's just fantastic. I just want to be able to say thank you for that. For the programs that you're leading. I think we'll have some very huge interest in the MHSA innovation grant proposals, especially thinking not just about the mental health of our community, but the mental health of the children in our community, and really, where it starts in early intervention. With that, I'd like to make the motion to approve the resolution.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. Going to go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much, and please share our thanks with everybody over at Behavioral Health. Okay, we'll move on to item number 9.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 3821 proclaiming May 2021 as Foster Care Month.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell, CAO, Ms. Creo, members of the board. My name is Rachel Sargent, Supervisor for the Resource Family Approval Unit at the Tuolumne County Department of Social Services. I am here today to ask your board to proclaim May 2021 as Foster Care Month in Tuolumne County. Every year, we come before your board to join the nation in recognizing May as National Foster Care Month. It is time to raise awareness about the foster care system, as well as promote meaningful family engagement, support, and empowerment with our communities. During what has undoubtedly been a challenging year for so many, we currently have 74 families who have opened their homes to over 100 vulnerable children in Tuolumne County who find themselves in need of protection and placement outside of their family home. These families demonstrate unwavering dedication, selflessness, and countless sacrifices to support children who have experienced abuse or neglect. These resource families are tasked with the great responsibility of providing safety, care, and nurturing. The theme this year is foster care as a support to families, not a substitute for parents. This theme serves as a reminder that foster care is intended to be a temporary service to families, where resource families support birth families through the reunification process, as well as ensure that children have a safe and nurturing place to live. This ongoing initiative highlights the importance of family well-being, partnerships between birth and resource parents, collaborations with local communities, and parent engagement in the selection of services as key factors in strengthening families. Research shows that developing and maintaining parental connections while in foster care results in better outcomes for children and youth as they age. Many of our resource parents are building long-lasting relationships with birth parents, which strengthens and increases the family's circle of support. The tireless efforts of social workers and probation officers also play a critical role in cultivating relationships between birth parents and resource parents. Our resource parents aid us in our work toward reunification, family preservation, stability, and permanency for children in need. With the support from resource family caregivers and their caseworkers, families can emerge from the foster care system with resilience and strength. Resource families have the ability to impact a child's development, help them form attachments, and thrive. Joining me this morning is Amy Walker. Amy is not only the newest social worker to join the Resource Family Approval team, she is also a caregiver, and Amy has courageously agreed to share with you a piece of her story this morning.
Good morning. As introduced, I am Amy Walker, a Resource Family Approval social worker here in Tuolumne County, as well as a resource parent in a neighboring county. More often than not, within the dialogue of resource parents, the conversation is circled around the supposed financial gain one may obtain after becoming an approved resource family. However, this idea of monetary gain couldn't be further from reality. Personally, we were a family of 6 before adding 3 foster children, with both my husband and I working full-time, as well as myself holding a second job. The idea of helping children did not come with a paycheck or monetary benefit. With or without financial support, there is much more depth and purpose to one opening their home and heart to children in need. This opportunity has added such a value to mine and my entire family's why. Our why that inspires, motivates, and leads us in our daily choices, as well as our lifelong goals. Being a part of the approval process is not a simple task and requires the whole family to be on board. Although a detailed process, the outcome of caring for children or a child or children, whether short-term or long-term, is definitely worth it. Knowing you or someone in your family positively impacted children placed in your home is all one needs to keep their homes open for more kids to come. I am speaking from both sides of the desk this morning and advocating for May to be Foster Parent Appreciation Month here in Tuolumne County, and to give you all a glimpse of the genuine desire of families, including mine, to be a safe, loving home for kids in need. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. In closing, I would like to express gratitude to resource families, child welfare, and juvenile justice professionals, judges, community partners, and volunteers who dedicate their lives to serving the over 437,000 children and youth in the foster care system nationwide. We as a team strive to implement as many connections for families as possible. We wish to offer our endless gratitude to the relatives, non-related extended family members, and resource families who take on the immeasurable responsibility of becoming resource families to foster youth in our community. By approving the attached resolution, your board will recognize and commend these families who work tirelessly on behalf of our community's foster youth.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board? Supervisor Half.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. And it seems, now this is from my memory, so that could be, we could be in trouble here. But it seems like you have quite a few foster families in the county. And I don't remember hearing of 70-something.
74, correct.
Yeah. That's a big rise from years past. What do you attribute that to?
You know, I'm not certain if I could speak to what an increase or a rise has looked like. These are yeah, I mean, that's the total number that we have currently right now that are either going through the renewal process or beginning the process of becoming foster families. But it's a great big number, and we're really happy about that.
Yeah, I'm really happy to hear it, and I would tend to think that it would be a tribute to the program that you run. So,
well, thank you.
Take that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the public in the room? Oh, we got Dan coming up.
Dan Haas, Chief Probation Officer. I just wanted to get up and pledge my support for this measure. A lot of people in the public may not recognize that probation is a child protective agency, but we certainly are. I know I spent many days and nights in my early stages of my career with youth in foster homes, and I was constantly amazed by the level of compassion and kindness that foster families show, and also courage to open their homes and their hearts to the youth in need in our county. And foster youth come in all shapes and sizes, all ages, up to the age of 18 or sometimes older even. We certainly have a great resource in 74 foster families or resource families. And I think it goes without saying that we need to recognize and support them. And with that, I just pledge my support for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, comments from the phones? All right. We'll bring it back to the board, and I just wanted to say, thank you very much to everyone on your department, and particularly you, Amy. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for joining the team and for being one of those superstar people that are looking out for kids that otherwise wouldn't have anybody to look out for them. So I'll look to see if we have a motion on the resolution before us today.
I move that we adopt Resolution 3821 proclaiming May 2021 as Foster Care Month.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Half and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we completed item 10, so we're on to item 11. I'll look to the clerk to read that for us.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 4021 proclaiming May 2nd through 8th, 2021 as Wildfire Preparedness Week in Tuolumne County.
Hello and welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Andrew Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief of County Fire, and with me is Dory Beats from the Office of Emergency Services for the county. Today we're we're going to discuss a little bit or request approval of a resolution for Wildfire Preparedness Week for this week, May 8th, 2nd through 8th of this year, of course. So I wanted to say, too, that this isn't just another annual resolution request. We're following up on a fire season that saw a fire burn in the timber 20 miles into Lake Oroville. We saw a fire in Napa County that burned from Lake Hennessy to Vallejo in one night. And then we all remember the images of the National Guard coming into the Shaver Lake area for the forest fire they had there. Last year, over 4 million acres burned in California and almost 10,000 wildfires. And we're off to a raging start already. This resolution mentions almost 2,000 acres and 1,200 fires compared to 935 acres and 733 fires at this time last year. Well, that actually, I wrote this a couple of weeks ago. We've added another 6,000 acres statewide to that total. We're way above last year, and we all remember what last year was. So it's not just, again, like I said, it's not just another annual resolution. This is a call for the community to prepare for wildfire. So, with that, this is the first full week of May, that fire departments around the state of California celebrate and prepare for Wildfire Preparedness Week. This year, CAL FIRE, Tuolumne County Fire, and fire departments across the region will remind residents by the dangers posed by wildfires the simple steps that can follow to prepare and prevent devastating wildfires. Additionally, as I talked about, the devastating fires in California has reminded us that no community is immune from this threat. Due to the impacts of coronavirus, we're not currently hosting open houses as we have in the past, but we are planning for some events through our social media, and we're preparing for the county fair in July for our first public education event outside of the schools. We've been doing some schools already. We encourage residents to look at readyforwildfire.org and the Tuolumne County OES webpage for wildfire preparedness for additional information on how to make their homes safe. And I'm not going to read the resolution unless you'd like me to. It's there. We talked about the fires from last year already. Last year in the county, there were 145 wildfires between CAL FIRE and Forest Service lands burning over 3,000 acres. I'll remember the mock fire and how close a call that was. We just want to remind residents to be vigilant and be aware of methods of protecting their homes and communities. Okay. And know that Tuolumne County first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of wildfires that result in fire-related injuries and property damage through prevention and protection education. Last year, over 33 Californians died in wildfires and over 10,000 structures were damaged or destroyed. So we're encouraging Tuolumne County residents to be responsive to public education measures and be able to take action to increase their safety from wildfires. There's lots of ways they can do that. Firewise is another option, and we're also encouraging the public to sign up for Everbridge, and all that information is available on the county website. And with that, we request that the board proclaim May 2nd through 8th, 2021 as Wildfire Preparedness Week in Tuolumne County.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll start over here. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I read through with great interest your strategic plan, and I do have some questions on it. Is that this?
I think, yeah, we're going to do a presentation on that.
So I don't,
later
okay.
today.
Then I will hold those until later. Thank you.
Short and sweet, yeah. This is not something that we just do lightly every year. I think it's been a board priority for 3-4 years now, and we put money where our mouth is. We got OES full-time coordinator Dory Beats here. I know a lot of people don't like Measure V for very good reasons, and I know we're trying to figure things out and trying to fund fire, but we're putting money towards fire. We're making Firewise communities in our community. I can't tell you how many people email me and are getting excited about jumping on these programs. And so we're just going to continue that message year in and year out. So we don't have a paradise, but we do live in rural California, and with it comes risk. So we all have to be prepared, and we all have to mitigate the best we can. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Preparedness is everything, right? It's incredible. Last summer, I got a call about 1 o'clock in the morning from my nephew, Nick, lives just outside of Vacaville. And he said they just had to leave their home. And so he and his wife and 2 young boys left as the fire was about 100 foot from their house. So it was right there in their face. And took 2 days before he could, find out, but they lost their house. They lost everything. And so, preparedness is everything. And so I appreciate everything that you're doing, Andy and Dory. The efforts that you're putting into this is just so critically important that people get prepared. And we're already seeing fires, right? Now's the time. It's here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm kind of along the same lines. It's, Supervisor Goldenberg and I sit on the Fire Advisory Committee, which we just met for the first time last week. Very happy about that. And, one of the main takeaways from that is that we can no longer expect our fire protection services, as much as they are heroes that risk their lives to do the work that they do, we cannot sit on our hands as citizens and not take agency over our own safety. And so fire safety, it involves all of us, and we all have a responsibility to, whether it's vegetation management on our properties, whether it's, making sure that we're signed up for our Emergency Connect system. There are a variety of ways that we can help make this a more fire-safe community. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to try and to do that. We can't just, put it all on the shoulders of our brave firefighters. So we need to be that support in the background, I think. So I really am in support of and in agreement with this resolution. Is there any comment? Did you? Okay. Is there any comment from the room? Any public comment on the phone? All right, bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 40-21, proclaiming May 2nd through 8th, 2021 as Wildfire Preparedness Week in Tuolumne County.
All right.
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Too slow on the draw.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think, yeah.
Too much of a pause.
So we did have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg and then a second by Supervisor Heff. Go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and keep up the good work. Okay, so we'll let's go ahead and take a break now, and then we can go back to item 12 before our 11 o'clock appointment. So we'll take a 5-minute break. All right, so we're back from our break. When we left, we were on item 12. So I'll look to the clerk to read item 12 for us.
Consideration of approving a professional service agreement with Geo Reentry Services LLC commencing February 1, 2021 to continue providing Tuolumne County Day Reporting Center and Jail Reentry Program operations at a cost not to exceed $391,483 per fiscal year.
Morning, Dan.
Good morning. Dan Hawks, Chief Probation Officer. Pleasure to be here. Today I'm truly representing the Community Corrections Partnership, our AB 109 Public Safety team, as it is. As the chair, I'm representing that organization and recommending that the board authorize our contract with Geo I don't want to read the memo, but I can just say, because I've been involved from the get-go with GEO and Public Safety Realignment. Public Safety Realignment went into effect on October 1, 2011. We worked very hard to have services in place so that we would have our offenders able to benefit from evidence-based programming, specifically addressing their criminogenic needs. And, we had our contract in place with GEO so that they had a day reporting center up and running in Tuolumne County on January 1, and we had a place for our offenders to go. And we've had a great partnership with GEO. Used to be Behavioral Interventions back then. It's now GEO. We continue to have a great partnership with them. And what is before you today is an updating of our contract and continuation of the services. I also have with me Commander McCaig from the jail. Over the years, we've added to and modified our GEO contract. It now includes, or has included for many years, a jail reentry program, which serves offender populations in the jail upon reentry. So in updating this, I can truly say that what we've done is kind of brought into contract form what we are already receiving, because we have such a great working relationship with GEO that as things come up or recommendations come up on ways that we can improve our program, they typically will adopt those measures before we actually have it in contract form in terms of changing the business practices and whatnot. So what is before you is what is currently happening now and has been happening up until the advent of COVID-19, really, where we had to implement a number of restrictions. That being said, I'd say GEO has been wonderful to work with, even throughout the COVID-19 crisis. They have modified their program regularly to keep up with the recommendations and guidelines. We, at one point, were doing all remote programming briefly, but they still were doing individual meetings with clients to the extent that they could. And we took over drug testing services temporarily when they couldn't do that. We continued to do it as part of our public safety functions. And but they quickly resumed doing what they could and modifying their program to adapt to the guidelines, and they've been ready to do that as soon as the phases came into play. They were ready to go, and so they did a great job doing remote programming, but then they were eager to get back to doing group programming, and so we're almost back to running a full program. We still have some modifications in place, and it's been a challenge and struggle, but over the years, one of the bright spots, I'd say, with Public Safety Realignment has been our public and private partnership with GEO. There's no way that we would be able to leverage this level of service to address these kinds of needs with our existing infrastructure. And I think that when we've looked at it, there's no way that we could match what they do for the cost that they provide. So with that, I just say we recommend that you authorize our ongoing work with GEO and approve the contract. I can open it up for any questions if there are any.
Okay, questions?
Not really questions, just a couple of comments. Yeah, in reading the memo, I was glad to see, what the level of service that they were doing and through COVID, so that was really good to see. And, that the funding coming from the Public Safety Realignment, obviously that's a huge plus, so glad to see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Half.
Yeah, hi. I have some questions about, in the memo, there's a description of what kind of services GEO provides, and I don't know if that's moral.
It is recognition therapy.
Okay, what is that?
Well, it's a cognitive behavioral therapy approach. It's primarily done in groups. It's very structured, but it focuses specifically on developing moral recognition or moral morality with our offenders. A lot of them have to, they address calling people on lies or dishonesty, and it's a CBT approach, but it's specific for criminal populations and very effective in that way. So,
what is CBT?
Cognitive behavioral therapy.
Oh, okay, that's sorry.
So this is an actual person from GEO that leads the group?
Well, there's actually a guide, but yes, they're all trained in this, and so yes, there is a group. It is a regular reoccurring group. They have steps that they have to work through and levels that they have to graduate. There's actually 12 levels, and to go to the next level, they have to be voted as a group to progress. It's very structured and it's very difficult, but also proven to be very effective with our population.
And then the next one, impulse control, is part of that same group process?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Yeah, just wanted to have a visual in my mind of what this is. I didn't know if it was some software or some game that they played or,
Yeah,
So-
and the impulse control, they focus, that's not, when an offender is assessed for services, they customize what types of programming they have to do. And so that would be something that would, if someone has a impulse control problem or violence or, those sorts of presenting criminogenic issues, they would be put into that program as well. So
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I just had one question with the contract. So the contract requires 40 hours of training per staff employed by GEO. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then do we provide that training, or how do we verify that's occurred?
So we write it in there because they actually have to take staff training days. And I could say that one way we verify is they actually invite us to attend their trainings. So a lot of times our staff will be a part of that.
Great.
But yeah, it's we don't pay for it per se, except it's part of the contract. So I suppose contractually maybe there's funding for that. They typically will do their training at the facility at our GEO DRC. Sometimes they do have to go away, like to do the motivational interview instructor training and stuff like that. That will take place at a different GEO location.
Okay. All right, other questions? Supervisor Brand.
Chief Hawks, thanks for your presentation on this. Just a quick question. So AB 09, the state realignment of its non-serious, non-felony, non-sexual offenders to the county level, right?
Well, that's what they say. Yes.
Yep, right.
But yeah, technically it means that current offenders do not have a current sexual offense or a current violent offense or a current serious offense. So, but doesn't mean they haven't had one previously or haven't had prior strikes. So that's kind of one of the misnomers with that. But yes, it's felony offenders. Typically there's two populations. There's populations that could serve a prison term in county jail and be released. That was part of realignment. They're typically referred to as like our 1170 population, local prison population. And then there's also offenders that are released from prison that are supervised by probation locally. And so those are the two primary AB 109 populations.
Okay. I remember last year you had the discussion of having to add gun ports to the doors for some of these non-serious offenders there.
Yeah.
Just in related to that, for the public and my own edification, so this is funding that cannot be put anywhere else. There's no funding coming from the general fund, correct?
No general fund dollars go towards this. It's a specific realignment fund, and the part of the realignment measure required that you have a system of evidence-based practices and treatments and supports and audits look at that. And so for us, it was a huge benefit to be able to contract with a company like GEO that can provide us up to the minute and great evidence-based practices specific to this population. So we really benefit by working directly with them.
Great. And what's the alternative to that? That if anybody doesn't have a system that's like that for reentry?
Well, I can't really say, but I think that we've always paid, a lot of attention to the need for treatment and services. We supervise our offenders very proactively and insist that they participate in services. And if you aren't offering them, the means to progress and improve and leave that life behind them, then I think it's, just chasing them around and arresting them isn't going to get it done. It's, really getting them to participate in this program. And what we find is there is a lot of resistance initially, but overwhelmingly they will take to the program and they'll start to see a benefit to it. And we have very good results with our participants. In fact, maybe 2 weeks ago, we had a period for 2 weeks of perfect attendance and no positive drug tests, which is kind of unheard of. We've always had a really good attendance rate compared to other DRCs throughout the state, but that's kind of very unusual for us, but good to see.
Well, I appreciate it. It's a lot of money for this, and especially in explaining that this is not coming from the county general fund, and the focus on, I think, ending a lot of the recidivism we see amongst folks who have committed a crime, going back to jail, and not actually getting better over time.
Right.
So I really appreciate that, and I take your recommendation on it very, very highly. So, Danny, I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from the public? I don't see anybody in the room standing up. Do we have any folks on the phone? Okay, we do have one person calling in wanting to speak, so we'll let them have the opportunity.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. Good morning.
Excellent. My name is Heather Smith. I'm actually the program manager for GEO Reentry Services. I wanted to be here today to thank you all. I apologize I couldn't be there in person, but I wanted to thank you guys for allowing us to serve Tuolumne County. And I wanted to thank Dan for all of the great things that he just said. I wanted to just speak to a couple of the questions that you guys had regarding programming specifically. You guys asked about MRT, Moral Reconation Therapy. And what that is it's a 12-step group, not unlike AA or NA in that it is 12 steps. But the point of that group is to change moral decision-making. So instead of coming at a decision from just what is best for me, it is an understanding of what is best for the community, what is best and within societal expectation and law and order. So it's taking a very broad look at how we make decisions, and it does it by restructuring the way that we think about life, and that is cognitive behavioral treatment. Our training is extensive as staff. You guys mentioned our 40 hours of training, and yes, we do most of it in-house, but GEO also provides us ongoing training through our training department, which are free, and our staff is encouraged to do that often. If you guys have any other questions for me, you're welcome to ask, but I really just wanted to say thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of this community. We try our best to support everything that we can to be a part of this community and to reintegrate those that are in our program successfully. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Heather from the board? Okay. I don't think we have any questions. Thank you very much for calling in.
No problem.
All right. If there's no more, if there's any more discussion from the board, otherwise I'll look for a motion.
A motion to approve.
Okay, a motion from Supervisor Brandon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Supervisor Kirk. Go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And keep up the good work. Okay, so we're just 2 minutes shy of 11 o'clock. So we can't get started at 2 minutes early, can we? I guess not. No. We do have kind of a large issue there. Okay, so why don't we take a 2-minute break while we set up for 11 o'clock appointment, and that will work out perfectly. Great, thank you.
Mike, Maynard? No, I'm trying to get a hold of the consultants.
Mike is here.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Maynard?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start in just a minute. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Whenever you are. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need another soup.
I can't help with that one.
There we go. One of them's coming up. Okay, so we'll go ahead and, Clerk, would you please read that item for us one more time?
Presentation and direction to staff regarding programming document for the Justice Partners and the Law and Justice Center campus.
Good morning. I think you need to get your mic on there.
There we go. How's that?
There we go.
So good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thanks for having us in front of you today to present really what we started as the first phase of the project, presenting to you the programming document for the Law and Justice Center campus. Today with me, assisting with the presentation, is our team from Lionakis. So Maynard Feist and Mike Davey will be on board, and the three of us will give you a high overview of the document and the findings that we have and provide some options for you. And then at the end, staff would like to make some recommendations to you. So with that, as always, the mission statement, we'd like to always go back to that. And as we said, we're committed to providing exceptional public service that creates a health and safety community, exercise natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promotes economic prosperity, and enhances the quality of life. As you know, we did in 2004 a master space needs study that really called out in that study for additional space and additional buildings to increase our efficiency and to provide better customer service. And from that study, as we discussed in January, there are really two core items that came out of that study, or recommendations. One of those was to build a core kind of county administrative financial buildings in the downtown Sonora area, and then look for property to build a justice departments and move them out of the downtown Sonora area. Just as a quick reminder, this is presented to you in January. It just shows you where all the Justice Partners buildings are right now, and they are scattered throughout the downtown Sonora area, and now also on the Law and Justice campus. As we present to you this programming document, really what we're talking about is the picture up here in front of you is the Law and Justice Center as it stands right now. The juvenile facility, the courts, the jail, and the transit hub are all already built. The three parcels that you see there kind of outlined in white are the three vacant parcels that we have to look at as far as potential building sites. So as we looked at the master plan, and what we wanted to do is, what is the next step? What do we need to do to effectively and efficiently utilize the Law and Justice Center campus? We needed to look at our current staffing in each of those Justice Partners that we have right now. You know, we did one in 2005, or excuse me, 2004. But now, what is the space needs for those departments today? And then what is it going to cost us? You know, in order for our board and our community to make decisions on this campus, what is it going to cost us as we go forward in both the buildings and then Gardella Ranch Road? So to that effect, we sent out an RFQ and we hired Lionakis to help us with those, answering those questions and provide the document that we're presenting to you today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Maynard.
Good morning, supervisors. Again, my name is Maynard Feist with Lionakis. Ooh, that's a bad echo, isn't it? Sorry. Are you okay? Can you hear me?
You sound fine on our end.
Fine on our end.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what I'm going to do is go through a little bit of the process as Mo outlined on how we got to where we were. So the first thing that we did was we looked at the goals and objectives and tried to find out what is it that you're doing right now? How are you serving your clients? What's your current conditions? And then how is the quality of your conditions currently and what would make it better? And then how can we be more cost effective? Next slide. And during that process, we surveyed a lot of the department heads, but also a lot of the user groups, looked at what is their current spaces and how they operate. What are some of the stones in the shoes that prevent them from doing their job more properly? What are the security issues associated with the public versus the clients that they serve? And we also wanted to make sure that we challenge them to account for not only how they currently operate, but how they could operate in the future. And then we looked at how can we ensure that we provide them spaces that will not only meet today's needs, but will meet the needs of the future. Next slide. So this is kind of a high-level summary of the spaces that we went through in the process and how we got to the square footage that we did. So within that, you'll see not only the positions that are there, but also what their net square footage is, and department gross. So we have these grossing factors, and then the building grossing factors to account for circulation, mechanical, and all that. Then we asked them, if you were to be on this law and justice campus, where would you like to be located? And we identified those areas that, for instance, they really need to be adjacent to the courthouse to function and operate properly. And then we also looked at some of these shared areas where we could be very efficient, and that would be in these large training and conferencing areas that these departments use periodically throughout the year, but they don't use it full time. So how can we take advantage of some spaces that we can build, but not sit empty? So we looked at all of the departments and asked them and challenged them again, hey, if we provided you a training center, can you stay on site? And they all agreed, especially with that, as well as things like food service in some of those areas. Next slide. And then again, this is a program summary of their current spaces versus what we've talked about and assessing what their needs are in terms of their goals and how to best serve their clients. And so you can see the differences between where they're currently at and where they need to be. Some are county-owned buildings, some are lease spaces, some are very old buildings, some are kind of not so old but still deficient in their areas. And just as a way of reminder, if you look at the 2005 needs assessment, where it showed a deficit of about 13,500 square feet, what we're looking at back then is a whole bunch of additional programmatic and different laws and state actions that impacted the way they do business. So for instance, you just heard from probation, you heard about AB 109 and how that's impacted them. They still have to serve those clients of theirs, but that wasn't identified back in 2005. Same with district attorney and their unique needs as well. I'm going to turn it over to Mike, and he's going to go through. Oh, I have one more slide. I'm sorry. Next slide.
That's okay, man.
And then we also looked at. Go ahead, Mo.
Oh, sorry. So just as a way of reminder, when we presented this back in January, as Maynard was saying, you need to remember that the office spaces that are criminal justice departments, if you haven't been to their departments that are in, they weren't built for the services that they're providing. So probation, they're in an old library U.S. Forest Service building. The DA is in an old church. You know, we have the public defender who is in a retail space. And so there's no separate entrances for our customers. There's no security, we could improve on our security for our customers and for our clients and for our staff. There's no, like Maynard was talking about conferencing and conference space, there's no room for storage. You'll find if you go to any one of those departments that we're talking about, storage is at a premium and it's usually stacked in the hallways. So I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure and remind you what spaces they're currently in. I'm sorry, Maynard, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to go through very quickly because I know we're limited on time, but that's a very good point because there's a lot of spaces that they work out of right now that really don't accommodate how they operate, and very little security and separation that needs to happen. So when we talked about spaces, we also talked about what are their requirements for parking and their vehicular inventory that they have, and most are very, very inadequate currently. We identified each one of the departments and what they need, and they also need separate secure parking to accommodate their vehicles and keep away from the public. So you can see a list of the total parking spaces. We also accounted for that in square footage, what that means. So when Mike goes over these options, what we're going to talk about is the building spaces, but also the parking and how best to utilize the parcels that are currently out there on the Law and Justice campus.
Thank you, Maynard. And once again, Mike Davey with Lionakis. Worked with Mo and Maynard on this project. So once we got through the programming effort and identified what the space needs were, we then could look at how do we site each of these agencies and how many buildings across those 3 parcels. And in doing that, we needed to understand the limitations and considerations for those 3 parcels. Clearly, we've been out there for a while with the jail. We're aware and have worked on the courthouse. We understand the topography, as Mo put it, not exactly Tuolumne flat. And we also know that there is a easement along Highway 108. There's cultural resources that we needed to account for. We understand that there is a best location identified for the radio tower placement, and that we are limited to 3 stories for any one building that we cited on one of those 3 parcels. So there are a few design options that we went through. This is the first, option A. Basically, it takes all of the agencies and places them in what we call site number 1, which includes probation, grand jury, DA, public defender, as well as conferencing and food service, and places it there. And then in what's considered parcel 2, we place the sheriff, and then parcel 3 is the location for U.S. Forest Service. This option requires 3 parking lots, all 3 accommodating for restricted access parking as well as public parking. So there's a number of pros and cons to each of these. For option A, the pro is that it allows for probation and public defender to be on the same level. Specifically, the first level, probation is allowed, both the public defender and probation allows for clients to enter on the ground floor without having to go into the building. AB 109 reentry program with probation on the first floor is allowed to happen without having to interface with other clientele. And then this allows for the administrative programs to occur on the same floor, which in this diagram was the second floor. And then as well, food service, outdoor patio, conferencing, and grand jury tied together with easy access, as well as the views to the south and east. Sorry, I had to think of my cardinal directions in my head. The sheriff and U.S. Forest Service having their own facilities allows for each of those to function independently and have their own identity, as well as provide for easy identity for clientele to come and know where they're going to. And then, as I said, 3 separate parking and grand jury being located on the third floor close to conferencing. And then the cons really come down to the amount of parking that's required in the 3 separate parking areas, requiring additional cost for security and maintenance to upkeep and build that amount of parking. And option A at $72.9 million is the most costly of the 4 schemes that I'll show you today. Option B is very much the same as option A. The difference is that it removes grand jury from this scheme. Otherwise, all of the same departments are on the same locations. The pros very much the same, so I'll be brief on these. Really no differences. And then the cons, again, very similar. Option B with the absence of grand jury is a little less, as the second, but still the second most costly at around $71.7 million. Option C diverts from option A and B in that it takes the Forest Service and Sheriff and places it on what's considered site number 2, and places the remaining functions on option 1. Going back to similar to option A, grand jury is back in this scheme. So grand jury, public defender, DA, food service, conferencing on that one building, and then sheriff on the first 2 levels, and U.S. Forest Service on the second. So a lot of the similar pros regarding DA and public defender still exist here. The food service, outdoor patio, and conferencing tied together on the upper level. Sheriff on the lower level for easy emergency egress, and the Forest Service being on the top level, allowing them for the views out. In this scenario, you could get away with 2 to possibly 3 parking areas, so there is some cost effectiveness that could be realized there. And then in this scenario, the conference room actually being on the first level allows for the most effective ingress and egress. Also makes that space more usable for folks outside of this facility. This scheme is the second lowest scheme as far as cost. As you'll see, very similar to cost as option C, option D, I'm sorry. The con here is actually placing the Forest Service and the Sheriff Department together. It doesn't really allow for them to have an independent identity. The DA and PD being on multiple floors makes their functioning flows as individuals a little less cost effective. Parking, again, if it's on 3 parcels, not the most efficient use of monies as far as the restricted parking and costs. And then option D, really the difference between option D and option C is it places the building on parcel number 3. Otherwise, pretty much the same scenario. The pros to this are very similar to option C. The cons, I would say, are that you're taking a fairly large building and placing it right on 108, which might not be ideal. To me, it seems placing those buildings on parcel 2 that's off the freeway a little bit further down the hill makes it so it's not so crowding over Highway 108. Well, you can go ahead and define. So the cons are again very similar to what was mentioned in option C. The one addition, as I mentioned, being the large building right off of 108.
Okay.
And on this next slide, again, just a summary of the costs. Again, overview, option A being the most expensive from the perspective of its 3 buildings and includes grand jury. Option B is, there is some cost savings in option B as grand jury has been removed from the scope. And then option C and option D, as you can see, are very similar in cost. And that's mostly arrived due to the fact that you're down to 2 buildings. Anytime you can reduce the number of buildings, you're going to save on costs.
Okay, so I'll take it from here. So those are the buildings components of the Law and Justice Center site. Another major component is Gardella Ranch Road. So when we did the environmental impact report, it was always designed for or planned for that we would have Justice Center Drive as just a small kind of drive, and that Gardella Ranch Road would handle the bulk of the traffic coming in and out of the campus. And with that, we had planned and received easements both on either side of property that the county purchased for the construction to handle the impact from Gardella Ranch Road. We worked with County Public Works Department on what they would need as the road to handle what we stated we would be handling as far as the traffic and the impacts to the surrounding community. And the standard that we need to build to is a minor collector. It would have an intersection, then it would intersect on the campus into Justice Center Drive as a 3-way stop. It would also something to note is that there will be a new at-grade railroad crossing on Sanguinetti Loop, and that Sierra Northern Railroad in the next 4 to 5 years is planning to do upgrades in that area, and it'd be nice to take advantage of that if we could. So here is the proposed Gardella Ranch Road. As you can see, there are 3 segments that are outlined in the diagram that you're looking at. Segment A is the biggest segment, and it is a requirement. So if we decide to go ahead and build out the rest of Law and Justice Center campus, Segment A would be required. Segment B would take it from Justice Center Drive down to close to where the jail property is. Segment B is a nice to have. It alleviates traffic going through the parking lot that we would be building for one of the main Justice Partners properties, but it's not a requirement. And Segment C would be nice to have someday when we want to connect it, because as I said, we do have easements from the southern border of our property all the way to Wards Ferry Road. So there would be someday a connector from Old Wards Ferry Road all the way up to Sanguinetti Loop Road. So in that, we, working with Lionakis and taking those roads in segments, the chart in front of you just outlines how much it would cost for each of those segments. So if you want to do segment A, it's 4.1. If you wanted to do just segment B, it's 1 million. If you want to do just segment C, it's 1.3. So, and then we took it if you wanted to do A and B, or if you want to do A, B, and C. And that just chart outlines the cost for each of those segments being proposed. And then this.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Go
Just
ahead.
could you go back to that slide?
Absolutely.
So, actually, could you go back one more slide?
Yeah, so you can look at them.
Can
Absolutely.
I don't see how we could, if we were to move ahead with the construction project that it includes the parking lot adjacent to Section B, I mean, don't we have to build Section A and B in order to have that parking lot there?
No,
or,
you don't, because
so they would enter off of Justice Center Parkway?
That's correct,
Okay.
Supervisor Kimball.
All right. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, that's why on segment A, we went down just past Justice Center Drive, so we'd be able to, if we were able to build it, because again, staff was looking at the most effective and efficient way to try to get this built, whether it's the buildings or the roads, and that's why we moved that road segment A down just below Justice Center Drive.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Sorry, I know this is fast and it's a lot of information. So that pretty much is the presentation that Lionakis and I have before you today. As noted in your board memo, there are several options, and we know there's a lot of information being thrown at you at this point in time, but The options that staff presented to you is make no decisions at this time, or you could look at forming an ad hoc capital committee to review these options or other options and come back to your board with a recommendation. Or you can look at retaining the services of a municipal financial advisor to develop a financial strategy on the best ways to finance the construction of the rest of the Law and Justice Center campus. And they could also look at maybe some of the other capital projects that might be coming in the near future and give you advice on that. You could authorize staff to send out an RFP to see if any firm or developers are interested in partnering with the county in what's called a private-public partnership to construct the Law and Justice Center campus. Or we could look at proceeding with development of the Law and Justice Center campus. And in that is basically two steps. One would be to hire an architectural firm to come in and do schematic drawings. That's not the full set of drawings, but it's just schematic drawings. So take what we have developed in the programming document, work with the departments, and do, if you will, some renderings and some floor layouts of how those departments would actually reside on the campus itself. And then the second component would to bring a municipal financial advisor on, again, as we said in the earlier recommendation, to really be able to help see what opportunities do we have, where are our finances, what opportunities do we have to then help if we decide to do a bond or if we decide to go somewhere else, what could we afford to pay at this time? Or is the timing right for us to be out and looking at construction at this point in time? Or would we better served in a couple of years? So they'd be able to lay those options out for us. If we were to do a schematic design, as noted in your board memo, it's about 1.6 to do that. If we were looking at a municipal financial advisor, I don't have a quote from anybody because I didn't know what direction your board was going, but we're probably looking at somewhere between 15 and 20,000, just to give you some ideas. So, staff recommendation. Going forward, staff is kind of recommending that if you can kind of give us some general, I'm not looking at designing it at this point in time, but if you can give staff just a general idea of what kind of layout you kind of desired, that would just help us out. We are recommending to send out an RFP to hire a financial advisor to help to develop a financial strategy in regards to not only the rest of the Law and Justice Center campus, but they could also come back and look at some other capital projects we might be looking at. We would then make a full presentation to your board and in regards to where we stand financially and what options they might see for us. And at that point in time, staff could come back and see what your board wants to do and what other directions you might want to take with the Law and Justice Center campus. And with that, Leonakis and I are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I'll check with the board to see if there's questions. I also do see we have some department heads here too, so maybe they can help chime in, but I guess I'll start over here. Supervisor Brandon.
Chairman Campbell, I'd be interested in hearing from the department heads first. They may answer the questions.
So did you folks want to come up? Anything to say? We're putting them on the spot here. Okay.
Good morning, board. So when I was reviewing all of this information, I do agree that it is a ton of information, and I'm coming into this pretty brand new in my position and not having really been involved in the process that got us here. So what I did is I sent out the presentation to my entire staff, and I said, what does everybody think about this? Because we have a wealth of knowledge and information in our office, and so the 3 concerns that I was able to develop from my staff feedback, and I'm just calling them the 3 S's. How these plans affect our services, our staff, and our security. So my number one concern is being able to offer the best service to Tuolumne County and our victims of crime. And the concern that I have in each of these options is what security looks like for our victims who have to come to our office, who have to walk to court, and assessing even now the changes that have happened at the court development and building that really affect how we best serve our victims. It was at the beginning that the new courthouse was going to have separate victim waiting rooms, separate witness waiting rooms. Those are eliminated. There is just a single waiting room for individuals, be they there for the people, there for the defense, there to observe the trials. So all of those folks are literally just sitting together in a microcosm of tension as they're waiting for proceedings to move forward. And so it's very concerning to me when we contemplate having the district attorney's office with the public defender's office and with probation. I recognize that the Law and Justice Center does not have space for us to have a separate building, and that's not what I'm asking for. But what I am asking for is a separate entrance and separate space. We have significant security concerns when it comes to the information that my office has to maintain in a particular way, and in security of the individuals who are coming to my office after already having been traumatized by being victims of crime. Those are our main concerns. I recognize also that we are a small county that typically is pretty pro-law enforcement. But when you hear from me again, as we start talking about budgets and we start looking at things, violent crime has increased in Tuolumne County. And so the safety of my staff, the safety of all of our justice partner staff, be it my attorneys or the public defenders, we are at risk every time we walk to our vehicles. We are at risk every time that we interact with individuals that we have either defended or prosecuted. And so to the extent that I want to make sure that staff security is at the forefront of what we do with that building, that's also something that I'm concerned about. I don't love the idea of my office being divided between multiple floors, but I recognize that that is a possibility and a probability given putting all of us into the same building. So what I would love to see your board do is to talk about these options in greater detail, perhaps through that ad hoc committee. I also recognize that the cost associated with this project, even in stages, is monumental. And so I trust that this board is able to adequately and effectively assess where we're at in terms of finances and how to move forward with this project. But the reality is that for both Mr. Gross's department and for mine, we are going to be experiencing a really significant decrease in our ability to be efficient now that the court will be so separated from both of our offices. And so I appreciate greatly the CAO's office's effort to bring this issue before your board and to really get us moving on this project, because it is imperative for the effective and efficient movement of justice in Tuolumne County that we be near our justice partners. And so to that extent, I don't love any of these options, but I'm willing to work with the CAO's office and the board to make sure that we are able to develop an option that serves everybody and allows us to continue to provide that gold standard service that we are all proud to be able to produce.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Gross for the Public Defender's Office. I just want you to know that the Law and Justice Center is coming together very nicely. We have our jails up and running, and my office is out there every day. We're making the transition. Courthouse is going to open on August 23rd. We're going to be ready for that. So I do urge the board to go forward with getting all the justice partners out there. I know it's going to take some time. We're going to work with all departments. I think it's in the best interest to make that happen. So I certainly support getting all the justice partners out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do you have questions for staff?
Sure, I can begin. Well, I definitely identify with what our district attorney said. This is something that coming into this position, we weren't there for the beginning parts of this and the planning of this campus. And so here we are dealing with some of the decisions that I think were made before us with it. In looking at this, for me, I was trying to, because I was writing out a lot of notes. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And one of the things that I really worry about is if we are put into a position where we are funding a building that then ends up having an impact on our ability to then staff that building. And we've had some relatively expensive capital projects recently. I think we have about 33 million or something in bond debt, or and adding to that, I worry about the concern with it. So what I ended up boiling down is I would really like to see more options presented. Some of the consistent cons were having the divided parking lots. There was the mention of the 3-story building limit, and the county code. There's mention of course, more buildings is going to be more cost, prohibitive. What is really, put our noggin to it, what can we build cheaply with, potentially one combined lot that maybe has multiple security areas, or a combined facility with different access points. And this is just spitballing, but I would really like to see more options on that. And the other side is, what's the cost of status quo? Because I know that every time our district attorney, a public defender, and staff have to go take a 15 or 20-minute trip, especially when there's hours out there on the road, that's taxpayer money lost in time and wear and tear on our vehicles. I also know that we pay rent for some of those offices. We have to maintain those facilities. The sheriff has currently been in the old jail because we don't have a place. So even though we've moved the inmates out, as I understand, there's still the maintenance to upkeep a large part of it. So I'd like to be able to see what's the cost of the status quo, and see that also generated over 30 years, so that we can compare that this isn't just, I think, offering a better building, which in itself would be great, but the question is it going to save us money or be a reasonable expense we can accommodate? I mentioned exploring potentially, a larger building, a taller building, combined building, and the parking lots as well. And I really appreciate you providing the 5 options to consider, because that definitely, it got the juices flowing and kind of thinking about that. Where I think we're at, especially with the new board, is that I would be okay with potentially, seeing this through and waiting to see. I know the other ones were funded about 2-to-1 with state grant funds, I believe. What grant opportunities are going to be I remember at the UC system, the state would cover academic facilities, but they would not cover libraries, student services, things like that.
Right.
So we'd be paying for this out of pocket. I don't know if there's any opportunities that ever do come up for grants like this. I would be okay with us biding our time to an extent until we can at least see what the status quo costs. Delaying this and not spending money right now, even if it is to a very good and important purpose, because we might not have it. And that's what my number one concern is. I do not want to paint us into a financial picture where we are stuck what we've been in the last 10 years of cut every single year. There's also, the moving that's happening currently with Tuolumne General and the old courthouse. Those are going to be capital upgrades. And I think we should be equally scrutinous of that too. This would be, if we go with those two, a third project on. I did like option 4. If there are opportunities, and I would love to learn more, Mo, if you can explain more what a public-private partnership in this circumstance would look like. That seems to be a relatively free option that's not as impactful on staff time, that we can see if there's something that we're not aware of out there that is just a perfect fit. What does that look like in Tuolumne County?
So do you want me to wait, or do you want me to answer questions as I go by?
Yeah, I would. I mean, do you have an answer to that?
Well, but not a short one. So,
Okay.
so there's
Go
a lot.
ahead.
There's a lot in there. So,
Yeah.
so for example, let me do some short things, and then as the board has more questions, we can maybe go into depth in these, because I know I know there are a lot of questions regarding what's called a P3. So it's a private-public partnership. And what you do in those is you partner up with usually a developer, an architect or a construction management firm, and you give them an idea of, and as much details as you can as far as what the scope of work is. What are we looking for? We're looking for office space buildings for these departments. This is what the space allocation is. This is what we would like to see in those buildings. Sometimes we do have a lot of information in that regards, and sometimes there's some areas where we don't quite have that information. That's why I was kind of looking at what kinds of things were you kind of, 2 buildings, 3 buildings, what were you looking for as for staff if you wanted to go down this path? And what you do is you enter into, they look at it's like a RFP, and you get proposals from different groups, and they will, it's kind of like basically like a lease option. So they will then go in and work with the architectural firm and the developer to design the facility. I will tell you that oftentimes we won't have as much say in the design because they're looking at bringing it in at a certain cost, a certain price, and stuff like that. So there will be some compromises, and there always is in any type of options you have. And then they go out, they get the contractor, they build the facility, and then that agreement starts kicking in. We start paying them, if you will, lease payments for the term of the lease until we pay back the whole cost of developing that site. And so with that, it's generally 20 to 30 years. So, and that's the deal. But they take the upfront costs, and we just pay them back over time.
Okay. Thank you
You're
for explaining
welcome.
that too. I'd be interested in hearing the cost. I mean, how does that over time, because obviously they're making their money, and I don't know if their efficiencies justify the
Right.
extra costs.
The other benefit that they do provide in these 3 Ps or lease programs is they take care and maintain the building during that time of that lease agreement because they want to make sure it's their asset, it's not ours. We're just renting the buildings from them at a time, so they're making sure that it's taken care of. That's also not a free service. It's something that they build into the lease payments that we would have to make.
Okay. Option 2 is also something that was interesting to me. That was potentially forming the ad hoc committee. My only concern on that would be how much staff time this might take up to be able to put together that proposal. Have any estimate of what that might take for the different, department heads? And would it just be yourself, or would it be kind of a...
Well, it depends on the scope of work, and it depends on what you as board members want to see come out of that committee. I don't think in that committee we're going to design the building, I think that we're not ready to do that yet until we're either talking to a developer or that we're looking at engaging with an architectural services firm. What I would look at, if you're not ready to take that step and authorize staff to either send out an RFP for a financial advisor, or not looking at going out with an RFP to see if there's any developers out there that want to enter in type of agreement. The ad hoc committee was like a baby step towards that. It was an opportunity, again, short presentation, lots of material in front of you. So are there some still questions that you as a collective board had that you want staff to come back at a future date to look at? And the ad hoc committee was an opportunity to be able to meet with at least 2 of you, with some staff in the room, to flesh out maybe some more information and then come back at a future date.
Great. Thank you, Mo.
You're welcome.
Okay, and I did, before you go, Supervisor Goldenberg, I did see our sheriff come in, and where he's sitting tells me that he has something to say. So I'm let's give our sheriff an opportunity to speak here.
If I may, Board Chairman Campbell, I apologize for my tardiness. I was on a phone call that ran over. I do want to say thank you, Mo, for doing all the work on this. This started, a year and a half ago at least, when we talked about, hey, we need a plan moving forward. I apologize, I'm having a hard time breathing as I speak. And we talked about doing a needs assessment. The older one was done, it was outdated, and we clearly needed one. And I can tell you as the sheriff, all of you have been in my building, you know the conditions, we're stacked on top of each other. The conditions are poor, and I've made my case over the last couple of years. The fact that we're spread out all over the county does us a disservice when it comes to how quickly, how clearly we can get things, or how efficiently we can get things done. Just moving into the building which we are now renting has improved on our efficiencies. I think as you move forward, we clearly must have a plan, not only for the sheriff's office, but for all the justice partners. That was put in place when we first started this project, originally purchasing land. There is obviously a need. So as you move forward, these plans may not be exactly what you want right now, but I think we need to be ready and be prepared when the opportunity does arise and we do have the money, that we can quickly move forward. I can tell you that with the jail, we never thought in a million years we'd get that done, and all of a sudden the money's there and available, and we need to take advantage of it. We were put in place, and we received that money, I think, in a large part due to the fact that we had already done the planning. We'd already moved forward with purchasing, doing all the project needs assessment, things like that. So I would encourage you to continue to move forward with this regardless. There is an absolute need for our justice partners to have a decent and professional buildings to work from. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff.
Questions of me?
Questions for the sheriff? And then I know, did you want to? Okay, so Supervisor Goldenberg.
Start with, can you bring the slide back up with those options, please?
Yeah.
With the, I'm sorry.
With the
Supervisor,
three
the
options, yeah.
With the properties?
Not on the steps forward, the
on
do
steps
nothing
forward?
now, create ad hoc committee, look at the 3P.
Oh, those options, okay.
Whoops, back one.
Okay, so those are the first three?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm a firm believer in planning. I'm also a firm believer in lessons learned. And I think we've got some lessons that we learned from the previous project and how we moved on that and the overall costs. Ending up with a bond debt, I hear different numbers, but I'm hearing roughly $1.6 million a year is our bond obligation, that we're liable now for another 27 years, if I'm correct, right? We're 3 years into a 30-year bond series roughly, and I know they combine some things. So,
right.
That cost is had a tremendous impact on the county's finances. At times when the last couple of years we're looking at costs, that approached about half of the budget woes, let's say, of the county at times, because we were looking at $3 to $4 million, problems. And we had cutbacks, we had layoffs, we had reductions, across the county. So that said, I'm very much in favor of the concept of looking at this center. I think it is sorely needed, and I think it's long-term, that it is the way we need to go. And when I say long-term, it's not meant to be years and years out thinking about it. I mean, we need to do things now so that we're better educated.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've been involved in a number of big projects. I've managed big projects. I'm comfortable in that world. And information is everything, right? If you don't have good, solid information, then it makes it very difficult to move forward. So to me, the make no decision at this time, yeah, that's fine as far as we're not going to make a firm decision that we're moving forward on a large project, but to do nothing and to just let this sit is the wrong answer. So I'm in favor of creating the ad hoc committee. I think that and and I do disagree a little bit with you, Mo, on, that they need to, we've already had some input from some of the, our elected officials, where they said that maybe some of their concerns were not totally well thought out, in what's work done. It's not to say that Leinicus didn't do, a good job. It's just that we, what you give them is going to result in output. And we do need more details. We need it to come from the individual departments. And those things will affect cost. Potentially there could be potential cost reductions or increases, right? But you don't know until you get that input and you move forward with it. I'm also very interested in the P3 public-private partnership. Would like to hear more about that. I think it would be worthy to maybe at our next board meeting or the one after, sometime soon, to have a little presentation so we can get better educated on that, so we understand those concepts. If in fact, your amount, I think you said upwards of around 20,000, maybe to, do an RFP for a financial advisor, I think that would be money well worth spent, to look at that when you're looking at the scheme of a project of this magnitude. See here. Bringing back in the, our current space studies that are going on now. We're looking at all our existing county buildings. We're looking at what we're leasing now. Those areas, we need to get the data that flows out of that, because that's going to help drive some of these decisions, right? When we talk about, public health and the folks out there on Cedar Road, and if they're approaching, $450,000 a year in lease payments, we're paying, IT's about $150,000 a year. We've got all these costs out there. We're projecting different buildings, perhaps reutilizations. So that's going to provide a lot of valuable data that once we have that information, that's going to help guide our decisions. So that's kind of where I'm at is, I want to move forward on stuff. I want to see the planning processes make sense and not just jump, too quickly. So I think we need to be well thought out. And I think we really need to, listen to our departments that are, going to be having to live with whatever we come up with, right? We need to meet their needs. But I don't want overkill, right? I don't want to end up with a lot of bond debt. We need to pay down debt, not add more, at this point. And I'm real interested, in the whole relationship with the Forest Service and their participation and what they bring to the table. That becomes another component. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Okay. You're welcome.
All right. Sorry to walk out on you, Dave.
That's okay.
Been up early and drank too much coffee. Okay, so I got lots of little notes, so we'll just get into it. I'll just start up here. I do think that if and when we get to this point, hearing from the district attorney, she brought up a concern that I've always had issues with combining folks, safety issues. So I think that if and when we get to this point that we absolutely need to go each department head, brainstorm with them to find out those little details. I don't know if that's an ad hoc. I think if it was an ad hoc, it should be just internal with departments. So I'm just putting that out there. Okay. I do have a question, Mo, and I know we're not there yet, but item number 16, which is about a bunch of asks.
Right.
Could this potentially be included in that or no?
But what Supervisor Kirk is referring to is item number 16 on your board, in which Senator Feinstein has asked us to submit any projects that we have. And what our office and the senator is looking for is if it's a piece of equipment or so, they're looking at the $500,000 range. Okay. If it's a project or something, they're looking at $1 million to $2 million is kind of where they were. Now, I know one of the items you're going to hear about from Cole is a multi-county kind of project. And so his project is something that is very specific that her office is looking at. So something like this,
The size and scope is too big for
Yep.
what,
Yes.
16, okay.
Even though the road, though, the A section of the road, because that was something like 3.
We could,
I missed
we
it,
could,
5.3?
we could
Oh,
put
okay.
that in there, but the problem
So
with that.
5.3 million is too much for that.
No, we could ask for it. I mean, it's a little bit, here we go again, and it's something that supervisors, you have talked about, and something I think as a rural counties, we failed miserably on it. We don't have anything, it's like the sheriff was talking about. It's not shovel ready. So in order to be prepared for some of these asks, for some of the money, for grants that might appear that we could look for things, we would have to have the design of this road already completely done, ready to go out to bid. And larger and medium-sized counties do that. They have a whole shelf sitting there with projects and plans and stuff that have been environmentally cleared and are ready to go.
Okay.
The road is absolutely something that in the future, I would definitely see if we could ask for something like that, or work maybe with Darren and see if there's some grant monies that he has for the roads. But in order to do that, it has to be fully ready to go. For example, that road is going to require a Corps of Engineers permit. We had one for the projects that we currently have on site, but when we touch Gardella Ranch Road, we're going to have to pull another one, and it's going to take us 8 to 9 months to do that.
Okay.
So I like the way you're thinking.
Well, no,
Absolutely.
yeah,
In
that's
the
fine.
future, we
I
could.
just-
Right now.
I was thinking, so I wrote it down.
Perfect. So
Okay.
for item 16, it's not going to work, is the short
Thank
answer.
you. Short answer,
But in
it's
the-
not gonna work.
But in the future, absolutely,
Okay.
we could look at that.
All right. So our contingencies are at 1.1 million, which I was told is about 259,000 more than usual, and our reserves are at 2.5 million, but I'm told they should be closer to around the 10% range, about 8.4 million. So, do I think eventually, potentially, that this land could be used and developed on? Yeah, I do. But where I'm coming from, I'm trying to be really simple on this, like looking at household, how I run my household and how businesses run themselves. I think before we move forward on any of this, other than the sheriff did bring up a good point, and you've hit on it a couple times, is we have to have information in place so that if things become available, if grant money becomes available, sure, maybe we can act on it. So I'm leaning towards that idea as far as understanding the costs and being shovel ready. But where I stand, I absolutely do not want to build anything until we get our finances in order as far as building up our reserves. I want to know, I think this was presented to us last year, how much debt do we have? I know we're trying to sell off the mine. I know we're selling off properties. We've done a really good job of getting out of rent and moving into buildings that we own. We're talking about doing that with some more buildings. And so I think we're headed on the right track, but I think this is such a major, and I don't think you're asking for it today because, however, one of the options was to start designing things and building things. But I think there needs to be a well thought out process. And I think part of that process for me is to absolutely get the financial house in order, get out of debt, build up our reserves, our contingencies are there. And then once that's done, then I'd feel much more comfortable about starting maybe a phased-in approach. With potentially moving partners out there. I do think, I think it was option number 3. There may be some solutions out there we don't know about with collaborating with other agencies in the private sector. I don't know. I won't know that until we go and we have those conversations. So I'm interested in that. But I really don't want to get too far down this road when I want to fix where we're at before we go down that road. Sorry if I'm not making sense.
No, you are, and
But-
there is a lot that your board is considering over the next couple of months in regards to stimulus money and projects and things.
Well,
and
these
that's why-
decisions are going to outlive us.
Right.
They're going to outlive this board, and I know we want. I know we need to get folks out there eventually, but this is going to be at the taxpayer's expense. And so where I stand, if we can come to some sort of understanding where we do need to get some research, we do need to get some planning, So if there is grant money, I'm okay with getting us to that point.
Mhm.
But where it stands right now, I want to get reserves up. I want to know what our debt, I want to have a presentation on our debt and where we're at, and try and come up with a game plan and expedite that to kind of get a timeline on where we might be able to be at a more level playing field before we jump into something else. So that's my 2 cents on where I'm at right now. Oh, and I did write down, it would be crazy to build anything right now because the cost of everything's up like 40%. And I'm sure this would take years to build. But one of my questions is if we get these RFPs, or if we get an idea of how much these things would cost, things are moving so quick in the economy. If you were to build 6 months ago, it's now 40% more. How accurate and how long will that study last, I guess?
So in the presentation, what I asked for Lionakis to do, if you notice it, is I asked them to provide you costs both for this year, 2021, and if we were to do projected costs in 2025. Just to give you a kind of idea that, you know, if we waited and if we did something, then just know that costs are, I don't want either the board or the community to think, yeah, but you made a presentation, you told me it was only going to be 70.7 million. Well, at that point in time, yes. So know that there will always be escalations in any projects that we do.
And kind of back to my point is, I don't know where the full board is going to end on this, but if our debt calculation and our reserves calculation outlive that 2025 date, then it would almost be a moot point, because we know that by then it's going to be, we're almost going to need another study to understand the cost. So, am I making sense? Cool. All right, thanks.
Supervisor?
Well, I really appreciated hearing everyone on the board's thoughts except for the chairman, and that I'm sure will come next. I'm going to go from the big picture to the finer details. And my feeling is the big picture is this county is in debt. We're overextended, and we need to take care of our house and get that in order. That being said, though, I'm not against looking at things, because we do have to plan for the future. And I think the idea of a financial planner who is well-versed in public-private partnerships is the way to go. Because my second point is, I think that with that information, we should go forth with an RFP to firms and developers. And I do have some background in this. A long time ago, 2002, 2006 range, when Kent Scalinger was the head of Human Services, he sent me down to LA to look at some of these public-private partnerships and the buildings, the gorgeous buildings that they produced as a result. They were mostly for Health and Human Services at the time. And the deal was that for 30 years you pay rent, but at the end of the 30 years you pay $1 and the building is yours.
Right.
So I don't know what kind of, that's what we'd need the financial advisor for, to advise us what the current status is of those types of things. I think we should also look into a design build developer. And that the Gardella Ranch Road, the one that connects with Sanguinetti, needs to be in the forefront of our minds. No matter what we do, we need to have another way out of the property. And not considered in Lionakis's, at least I didn't read it anywhere, is the option of either selling or ground leasing one of the 3 parcels to provide income. And I'd like to know a little bit more about that possibility too. Those are my comments.
Yeah, thank you. And I was going to say I also really appreciate hearing from each of the board members. At just about every single one of you had something that was on my list. And I look at. It's a funny thing with this job. If I hear from constituents, get emails or phone calls that my constituents are really concerned about a particular issue or problem in the community, well, lo and behold, I start to get pretty concerned about that issue too. And I don't hear a lot of folks calling about the office space needs in the county. So that being said, you know, we look at the cost of, Supervisor Brandon had brought up, what's the cost of the status quo? And I think before we do anything, we really need to know what that is. You know, because we are leasing a great deal of office space, and that comes with a cost, and it may not be that high one year, but if it sure adds up when you look at 5, 10, 20 years in the future. You know, I'd rather be paying down debt on a building that we own over that period of time than paying rent, which just disappears. Now, looking, you know, kind of looking through this, it's, you know, the cheapest option that we're talking about, it's about 85 million, plus the road, you know, it's 5.3, so 90 million, say 10 million, another 10 for contingencies. Let's call it $100 million project on the cheap side, okay? That's going to be something that we'll need to find additional sources of funding, because we're not going to be able to float something like that through the county by ourselves. And so in that vein, I'm very interested in working with the U.S. Forest Service and the Stanislaus National Forest. They are interested in talking with us about leasing some space there, and I think that they would be an excellent partner in that. So I definitely think that they should be involved in the conversation about it. And the other thing that I look at is our sheriff's office. They're renting that space on Greenlee Road, and that it's great that they're in there and they're able to provide better service to the community. But that is it's an expensive location, and it's something that we're paying rent on. That money disappears at the end of the year when we pay the bill. So those two things, I kind of, to me, are the most immediate issue with finding some kind of way to work with those properties to work with that. So yeah, and each of the other board members, I think, kind of stated it better than I could, is that we do want to be ready with these plans in place if the money becomes available, which I think, you know, it's likely that there will be some opportunity in the future. But I wanted to kind of ask, when you talk about an ad hoc committee, what did you have in mind? Or are you looking for us to come up with that?
This would be your ad hoc committee, so staff can give you some recommendations on some of the issues, but it's really, what issues do you have that staff would, you would want staff to work on in regards to talk about different items and then bring back to a full board for final discussion and give direction to. So it's up to you. It was just an option out there, because there are, you know, just like I gave you the cafeteria of options in here, from very much do nothing to, oh my gosh, just leap in. You know, I didn't know, as staff, we didn't know where your board was on this issue and where you wanted to go with it. So,
well, I haven't heard anyone say they want to completely drop the issue. It sounds like we do want to continue working on it and be ready for opportunities that come.
So,
I guess we're looking at what's the best way to do that.
okay, so in regards, so if you're asking me, is an ad hoc committee definitely needed in order for staff to proceed? It doesn't. Staff can come back to your board and schedule study sessions. You know, I heard some requests for maybe do a session on P3 type of presentations and what they can do. We could definitely send out an RFP for a financial advisor is something staff can do and inform the board and let you know as we go forward. And definitely whatever comes out of that study then would be presented to your full board. So it's up to your board as far as what direction you want staff to proceed.
What would you say the cost of developing a shovel-ready plan would be, so that we, how much will it cost us now to develop that plan where we'll have it on the shelf for options, A through C with or A through D with respect to the buildings, and then the 3 sections of road. If we just had those ready, what would be the initial investment in your crystal ball?
In my crystal ball, 1.7 million.
Okay.
And well, just to do the design, so it would okay. So in that, talk about a shovel-ready project to take advantage of any grants or anything coming up, or to better prepare ourselves for a 3P proposal that is really worthwhile. In my opinion, you need to have a full set of schematic drawings that tells us, that tells a developer what we're looking for, and they could better price it and they could better partner with a developer. So that's one component. Another component is we need the design of the road, segment A, as what I'm hearing is needed for any type of development, and start working with maybe Darren and Tyler and seeing what opportunities or partnerships we can have for money that might be available, or other maybe money from the federal government, and then start working on with a consultant to get that core permit. So at least we had the permit, but we can't pull a permit until we have a design of exactly where that road is and the cul-de-sac, the bridge or whatever we need to go. There's a intermittent water area in there that we need to accommodate for that Gardella Ranch Road.
Okay. Well, could that be a place to start then? We have an ad hoc committee to look at ways to, develop shovel-ready projects and find $1.7 million to hire a firm to help us with that.
That's up to your board. That's a large step. It would be more than probably one firm. You'll need an environmental firm to help us with the core permit. You would need an architectural firm to help us with then the design, and then you would need, I would strongly recommend, especially since we're considering, I think several of you mentioned, there's other projects that you guys want to consider in your capital improvement plan in the short term, meaning the next 4 to 5 years. And I would definitely highly recommend a financial advisor to tell us where our debt is, to tell us what we have, to tell us what opportunities we could have with maybe selling some of our buildings, or what are you, I think you asked about what is it costing us now? And putting together all those figures, I think is so important for us as staff and the board, and I think for the community to understand what we're paying right now and what can we afford, and what steps they could definitely recommend to us. It doesn't mean you saw basically 3 buildings that were presented in the options before you, and it doesn't mean that we have to do them all at once. So talk about what is marketable. I don't know what a 3P is looking for. I don't know what a developer, what would entice us to get the best deal from a developer. And I think we need some more information to be able to give them. Okay. We could always send out an RFP now and see what we get. And if it doesn't work, no harm, no foul. My time, but that's okay. You pay me anyway. But we could do that and see where that leads us. And if it doesn't work, then maybe it is true we need some more information before it's enticing enough for someone to submit a proposal that works for us.
So I see CAO Riggs is eager to chime in, and then I think Supervisor Half has a question.
I can defer to Supervisor Half if you'd like. She might be going where I'm going.
Might be. I'm not interested in an ad hoc committee before we know anything. We're just spinning our wheels in a committee. I think we need the financial advisor first to give us where we're at and give us an idea of what it would take to go where we want to go once we've decided if it's going to be a public-private partnership or something else. But we need the financial planner first. My 2 cents.
And that's what I was going to say as well.
And I
She was reading
concur.
my mind.
Okay. All right. Supervisor Brennan?
Just a few things that were coming up in my mind as we were talking about this. One thing is I was trying to compare this project over a 30-year bond, I assume is what we would end up getting. Maybe, I don't know, but anywhere from, $80 to $100 million, it seemed like potentially for the cost of this. And that to make that, just for anybody, listening to this and to the discussion, a 1 cent sales tax produces about 4.5 million, I think, per year. And that would be like having a 1 cent sales tax for roughly, I think, 18 years, which is the entire county portion that we get, or having a parcel tax of about $75 per year for 30 years. One alternative is potentially looking at revenue offsets. Supervisor Half had one. What about leasing or selling the other property? I'd be interested in learning that data as well. One that I was kind of penciling out really quick is, I think one of the challenges, correct me if I'm wrong, was getting the utilities under the highway and actually putting that there. And that was initially slated to be a place that I think was not to be developed. It was a scenic vista, and that was changed to accommodate this, I think, with Gold Ridge. Anyways, what I mean is that the potential of adding something that's a revenue driver there for our county beyond the property that we own. If in looking at the general plan, for example, we killed two birds with one stone to provide housing in that area, hypothetically, and obviously this is very professional, but a $300,000 home off of what is currently undeveloped land there at 3% for a property tax rate, over 500 homes could produce $4.5 million a year, about the same as a 1 cent sales tax. Anything in there that's grossly wrong?
Right. So, not in your calculations, but a technical issue would be when we bought the property, we had to do the environmental impact report in that. And in that report, we had to designate what properties and what would go on it and how we would use the 48 acres. And in that, we did talk about use for the following departments and agencies. And we also talked about office space for support type of other governmental uses and private partnerships with attorneys, bail bonds, things like that were associated with the courts and stuff. And so we're cleared that way to do that project. If we were to, say, use the property in a different way and have a housing development on it or something to that effect, we would have to go back and do a new updated environmental impact report.
No, I understand.
Yeah,
What I mean is actually the property potentially around that area, now that it may have better access, utilities run there. If we looked at an expanded plan and in the general plan to maybe upzone that, now that it is no longer an undeveloped area, it will have fairly substantial buildings. What I mean by it is it would mean a lot to me, and I appreciate Chairman Campbell recognizing what's the cost of the status quo, because it could be very substantial. The other side is, can we make this, instead of bad debt, good debt that ends up making us money, that all of these investments not only provide a better facility, but create a revenue driver there. And So,
and the Law and Justice Center is in county proper. It's not in the city. So the parcels that are around the Law and Justice Center are within the county.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just an interesting idea. There was a couple other things, is that if we do form an ad hoc committee, I think it's really important that we have members of the public on this. I think that we should have representatives from the various districts, and we pick people who are qualified and can contribute to that space. But I want to make sure that the public's involved in such a huge project like this right from the get-go. And then also asking about any cost offsets. So I know that we have the transportation yard there. There's a couple of other somewhat developed parcels that are near the road. I remember UC Merced, and I hate to always go back, but I was on a capital physical planning committee there. They'd build a parking lot and gravel it, put the utilities in, and then build a building on a parking lot, because then it was a lot cheaper and it was useful during that time. I imagine some of this cost comes from the fact that this is just raw dirt. right? And
That's
you've
correct.
got to compact it. You've got, I mean, we ran into a lot of rocks, I think, in the building of this one. So we don't necessarily know exactly what we're going to hit. We hope, the testing goes well with it.
It's Tuolumne County, so there's rocks.
Exactly. So if there's any way to, some of those properties, I think there were two, not from the transit hub there, but there were two other properties. Is there any chance for those to potentially be utilized at a much cheaper cost? I looked one up, I think it was $400,000 to $800,000 on our parcel map for one of the private properties that was there.
So
That may
here-
have utilities and access already
Right.
established.
So there is utilities already that can serve, the utilities, so water, sewer, are already designed and in place. They are ready to be developed now. And we brought that in 2011. There is a small parcel, it's I don't even know, I'm speaking out of turn. It's about maybe an acre and a half. It's up near Sanguinetti Loop. That's not on this map, it's just off in the corner there. We don't have any plans for, that we rented it out several years ago as a Christmas tree lot. That, again, that's another opportunity we have to sell it. And what we do with that money is then goes into the capital fund that we could use to pay off debt or use it to pay for some of the studies or whatever your board wishes in regards to capital. So that's why I'm saying there's a lot of different opportunities that we just need to sit down and have someone help us figure out the financial end of this. It is huge to explore this and use it, so.
So I did want to give opportunity if there's public comment. Is there anyone in the room that has anything they'd like to say on this item? Looking around. Anyone on the phones? Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. If I may, I think I've kind of, let's see if I've boiled it down and you all yell at me if I'm wrong here. So I think there's pretty strong consensus around the need to first seek advice from a financial advisor. And I had a question about that. What would be the cost for something like that?
15 to 20,000 is the
15 to
ballpark.
20,000, you said?
Mhm.
Okay.
They come in, and when I was trying to look for prices, I did not limit the scope just to the Law and Justice Center site,
Okay.
just so you know.
Okay, so that includes the roads and everything.
Includes the roads, but it also includes looking at our overall short-term capital projects, to look at maybe other things that your board is wanting to do over the next couple of years.
Okay. And then it sounds like we'd like to sort of develop what an ad hoc committee would look like, not necessarily, I think we'd need to probably have it come back to the board before we make a final decision on the ad hoc committee, but at least starting that discussion. And then I also really appreciate the department heads being here and sharing your perspective. It's really, really valuable.
It is.
I'd also like to involve the Forest Service in that as well, see what their needs are, if they have any ideas about.
So their needs were included in the study, so we did
Great.
reach out to them and stuff, and I don't, they received a copy of the report. I know that they're on a very short timeline in which they need to get out of their lease space. There was a new requirement, a federal requirement placed on them that they can only have so much space per employee. And I know that they're going to be struggling with the building they're in, so I know they're looking for, to relocate at sooner versus later, let me say. And in regards to that, they cannot build, they're not allowed to build anything, they're only allowed to lease space. So, but staff will be happy to reach out to them again if your board wishes.
And then keeping in mind with the ad hoc committee, how best to involve the community input so that, it's not just the county and departments making this decision, that this is what the community wants, and that we have buy-in at the get-go, as Supervisor Brandon said. And then I guess, and then going back to the financial piece, looking at what is the current costs extrapolated over 10, 20, 30 years, and then compare that to the cost of adding additional debt. Because I don't think we know right now whether or not, yes, it's not good to add debt, but then it's also worse to pay rent for 30 years and then you don't have anything to show for it at the end.
Right.
So finding a balance there. Did I miss anything?
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Heff.
I might have missed something. I didn't hear, and maybe I'm wrong, I didn't hear 3 votes for the ad hoc committee. Maybe I'm wrong there. I think it's premature. I think we can decide that down the road. I think our first order of business is the financial advisor.
What I was saying is I'd like to see what an ad hoc committee would look like, not
Why?
forming it.
Why?
Well, if we don't start talking about it, we need to have, if we're going to be bringing it back to the board, I'd like to have some proposals about how to do it rather than just wait.
Right, but we don't know what exactly we're dealing with until we get the download from the financial advisor, and that would be the time to decide whether we want an ad hoc committee or how we want to handle that
Okay.
information.
I'm fine putting that off, that part of it off.
If I may,
Yeah.
to clarify where I was at on that, I actually kind of have the opposite opinion, because where I'm interested financially with this project is not just in the bond debt and how to finance it as a project in relation to our county debt, but how do we pay for it? Is it a revenue measure? Is it going to be through housing development? Is it some economic investment somewhere? And that's something that wouldn't be analyzed by it. I think it's premature to right now, without an idea of how we're going to actually pay for the thing, talk about, what card we're going to put it on. As far as the financial advisor, it's 15 to 20 that I think we could save right now. I think it's more important that we have a broad discussion in an ad hoc committee, even if it's not getting into the technical details about, again, and that to me is that's the elephant in the room on this issue. We need it in a way that these facilities are inadequate, but how do we pay for it besides just putting it on bond debt?
Thanks, Supervisor.
Yeah, regarding the ad hoc committee, initially, and I think Supervisor Kirk kind of discussed this briefly, I think we could be looking at really separately 2 different things on the ad hoc committees. One, I think we need to look internally amongst our own departments on what their needs are going to be for their operations. And I don't think that necessarily is a public, where we need folks in from the public, they know their operations, they're looking at the space, there's some things in this plan maybe weren't quite, there. So I think we need to flush that out. And then, yeah, I'd be very much in favor of looking at a bigger picture committee, as far as the whole deal. But, I kind of go both ways. The financing I think is real important to learn about, but I think that internal portion of figuring out where the departments want to go could happen now. But wait on the further. That's kind of where I'm at.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, I agree with the internal, which is what I stated earlier, the internal discussion. I felt kind of, one thing that maybe we didn't touch, but I felt kind of there's consensus that we all want to clean house as far as current debt, reserves, contingencies. So I'm not sure where that is going to come into play with this, because I know that we need to have a financial advisor look at this so we can plan and whatnot, but I just don't want to miss the fact that I think the majority of the board really feels like we need to while we're planning, we need to get this in order. And for me, I'm not going to pull the trigger until I feel this is in order.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and, I think I'm kind of in the same place with respect. I really do think that the financials need to go first. And with respect to the committee, I was just kind of putting that out there that we begin that discussion, among staff first, and then they can come back. But if we want to hold off on that, if the majority of the board feels that way, I'm okay holding off on that. But and going to Supervisor Brandon, to your point, I think before, to some degree, what type of project we would want would inform the way we pay for it. Because what we're hoping is that there will be sources of revenue in the future that are not currently available. And so if we don't have at least some idea of different potential projects at the outset, even if we don't have the money to pay for it yet, it makes it harder to get those funding sources. Is that correct?
It'll be interesting. You know, you can always do, and we can staff can send out an RFP to, if you're interested in it, in regards to a public-private partnership. But we're going to be inundated with questions in regards to what are you looking for, what exactly is out there, what do you feel comfortable, you know, what is the county is comfortable as far as the lease payments, things like that. I don't know if we quite have the answers for that, but we can always send it out, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't mean that we have to enter into an agreement with anybody. We could wait and I think it would be better if we had more information and then go out.
Okay.
At least financially, I think we would be more attractive to a developer if we had more information. And it doesn't mean necessarily schematic design, because that's a huge step. I understand that. But at least financially, what are our opportunities and what can we afford is important for us to know. And I don't, at this stage, I don't think Tracy and I could tell someone that who is responding to a RFP.
So just to try and help bring this to a close, I think that, you know, there is no cost other than staff time to do an RFP for the financial advisor. The financial advisor could address, I think, everything that all of you have hit on. If we can get them on board and they can begin telling us what other potential funding sources might be out there. And as Mo said, it's not just even for there, but as we look at the courthouses and the future uses there. But I think if what we were looking for was just that the board consensus for the board that you support doing an RFP for a financial advisor, I would say we could end it there. And then when we come back with that result of that contract and start working with them, we'll have more information for you. It might just be kind of like the first step should be that financial advisor.
If I may, I feel persuaded. I appreciate the extra feedback on that. I think where the question was to me on this is we already got a financial estimate from yourself and Linoc. So what extra info are we getting? But I understand now from the RFP process for a private-public partnership, that is something I'd like to see moving forward. And you're right, they would want to understand what we could even afford. So with that, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I do feel strongly, I want to fit in there that if we do form any type of, even to an extent, internal committee, unless there's a very good reason to not include the public, even if they're not there making decisions, to simply have them be there as part of the observation and learning process with us, because I'm going to be learning a ton too. I want people that throughout this process are going to know what we're talking about and develop that trust. I feel very strongly that at the earliest opportunity, the public needs to be involved in this.
Okay, do you need anything else?
No, so
Okay.
what staff heard is direction at this point in time to go ahead and send out an RFP for a financial advisor to look at not only this campus, but your short-term capital improvement projects that might be considering, and then to come back to your board and make a presentation in regards to that financial status. And then from there, we'll then consider the next steps and where you want to go.
All right,
That's what staff heard.
Seeing head nods, okay, there you go.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Appreciate it.
All right, so we'll go ahead and break. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock for our first 1 o'clock appointment. Okay, you good with the sound? Okay. All right, we're at 1 o'clock right on the dot. Welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for May 4th, 2021. Where we left off, coming back, we're going to go to our first 1 o'clock appointment, and we have Kim McFarland here
Good
to
afternoon.
talk about that. Or I'm going to have the board clerk read that item first.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 4121 for the fiscal year 2021 that includes a project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act 2017 for road maintenance and rehabilitation account expenditures.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and with me we have a big team today to answer any of your project-specific questions. And co-hosting or co-producing, co-presenting with me is Blossom Scottheim, our supervising engineer, Mike Cagnetti, road superintendent, Mike Young, fleet services manager, Janelle Koslevy, senior accountant, and we also have all our engineers, Denise Zitnick, Dave Ruby, Gary Wilson, and Eric Pearson. And I think I got everybody right? Okay. All right, so here we go. We won't cover our public works vision because I think it's entrenched in your mind since we just presented last month. So last month we brought you the sad news of the state of our county roads and our declining PCI. And as promised, we're back here today to talk about funding. We're going to give you a general overview of the funding and then get into the road fund revenue and expenses, and then talk a little bit about what we're proposing for SB1 project expenditures, as well as some capital projects that you can muse over if we were ever lucky enough to win $1 million. And we're hoping that we can still bring you a capital improvement plan in June, but that if that gets pushed out into July, we'll let you know, okay? All right, so this is a slide that we showed you back during board orientation. This is the 7 divisions of Public Works and all of the associated funds. Today, we're just going to really concentrate on the business, fleet, roads, and engineering that make up the road fund, capital fund, and storm fund. So really briefly, an example of capital projects would be your Rawhide project, the Rawhide Bridge, Jacksonville Bridge chip seal, the 5th Avenue signalization. Those are grant funded, and that's our staff seeking grant opportunities. We don't always win them. They are very competitive at times. And some of them do require a local match, although Blossom's told me the bridge projects, we don't usually have to have a local match, correct? So we love bridge projects. And then we have a separate fund for storms. 2017 and 2018 were particularly brutal. We had over a dozen different storms in those 2 years. And so staff, that's a lot of staff time. Staff has to work with Cal OES, and they apply for the emergency funds. And I don't know if any of you have ever walked out with some of these folks, but they'll go out and investigate and then come back and investigate some more to ensure that the damage is actually storm-related and not deferred maintenance. Then we also have permitting nightmares sometimes, such as Ferretti Road, that can hold up projects for a year. But the big thing to remember is that until we get our funds approved, we are actually using our road fund to fund these projects. So Ferretti Road, Q&N Mill, and Marcia's Flat are examples of storm projects. So now we get into the road fund, and this is really the basis of our daily operations. This is how it funds all of our staff, our road maintenance, so business, fleet, roads, and engineering. And we use this graphic really to, we're oversimplifying, but this is a funding overview. So general fund is really discretionary funds. And our general fund contribution is the maintenance of effort of $942,000. General fund is usually property tax, sales tax, state and federal revenue grants. It's the yellow bucket that becomes a real problem for us and is very restrictive, and that is your gas taxes and vehicle registration fees. So that's your SB1 highway user tax funds. We often get asked, especially during fire season, can we just punch a road through on such and such? And we always have to say, if it's not a county maintained road, we can't do it and we're sorry. So we do provide an annual report to the state controller. All of our staff actually put their time into a software called WinCams. Everything is tracked very carefully, and it is very restrictive. So then we have another bucket. This is not all-inclusive, but these are some examples of some of the buckets of HBP, which is your Highway Bridge Program money. We also have the Highway Safety Improvement Program. congestion mitigation air quality program. So these are federal and state revenue and grants, and they are restricted to the project itself. And then we have other we have other funds called Regional Surface Transportation Funds and your Secure Rural Schools, and these are restricted to roads. So when we actually put them into the giant bucket called Road Fund, your general fund is no longer discretionary. So that all becomes very restricted, and on top of it being just road fund restricted, all the little restrictions related to the highway bridge program and so forth still stay with that money. So we have to track it very carefully. Other sources of revenue for the board to consider is the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Program. I have to read some of my notes because this goes back a long ways. It was implemented in Tuolumne County back in 1987. At that time, the Board of Supervisors found that the cumulative impacts from growth and development on the county's road system was sufficient to warrant an implementation of a fair share fee to kind of mitigate these impacts. In 1991, it was updated again with a 1% administrative fee. And then again in 1998, the board amended the Ordinance Code Chapter 3.54 and actually came up with a Table 1 list of projects that included local projects, intersection improvements, and a 50-50 state share list. The list was then prioritized in 2009 by the board, and we have been talking amongst ourselves and thinking that perhaps this list should be looked at again by the new board. It is about $8 million in that fund right now, between, I believe, all three funds. And we did bring these funds, they are reported out to the board annually, and I believe November of 2020 was the last time you saw a report on these funds. All right, so then the other bucket here is controlled by our Regional Transportation Planning Agency, which in this case is TCTC. And this is another set of RSTP funds that are directed through that agency, and then they can choose or opt to have them sent to us or to their own project. In this case, I think the last batch went to the widening project. There's also CMAQ funds, which we would have to then do, they would do a call for projects. There's STIP funds, and again, some of these funds have requirements as far as which classification of roads you would have, so as maybe it'd be a major or an arterial. And then finally, the local transportation funds, these are the 1.25% statewide sales tax. And the 1% goes to the general fund, and the 0.25% is then used for rural counties at least. If all your transit needs are met, it can go towards local roads. And that, as I said, the board controls the one on the left, the TIMF, but this one on the right, these funds are controlled through the TCTC board. So this is, again, just kind of oversimplifying the funding. We thought that this would be interesting to look at. This is from 1920, and I believe that the budget at the time was $8 to $9 million for our revenue for road fund. But really what you can see here is that the SB1 and HUDA, the highway user tax, make up the lion's share of the revenue. We also have Secure Rural Schools, but that's not always guaranteed. Permits and fees, we will be coming back to the board at some time because we realize that our permits and our fees are a little bit underfunded. So for instance, when we do a special event permit, if it's a nonprofit, we don't charge anything, and we spend a lot of time on some of them. Our maintenance of effort, it's showing as 12% of our total budget. That varies because of depending on how much revenue we bring in, but it is actually 1% of the general fund budget. And then reimbursements, this is anybody who is actually staffed under the road fund. If they do work for airports or for solid waste, then we get reimbursed back to the road fund for that time. And fleet services brings in about 3% by performing work on other county departments or divisions. And we thought we would share this with you. This is a little bit of historical information. This is the 1966 road budget, and if we convert this into today's dollars, they were working with about the same budget, about $9 million. Their maintenance of effort was a little bit higher. The contribution from general fund was about $1.3 million, but what's interesting is that the forest reserves was about $1.3 million, and we're getting about $400,000, so that's really the big difference. And of course, their roads were probably newer back then, and they had less of them because we stopped accepting roads in the 80s into the county maintained system.
Kim, is that forest reserve, is that the tax that the loggers were paying?
I think it's the timber sales.
Timber sales?
Yeah. Okay, so now Blossom's gonna
talk grants. Get this over here. So we have multiple state grant funding. Nope. There we go. Yeah.
All right, well, maybe we're not. Hold on. There we go.
The first, the RSTP, like Kim talked about, that has to be used on an arterial or a major collector. There's generally no match required, and that is generally distributed through our RTPA. The LTF funds, again, no match required. Historically, those are put towards paving projects. And the CMAC, which is an air quality improvement program, so it's project specific. And finally, the Active Transportation Program, that's the grant we just got down in Jamestown. That comes directly to us from the CTC. Our federal grant, these are an example of a few of the ones we use the most. The Highway Safety Improvement Project, that's driven by data, accident history for eligibility. The HBP, the Highway Bridge Program, that rehabilitates or reconstructs eligible bridges. Generally, we don't have a match required unless the bridge is on an arterial or a major collector. We have our HIP, or Highway Infrastructure Program. This is a little lesser used program, not often available, but again, like the RSTP, only arterials or major collectors. And finally, the FLAP, the Federal Lands Access Program. This is something that comes up every 2 years, and it can be used on roads that access a federal area or through or on federal property but county maintained. Oh, yes. At your next meeting on the 11th, we'll be bringing you a FLAP application item. Currently, we have quite a few grant-funded capital projects. The Highway Bridge Program, we have $33 million worth of grant funding on the books over the next probably 10 years or so. That's 9 active projects and 3 projects that we haven't even started yet but are guaranteed funding. Our HSIP, or Highway Safety Improvement Projects, we have 6 active projects for a total of $8 million worth of grant funding. The FLAP project, that's Evergreen Road, that one $12 million one. We have the Red Hills Road Low Water Crossing under the HMGP program. We have the Monoway Operational and Safety under the RIP, or Regional Improvement Program. And finally, we were just awarded the Twain-Hart Storm Drain Rehabilitation under that Prop 1 IRWIM grant. So we have quite a few grant-funded programs. Some of these require local match and some don't. It varies on the project and the grant funding.
Okay, so like we said, there's really only one action that would be required by the board today, and that's in your board memo and the resolution to consider approving it for SB1. So the process is we receive the funds from SB1. For us to receive the funds, we have to adopt a resolution of anticipated projects, which is in your list. And then the county submits the projects, and CTC reviews the projects and confirms whether they're even eligible for funding. Then the CTC notifies the state controller's office, and they release the funds to the county. There is some flexibility, so when we submit our resolution and we upload, I believe it's to CalSmart, our project list, we actually have the flexibility to change those as needed.
Some of our proposed expenditures with SB1 this year are our roadside spraying program, our surface treatment program, which is generally a crack fill program, culvert replacements, and our traffic signal and safety program. As we say in your memo, we concentrate on people and projects. The expenditures this year towards people allows us to continue operations with 29 employees in the road maintenance division. And we have 2 large rehabilitation and reconstruction projects that we are contributing a portion to, the intersection improvements on Parrott's Ferry, which is out to bid right now, and the Phoenix Lake Road Improvements Project, which is another highway safety improvement project that we anticipate to go out to bid this fall. Our additional projects, reconstruction, these are carryovers from a prior year. We're just waiting to have the money to deliver these. The Tuolumne Road surface treatment, Tuolumne Road North rehabilitation, that's Ponderosa to 108, so the second half of what we did a few years ago. Q and Mill Road, that's a segment in the center. And the Standard Road rehabilitation, which including the complete streets component that were added in Later on is about a $7.5 million project. The first 3 projects on that list are shovel-ready. We're just waiting to accrue enough funding to deliver them. We put together some scenarios. If we had $1 million or 2, we worked with our Street Saver software to identify some areas, some projects that we would like to do. So you see Merced Falls, Crystal Falls Drive, Phoenix Lake Road, Jamestown Road, and Willow Springs Drive. We'll discuss each one of those individually. Merced Falls is a major collector. The overall PCI is 24, but they range from 0 to 48 across the segments. This would be a full reconstruction of the county portion with the cold-in-place recycling and overlay for about $2.1 million. Crystal Falls Drive, half of it is a minor collector, half of it is a local road. Again, this would be a full reconstruction. Our PCIs vary from 6 to 49 over the entire road. It would be a little over $600,000 for the first mile, the minor collector mile, and another $700,000 for the second half. Phoenix Lake Road is actually in pretty good condition. We have the highest PCI, segment PCI, and that's 79. If we treat it now with a crack seal and a chip seal, we're adding 7 to 10 years of useful life to that road for a lot less than we would spend on a reconstruction. That would be just under $1 million. Jamestown Road has a mile, just over a mile in the center that is in terrible condition. Again, the PCIs range from 0 to 6 across those segments. So a full reconstruction of that 1.1 mile segment would be $870 and would bring that overall PCI of 45 up significantly across the entire length of Jamestown Road. And finally, Willow Springs Drive. We know it's a residential and local, but we know that has a lot of issues. It's 1.25 miles. The PCIs range from 7 to 39. A full reconstruction would be $885,000. We're proposing a demonstration project, a 3-layer Cape seal, which is something we haven't done before in the county, but we'd like to try. Other cities such as Watsonville, Napa, Sacramento, and Sonoma County have had good luck with these treatments. Again, it would be experimental, and that would be about $335,000.
The only thing I would like to add is that these are really and truly estimates that the team put together for you to look at today, so please don't hold us to these numbers.
Kim, I have one problem. I didn't see District 3 Road in there.
Oh, gee.
Tuolumne Road North.
That was in there.
Oh, was it north? Was it in?
The existing resolution.
Oh, the existing.
It's one of the
One of the big
shovel-ready
ones.
projects.
I must have been reading when you said it. Well, hurrah then.
What questions can we answer?
Okay, questions? I think I started over here last time, so I'll start on this side. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, my first question is for a road in District 4, Standard Road you mentioned. Is that from Monoway all the way to Tuolumne Road, the whole Standard Road?
It is. It was originally developed as a reconstruction only. A couple years ago, we came back to the board and they wanted to add complete streets elements to it. So the $7.5 million that you saw there includes a widened shoulder shared use bike lane and ADA improvements.
Okay. And then just some comments. I do feel that we need to update the 2009 traffic impact mitigation project list. It's long overdue. So I would hope that the rest of the board would agree with me. And last comment, I like your buckets graphics. Thanks.
Supervisor Kirk.
Just real quick, on page 3 of the memo, it mentioned special department expenses for $493,000. Could you explain what that?
Do you want to go ahead or you want me to? So this is really our contingency fund. If we have a greater breakdown, if we have a storm project, knock wood, we didn't have any this year, but that is really where we draw from if something happens.
Or if a culvert washes
If
away.
a culvert washes out, QML.
Just throwing that out there as a hypothetical.
Gotcha. And then can you just go back to the, because when I look at that page 3 on Tuolumne Road, it looked like it was only like a $5,000 surface treatment. Is that correct?
No,
Which
let me.
I need to make sure I
Let me
find
pull
that.
up the numbers for you. We've got $5,000 in this year's SB1 list, just to finish up any kind of last minute, there's the costs are on there. Finish up any last
There you
minute
go, okay.
design or pre-construction stuff, but right now, we're just waiting until we have that 1.8 million or that 4.5 million
Right,
to
so-
do those projects. They are shovel-ready, and if we receive some one-time funds
Okay.
or had a grant opportunity, they'd be ready to go.
I got you. All right. And then, yeah, I had emailed Kim earlier because I didn't understand a $300,000 sweeper, but it makes sense. The response was, we use that for roadside brushing. It helps clean out the culverts, or not the culverts, but the
In the ditches,
the
yes.
ditches, which is a huge, I think you had said, you can just do one sweep and you're done. So that makes more sense as far as that being that expense. Okay. I think that was it for now. Thank you, guys.
Supervisor.
Well, I was looking at that special department expense too. The Street Saver software, there's an annual renewal. How much does it cost for the annual renewal?
$1,000?
I'm looking at,
It's $1,000.
how much?
Oh, I'm sorry. $5,000 for the annual renewal.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Did you, the Street Saver software, we kind of touched on it the last time we were here. It really does help us break down what is needed for the roads more, using science, not, it doesn't look at the districts and, yeah.
Great. That was actually going to be my question, is some of the advantages to using Street Saver there. It just sounds like analytics to help prioritize funding based on actual data, which is, great. You said it's $1,000 a year?
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's $5,000 a year.
5,000, okay. In relating to that, could you speak a little bit more about the CAPE, three-layer CAPE seal? Is what I was just quickly Googling. So that's something for roads in really poor condition, right?
It is. It's a method that was developed mainly in Watsonville and Lompoc, and they use what they call a microsurface, which is similar to a slurry seal, a very fine, small aggregate with a polymer base. And so they put that in as a leveling course to kind of fill in the cracks and the alligatoring. And then they do a chip seal on top of that. And then finally a CAPE seal, or I'm sorry, a slurry seal, which is the wearing course. And they've had really good luck in these cities doing streets that, local roads that wouldn't normally qualify for funding, that they would never have the money to fully reconstruct. They've been getting 7 to 10 years of life easily out of these treatments.
Great. Thank you, and happy to see Jamestown Road on there as well. Certainly, keeping that in good condition. And just in closing on that, I definitely sung "If I Had a Hammer" in my head when you put that on there, and so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll go back to that three-layer Cape Seal then. Are you looking for direction on that, or are you thinking you're just going to, let's give that a try, and because of the success in those, you said Lompoc and Watsonville, I think?
It's something we've been wanting to try. Generally, it's better for local roads, which we prioritize a little less, but it's absolutely something we're going to try. In this case, bringing these roads up, based on the Street Saver software, that local road popped up, and we thought it would be good to kind of bring that in and show the difference between a reconstructed $850,000 and the three-layer treatment at $335,000.
Yeah, about 500,000.
Significant difference,
Savings, yeah.
yes.
Okay, very good.
But we don't have that funding right now.
Okay.
And on that was going to be where I was starting is, okay, well, let me start where I was going to start. Okay, so if you could bring up the Standard Road project down there at the bottom. Okay, so 7.5 million, and about how long is that section?
1.5?
5 miles, okay.
No, about 1.5.
Okay, so about 1.5 miles, $7.5 million, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
with the complete streets elements.
Yeah, and I was going to bring Supervisor Kirk into this conversation because he and I were on the board when we approved that plan. And I think, while complete streets and we kind of went for all the bells and whistles and the best possible road. And what we did when we made that decision, I think, is we made it impossible to pay for anytime within our lifetimes. And so what's the possibility of revisiting that? We have a new board. Maybe some more information is available to us, because obviously we want, as much active transportation consideration, bike lanes, sidewalks. We want the roads to be wide for evacuation. But if we can't afford to do it, then the roads just sit and they fester and they never get repaired. So finding, I think we kind of I missed the mark in terms of finding, the board, previous board, missed the mark in terms of finding that middle ground where it's economically viable and also good for the community that it's serving. So I don't know, what would be the process of kind of looking at that again?
I mean, we can certainly bring it back. I believe there were 3 options that were proposed at the time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And we went with the most expensive one, right?
Yes,
Well,
yes.
But and in that same token, though, I can't remember the details of the conversation, but I thought there's a certain reason why we went that route, and I think we all agreed it was way crazy expensive. Wasn't there some sort of grant funding or something that if we did a complete streets, then it would make us eligible for? I'm trying to remember what that conversation was.
Sure. There's the possibility of the active transportation program funding if you're adding pedestrian bike elements.
Right.
However, that's a very competitive grant program. We've applied every year that it's been available, and we just received our first grant for the project down in Jamestown. So it could be something that every 2 years we apply and we're denied. We apply again.
So is that why we made that decision?
Yeah.
Does that?
I think so.
They have
I
to
think
go back
because
and
there
watch
was the
the video.
possibility of that funding.
But then if it's also a 99% possibility that we're not going to get, then yeah, it absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, with that expense, depending on SB1 revenues, it could easily be 2028 or 2030 before we can deliver it.
Yeah, I just don't think we would have made that decision unless there was a pretty good reason to go down that route. So if we want to revisit, absolutely. But
yeah, well,
we just need to know why we came to that decision.
I just kind of, I was just thinking about, unless we got, and the ATP grant for Jamestown was 3.5? Anyway, it was much less than this.
It's about, I want to say it's about 2 million. I could be wrong.
Was it? Okay. And then, so the prospect of getting, 3 times as much for standard road.
Well, and it would just be for the pedestrian and bicycle elements. It wouldn't pay for the actual paving of the road.
Yeah, because that road needs we need to straighten out the curves, we need to repave it, we need, it needs to be completely redone.
Yeah, and the widening also could add some right-of-way issues in certain segments of the road, so it makes it a much bigger project.
Yeah, and so I guess I'm just saying I'd rather have it usable sooner than, go for the slam dunk.
I agree, but if we were to have that brought back, I think we should have a real clear understanding why we made that decision.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure there was.
We can bring this item back too.
If you wanted to.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just bringing that up.
I agree. I just can't remember it all.
I am saying that I did not understand the full depth of the decision at the time, because I think if I had realized that it was, $7.5 million for a mile and a half of road, I would have thought, oh, okay, that probably doesn't make sense.
Maybe tonight you and me can go back and watch the past.
Yeah, we'll go back and we'll go through it all.
Can you do me a favor? Find out what day that was that we made that decision. I'll go back and watch the video, because I know there was a reason.
Well, I mean, the complete streets element has a really significant fire safety element to it, where you're actually increasing the capacity to the point where you could have 3 lanes exiting a community and 1 lane coming in for emergency vehicles. And so that's something that.
And I think that was part of the reason.
And that was part of the
reason. If
reason.
Tuolumne Road got backed up, they would have a way to access 108.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that, yes, while that's certainly a goal that we should have, if that goal is going to be 15, 20 years in the future, and we have a fire in 5 years, we will have. Well, I'd rather have a good 2-lane road now than
I agree.
a perfect road in
I agree.
20 years.
But
you
if
know.
the state Board of Forestry gets their way, then everybody else will get to pay for fixing the roads
That's true.
where they can't build.
Yeah.
So I just had to throw that out there.
Ryan?
And then, so going down, and so what, so the cost of the first three, which are probably, those three are all pretty viable right now, right?
Correct.
So are you looking for funding for those, or are we taking a little bit out of SB1 every year to pay for them? How does that work?
Right now, we're stockpiling our SB1 to be able to pay for
Okay.
those.
And-
If another funding source became available, we would absolutely take advantage of it.
And so are you stockpiling for the entire suite of those three, or are you prioritizing, one, Tuolumne Road first, Tuolumne Road North, Q and Mill?
They're not prioritized in any order, but we would definitely do one at a time as the funding becomes
Okay.
available.
And then the next slide of projects. So, yeah, so what would be, so those other ones would kind of go first with SB1 funds. What are we looking for? What kind of funding sources are we looking for?
If anyone wants to leave Public Works in their will some money, this is where we could possibly fund these projects.
Okay.
Seriously, we don't have any funding source for these right now.
Okay.
This is our wish list.
And have we talked to, you look at like Jamestown Road, or Crystal Falls Drive or Willow Springs Drive, you have a lot of residences that live in those areas. Some of them have HOAs and other organizations. Is there some way to reach out to them specifically to say if they're able to do some kind of cost share, or, because I've actually heard from folks in at least one of those areas that have said that they would be open to putting some money toward repairing their own roads.
Yeah, we can certainly look into that, and we'd have to talk to county council and the CAO and how that would work.
Okay, just throwing that out there. Okay, and that was my last question. Is there any public comment from the room? Anybody? Okay, is there anyone on the phone that would like to speak about this? Oh, I saw someone. Is there any public comment? Okay.
Well, I'll talk about
Well,
Standard
welcome.
Road.
Hello.
Thank you. Because I went through a big litany of things, I think, with Standard Road when that came up before. Because I deliver those drug take-back cards, and I deliver them in person to the businesses. And not once have I ever been on Standard Road when I have not had a problem and nearly gotten mowed down. I don't walk on Jamestown Road. But Standard Road, you have all those little businesses there, and trying to go back and forth. There's no place to walk. There's a little bit of sidewalk there by that kind of, the quilt store was there, and there's a beauty shop and a dentist, and down to Doherty Tire, I think, where Dandelions was. There's a little bit of sidewalk. But the rest of it is horrendous. And you've got a school down there also. So you can barely walk anywhere on Standard Road. So it needs to be wider for pedestrian safety, because, traffic violence is one of my soapbox topics.
Yeah. No, and that's a good point. Now, I know that there were three options. Wasn't the second one to have, it wasn't a full sidewalk, but it was a walking path? It was something in between a sidewalk and a wider shoulder.
Denise Zitnick is our project
Okay.
manager on this. She's going to come up and tell us the
We did have
details.
3 options on that project.
Yeah.
There was the one for just doing the ADA improvements in town, and that's required by law. The other one was the one we chose with the Class 2 bike lane. And I think the third one is a wider shoulder. Some of it would be paved, some of it unpaved. That was actually the most expensive option.
So I think you guys picked the second out of the 3.
Okay. All right.
But again, this is something we could absolutely bring back to you.
Denise, how much was the first option, though? Can you remind me? Do you remember the cost of the first option?
No, okay, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Okay, Supervisor Brennan.
I just wanted to mention one comment from CSAC meeting that we had. It was the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee, and they were using the term over and over and over. It was fix it first. It was SB1, a lot of the funds going not just to roads, but to many other projects, good ideas to meet, I think, statewide goals. But one of the comments I made there is that if we keep funding it that way, the only way we're going to be able to get around is bicycles, right? We are not providing enough funding from SB1 actually to local roads. I know this is not your fault, but I would love to see how we as a board can be able to send that into, potentially a resolution, our legislators and regional legislators as well as to the governor, to say that one thing that can be done to fix rural roads is to take the gas tax funding that is already supposed to be going there and to, if not completely reallocate it so that it will never go to these active transportation projects and again, other causes that I think are really good things, but it will first fix up the roads in that community to a level that we can maintain and then build those types of systems into. I worry about a future here as we're fixing these, as we've mentioned, you're doing more with less, but it's just the maintenance is more than can be done. It's getting worse every single year. A place where you can't reach places not because we can't run enough bus routes, but because the buses can't drive on that road, and you can't get anywhere again, without a bike lane in there. Anyway, I would be very interested in taking some of this data. How do we be able to write that resolution in the future and send that in?
We'd be happy to help you with that. I mean, one of the things we have to consider as we talk about fire emergency is if our roads are falling apart, how do you get emergency vehicles out quickly? You're talking about zero emission vehicles. They still need pavement. So, yeah, we are not repairing the existing infrastructure. We shouldn't be spending money on new infrastructure if we can't take care of the old stuff.
And I don't think they realize that it's about a 10-to-1 liability, right, with the road repair fund to how much we have over the PCI. The 20-year need was $280 million. And I think over 20 years, if you add up our whole road repair budget, it was something like 28, 30 million. 10-to-1, a 10-to-1 liability on roads. I mean, it's not, there's no pun intended, there's no patching that. There's no allocating a little money here to fix that up. It's a system that's going for zero. So anyways, rant over. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with that. Don't be afraid to use us in any way that we can to help advocate for these things. I mean, Tuolumne County is in kind of a unique, in a bad way, a unique position in that we have, 610, I think Blossom, you said it was 608.5 miles. And I've never heard it that down to the half mile before. So, miles of county maintained road, and yet we have a rural, relatively small population, and that's pretty unique in the state. I don't know if we have the most miles of road per capita, but I'm sure we're probably pretty close to that in the state. So we need to keep, shouting and pounding the table about these things. And so any way that the board can help you do that, please don't hesitate to let us know. So I did call for public comment. What are you looking from the board right now?
It's recommended that your board adopt a resolution for the fiscal year 21-22 that includes a project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017 for road maintenance and rehabilitation account expenditures.
Okay, if there's any other discussion, I'll see if there's a motion to that effect.
Mr. Chairman, I'll so move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you
Thank you very much. Okay, so, all right, so let's move on to our second 1 o'clock appointment.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 4221, declaration of emergency due to shelter crisis pursuant to Government Code Section 8698.2.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and I'll get started while they are setting up. And so good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me are Calais Brown and Quincy Yaley. So today what we wanted to do was go through some options that may provide some flexibility and also provide a message to our state and federal legislators as we are looking for grant funds. Okay, so that's okay. In January, your board had developed a list of board goals and objectives. And number two, second to the COVID response, was all about community and family health. So 2.2 objective of that was to begin identifying ways to meet the needs of those experiencing homelessness in our community. So since that time, your staff have been working on a lot of different options that are available in different counties, different cities, the way they're addressing it, as well as, and Calais will speak to this, the one-on-one time that they've spent getting to know the population who are currently experiencing this issue right now. So what is before you today is just another tool to put in the toolbox for your board as we continue working on this and providing some different types of services to individuals who are experiencing homelessness. And then finally, before we get into this, I wanted to make sure that I state for your board and for anyone listening that staff does not have any properties in mind. We're not researching. We're not looking at any properties. This is purely just getting another tool in the toolbox for both you and for staff as we move forward. And with that, I'll defer to Calais with her next portion.
Thank you. Again, my name is Calais Brown. I'm the Tuolumne County Homeless Prevention Coordinator. And a couple of things I just wanted to bring to you today is, first of all, the 2019 point-in-time count, which is an attempt to count an entire county of those that are unsheltered in a 24-hour period. In 2019, that number was 385, and per 100,000, that's a 0.007. And just to give you some perspective where that is, San Francisco is at 0.008. So we're very close to that statistic. In 2017, they did a summer point-in-time count. It's the only time we've ever done it, but there has been this idea there's a seasonal migration. And our PIC count was 714 with a per 100 average of 0.014. That's almost twice the rate of San Francisco. I think that what we're seeing now is that we're actually seeing people like ourselves unable to be housed. So if anything should happen in your housing situation and you are needing to rent, it isn't just people maybe who aren't working or who are living in encampments, it's actually people like you and I. Our shelters right now that we currently have would normally house about 40 people, depending on the situation, are now only housing about a fourth of those due to COVID. So there's the last time I checked with the low-income housing there on Greenlee Road, there was about a 2-year wait list. And yesterday I received a housing rental housing list from ADCA. There were 11 properties that were for rent. Only one of those properties, if you were living at the maximum of Social Security, about $11.75, could you qualify for, and it was renting a room with a bathroom. So in our work with the homeless over the last year using room key money, where we supported a group of about 50 and then an additional group of about 30, we did not find a rental in Tuolumne County for someone to rent. People either decided to other things. Some people housed them for free somewhere. Sometimes they were able to, say, go into rehab or move to another state or county. So in our current state, rentals are very difficult to come by. And you have to have about 3 times the rent to be able to qualify for things like rapid rehousing and support with rental assistance. So if you're on Social Security at the maximum of $11.75, that doesn't leave you a lot of wiggle room. I wanted to share one other quick thing with you. The schools also do sort of their own PIC count, And it simply asked to the parents, is there a time when you and your children do not have a safe place to sleep? And in 2019-2020, Mark Dyken received this information of 331 children affected by housing insecurity during that time. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director. I'll do some more government speak then now to wrap this up before we take questions. But under Government Code Section 8698, your board may find that a significant number of persons in the county are without the ability to obtain shelter. Upon this making this finding, your board may then declare a shelter crisis exists. And upon the declaration of the crisis, the county is empowered to take steps to mitigate this crisis. If the county adopts a shelter crisis, then the county is also required to adopt new regulations that suspend the strict compliance with codes which would delay, prevent, or hinder our county's efforts to mitigate such shelter crisis. The adoption of such ordinances, specifically with respect to Building Code Appendices X and O with local amendments, is the next item on your agenda. Without a shelter crisis declaration, relief from building codes that are specific to housing homeless individuals would not be possible. And so in summary, in order to utilize the California Residential Code and the California Building Code to allow for the construction or use of emergency housing, the county must first declare a shelter crisis. Without the declaration of a shelter crisis, all standard, routine, and universal building code requirements must be met. The declaration allows the use of emergency housing construction standards, which can include local modification, which expands the range of housing solutions that the county can implement for residents experiencing a crisis. And therefore, it's our recommendation that your board approve a resolution declaring a shelter crisis of emergency pursuant to Government Code Section 8698.2 here in Tuolumne County, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, questions? Supervisor Brandon, and then I'll go to you.
Well, first, I wanted to thank both of you for bringing this. I'll say it again, we are in a housing crisis in Tuolumne County, and I believe it's one of the root issues that affects almost everything else, including the revenue we have for every single other program. And I'm so tired of seeing so many posts online of people that can't find a house. I get a lot of people that reach out to me saying, well, I just got evicted, or my landlord's selling the house, and I need to find a place. Can you help me? And unfortunately, the answer is, besides referring to some of these services that, like ATCA, know what's available. No, because even on the campaign, I struggle myself to find a place. We have 0 vacancy in Sonora. We have, as in vacant rooms in the entire city. We have just a 2-month housing supply, according to TCAR with the realtors. And in 1 quarter, we had 16% or 16% increase in the cost to buying a home here. With limited supply and price spiking like that, worse than it potentially was in 2007, we're talking about, it's not going to go down anytime soon. And we have to be able to take action on that. While this may not solve the amount of housing inventory that we have, it's a really great solution to be able to hopefully get around some of these requirements to meet the immediate need. So my commendation for that, I'm really happy to see it. As you had mentioned, Calais, 385 was, the winter number. The fact that as a relatively poor county compared to a Bay Area place like the combined city county San Francisco, that we are twice per capita having to support the services and community effort of that. It's absolutely ridiculous, and we got to be able to do something. That said, my only real question was one thing that emerged during the campaign is trying to look at all the different types of alternative housing that can be put up relatively cheaply. I think I had shared something recently on pallet homes, which I think is covered under, it seemed like, the definitions there. I did want to specifically ask about the emergency housing, it's the emergency housing facilities section under terms there. Unless I'm reading cross. Well, oh, no, sorry, emergency housing under terms. It says emergency sleeping cabins, emergency transportable housing units, and tents constructed in accordance with appendix. And I wanted to specifically see if that covered yurts, which seem to be something that other areas are exploring because of their cheapness to deploy and their, more permanence than, I guess, just a simple tent.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So the specifics as to what emergency housing construction standards can be used once the shelter crisis is, the shelter crisis is adopted and declared by your board, are going to be handled in our next agenda item on Appendix X and O. And our Chief Building Official, Brian Bell, is here, who can elaborate more on what what local modifications we're making to specifically allow different types of construction to be used. We brought both of these items to you in separate items, as one is a declaration and one is an ordinance code update, just to try to help segregate the two actions. The board could not declare a shelter crisis. You could adopt building code amendments, but then we could not use those. So the second item could be before you without this item, but in order to use the second item, they both have to come together. So if it's all right, if we can defer your question until our building code ordinance update, and we'll be sure to answer it then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks.
Thank you again for this. And I think the most appealing thing is looking at any of the onerous state requirements that we have. And this is a safety valve to say, sure, solar panels on one of these facilities, on a house, it's a nice addition. It's meeting our energy goals. Having the sprinkler systems and that, the numerous state requirements, maybe it makes a better building. Right now, you can't even find a place to live with a roof over your head. That's the immediate crisis we have to solve before we think about what the best option is. We have to provide at least some solution. So thank you for all your work on this.
Supervisor Kirk.
So I'm getting a little gray in my mind up here because, not hair, but because when I think of homelessness, I think of the homeless situation that we have down the street. But now we're talking about people who can't find rent. So are we, if somebody gets evicted or somebody has to move because they're selling the house and now there's nowhere to rent, are we talking about using this to allow building to get those folks into housing? Because I feel like we're blurring the lines between actual homeless people versus
Right.
people who can't find somewhere to.
No, I think what I was just saying there is that when people like us are having difficulty finding rent or finding a place to rent, and they do eventually, it takes a lot of time and energy for them to do that. That really takes away from the ability from someone who's starting way back here to then get their first and last, get their security deposit, find some place that'll take a dog, find somewhere that's ADA compliant. Like, it just creates the inventory. I called one of the rental places and I said, for this $450 room, how many applicants do you think you'll get? And she goes, oh, probably 50, 100.
Okay.
So you can imagine if there's a homeless person in there with limited income, and it says on there, what's your rental history? They're going to put none, and they're
Okay.
going to be completely down the list. So I just was comparing if it's
I
difficult
got
for
you.
us. what's
Okay,
like.
that's why I was asking the question. The other thing is I kind of have an issue with the actual shelter crisis verbiage when the statewide average is 367 and we're 342. So if we're right there around the average, how does the average constitute a crisis?
I don't.
The statewide average is 360 homeless per 10,000 people.
Per 100,000 people.
Or sorry, no, it's per 10,000.
So are you saying the math is wrong? That could be.
Or maybe it's a typo. Okay. Well, 100,000.
So, for example-
all I'm trying to say is if the state average is this and we're just right below the state average.
I want to be clear, that's not a state average. What I'm saying is that when you put it per 100,000, our average is the same as as areas like San Francisco and LA.
Okay.
So,
Because it says statewide average.
oh, in here, sorry. I
The
was
four
reading
county
off something
continuum of care rate for homelessness was higher than the statewide average at 367 homeless per, I guess it's supposed to be 100,000. I thought it was 10,000. People in the general population, whereas the statewide average is 342.
So we can also talk a little bit about other entities that have declared the same thing for the same reason.
Okay, I'm just.
Sure. There's no threshold in your homelessness rate in order to declare a shelter crisis. So that you don't have to have a certain percentage of unsheltered individuals
Okay.
in your locale. So we're not bringing it to you because we have crossed some numerical threshold
Okay.
and therefore
That's what
now
I'm-
we're recommending this to do.
Okay.
The reason we're recommending the shelter crisis be declared is to provide tools to the county to be able to house unsheltered individuals at any rate that
Okay.
we need to house them.
Thank you.
Okay.
That clarifies a little bit. And then that brings me to my last point, which I brought up before. And if this is a tool in the toolbox, like we have this homeless committee, we're dealing with nonprofits. I'm not sure what the entire full board stance on it, but my stance from the very beginning is I don't want to ever, I want to be part of the solution, but I don't want to be owning county property and then allowing through this crisis us to be building facilities on county property. So would any point in future, would that open the door for this ordinance, for this crisis situation to be used for county property? Or would it specifically be used for other entities, other nonprofits?
Right, so Supervisor Kirk, and I want to make it clear for the public too, that the declaration of the shelter crisis under this government code section then allows the board to delegate certain or designate certain public facilities, county-owned or leased facilities, to be used as homeless shelters. So it's specifically applying to county public facilities. It's not going to apply to private facilities unless the county were to lease those facilities.
So the only really out clause would be if we lease that building and applied this code to it, or like you said, we own that building and we're applying this code to it.
Correct.
Okay. So with that in mind, I'd like to hear what the rest of the board has to say then.
So I'm all for having this as an option. I think it's great. What I want to know, and I just thought of it since sitting up here, and I'm sorry to spring this on you, but I think it's something you can come up with. I'd like to know how many different departments worked on this and about how many person hours did it take to bring this to the board? Because I know this was a collaboration and I know this took time. Just off the top of your heads, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not off the top of my head. It's in my blood, so that's easy to answer. So this is a true collaboration between HSSA, CAO, County Council, Community Development Department. Am I leaving anyone out? Okay. Number of person hours, hard to say. Lots. Probably 40 for me, throw that around. I mean, so 100 hours maybe. I'm just going to throw it out there. We've been working on this for several months to bring this before your board today. So this has been well in the making. Probably more because I'm not thinking about Brian's time for the next item. So probably in excess of that.
For the public's sake, and we're a new board too, for our board's sake, I just want people to appreciate this one item and how many person hours it took and for how long of a period just to bring something like this to the board. And I just want you to know I appreciate all the collaboration it took to get this here.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the resolution under the second whereas. The portion where it says the governor and legislature require jurisdictions seek an allocation through homeless emergency program to declare this crisis first. So is that, without this, we're not allowed to get any of those funds? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think
here,
the issue that we have without it is that I have attempted to do several things, but the issue always comes is that properties are not available for this type of housing. So what this does is, while they do have to be, they have to be compliant, like there has to be a regular building and it has to be ADA compliant. It allows me to take, say, a church or a classroom or even an RV, and I can make that into an emergency shelter. And I think one of the most important things is this isn't done just to house the homeless. We have, I believe, a crisis in our community. We have community members, businesses that are being affected by this. And having people housed with security and proper support can really lower that anxiety of fires being built, things being stolen, that sort of thing. So it's much larger than just housing people.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we passed up applying for the first round of Project Home Key, correct? So if we had had this in place at the time, would that have made it more likely that we could have applied for that and gotten money through Project Home Key? Well, I guess what I'm saying is, will this help if funds like that become available in the future?
So Project Home Key 2 is going to become available here soon, and I think it might be a chicken or the egg, I'm not sure,
Okay.
but with this, we will have more viable properties to look at.
Okay, and will we be applying for Project Home Key too?
That might be up to the board.
Okay, so you'll be letting us know. So that was my first question.
There is a lot more housing funding coming.
Okay, and this will aid in trying to acquire some of that funding?
Yes, because what we currently can have, if we're not careful, is there's a lot of funding for emergency shelter. There is no funding for additional housing units anywhere. So we can turn the hose on and bring people in, but what are we going to do with them then?
Yeah. Yeah, and thank you. And then just the statement I'll make is that, you know, I noticed that too, that we were kind of in line with other areas in terms of the numbers, but just because the whole state's in crisis doesn't mean we're not in a crisis too. And I look at it, you know, a lack of available housing, affordable housing, of all types, you know, whether it's rentals all the way up to, you know, multi-unit housing, larger homes. There's not enough inventory for the number of people that want to live here. It's similar to me in a lot of ways. I kind of draw connections between, you know, our situation in the roads. We're so far behind the eight ball on that it sometimes feels really daunting in that, you know, how do you fix all these roads? How do you make housing available? Or you could take broadband, for example. We're so far behind the eight ball, but you have to start somewhere. And so it's a good starting point for that, to at least recognize that there is a crisis. You have to state the problem before you can begin to solve it. And so I think this is important for that purpose alone. But I think also the element of it that enables us to acquire funding from our federal and state partners to hopefully help some of our citizens, I think makes it all the more important. Is there any public comments on this appointment? I see Pete standing up.
I guess this has been such a long time since
I know, everybody's forgotten how to do public comment now.
Pete Campa speaking as Pete Campa, the resident of Tuolumne County in the city of Sonora, on this. I'm a little bit curious. I know this isn't a question and answer, but I'd really like to know what the public process is going to be or would be as the county identifies its facilities that it may make available to the public, and what public process would you go through to make that conversion from the prior use as a county facility to a homeless shelter? So the neighborhoods were notified, people had the opportunity to participate in discussion, and so it's just, I didn't hear that, I didn't see that in the documents. It seemed to be that the, excuse me, the building requirement components were being waived to a certain extent, but ADA was not. So just, I don't know what county facilities are available.
Supervisor Campbell. So
Yeah, can you
the
provide
board
some
had,
insight?
your board had made it clear that all of these types of discussions and conversations would take place at that board committee, the advisory committee. So that would be the place where we would first start. And then, of course, as we started looking at potential uses of any county facilities, we would follow all the laws and applicable rules for notification for such changes. So, and then anything else that your board would direct. But those conversations will start at that board advisory committee as they start really researching what those properties might look like and where they're located.
Okay. Does that answer the question? So that, I guess the advisory committee would be the place to go first, and then it would eventually end up with the Board of Supervisors. Okay. Any other public comment from the room? Okay, is there anyone on the phone? Okay, we do have people waiting on the phone.
Hi, this is David Kay, and I'd like to thank the board for taking time to discuss this issue. I'd like to wonder what the county can do to increase the number of homes available. Valley Vista has been languishing for years, and that's 250 units that could be developed and fairly quickly put into place, and that would free up 250 other residential potentials from people that are moving from current Tuolumne County homes into Valley Vista, and then those homes that were left would be available probably for rent or sale. I'd appreciate if you have any comments on what can be done from the county side to get Valley Vista up and running again. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Did you want to address that? It's about kind of a specific housing property,
Thank you for
but
the
if
question.
you can speak generally.
So Valley Vista is not on the agenda, and so I'm looking over at my fellow attorneys who are masked but would insert a legal sentence telling me I can't talk about Valley Vista because it's not on the agenda. But I can speak generally to housing in the county if that's okay. We have a number of projects that are in process at various stages of processing. One of the things that's promising is the state of California has adopted a whole slew of regulations to fast track housing permits that our staff at CDD is actively working to implement to fast track housing. So we have some that are current housing legislation that, are sort of limping towards the finish line, and we're trying to get those there. But then it's really exciting that we have a new set of tools, speaking of tools, to fast track new applications.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else waiting to speak? Okay. Hello and welcome. You're on with the board. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Dana Baker. I am the District 4 member of the public representative on the new Homeless Advisory Committee. And I just had a quick comment on the homelessness population percentages in Tuolumne County because it sounded like there was a little bit of confusion on that, and I wanted to see if I could help clarify. So if the PIT count that Clay was referencing was 385 people total of our approximately 55,000 population in Tuolumne County, that's about 0.7%. And I believe the state rate, the state average in California is 0.3%. So that's over double, and I think speaks to that we do really have a housing crisis in this area. But I just think there was some confusion between the per 100,000 rates and how that was comparing Tuolumne County to the state. So I hope that helps, and I hope I'm getting that right. And then also thank you to Calais for bringing this to the board. I really appreciate it. I agree we're in a housing crisis, and I'm so glad to see the board addressing this very important issue. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. Any other folks waiting to speak on the phones? Okay. No, we do not have anyone else calling in. I'll bring it back to the board for more discussion or see if there's a motion.
Yeah, I have a few comments, a few questions. When again, we come back to the point that I keep trying to stress, which is we keep talking like this is going to open up a bunch of housing and availability, but really it's going to be specific and only to county-owned properties or county leased properties. And once we open up this door, and if we allow any sort of housing specifically for homeless people on county-owned property, we're going to own this long-term. We have other agencies, nonprofits that are dealing with this situation. I feel like if this could be a tool to help them, absolutely. I want the county, I want us to be part of the solution. But what I would like to entertain and see if this board would be up for is if we could make a decision in this conversation that we would use this specifically for county leased properties. If we lease properties, we could apply this code, but remove the idea that we're going to place this on county-owned properties. I hope I'm being clear, because I feel like there's so many. We just did the ADU ordinances. We're hearing that we have fast-track applications coming. Maybe we are in a housing crisis, and that's the bureaucracy's fault. We're in California. It's insane to build a home. And yet we turn around and then we have to, as a board, we're going to end up owning this problem long term. And I think we're going to open up the floodgates to a much bigger problem if we're not careful. Whereas if we have nonprofits, if we have these community partners, where we're able to help them through a lease program and through this code compliant or through this coding, through CDD, I think we need to be very cautious. And I don't want to sign up for ever owning a piece of property that's going to house people. If we can lease it, great. But once we own it, it's ours. So I'm curious if you guys would be up for removing the option to own the land and apply this, but specifically apply it towards leased properties. What's that? You thinking?
Yeah. So on this, and specific to that idea there, I mean, this is really putting, as was mentioned before, and to repeat it, a tool in the toolbox. As I understand, if we identified a property that we owned right now, we would be limited in what could be put on it, but we could go create a safe parking site program. For example, we could put, I think if it's not MX, a mobile home parked, place on it, we could build some type of, infrastructure there that would be a housing thing, and that could be done currently. What this is basically saying is that if the board chose to move ahead with a project like that, we would be able to exempt some of those onerous regulations that you talk about, one being CEQA, for example. Not completely, but some specific exceptions to that. Saying that, for example, we might not have to install a fire sprinkler system in that place. Whether the county owns it, whether the county leases it, I think that's a decision that we should be making when we actually have a project before us. When we have these come forward, I imagine they'd probably go to the Homelessness Advisory Committee. They'd be talked about. We'd have an opportunity, as Pete brought up, for public input, being able to talk about those, at length, bring it back to the board, and then see where it is. To, put that in right here, it really should be something. I mean, if we want to add that, it shouldn't really be in the building code, I don't think. I mean, that should be a whole separate determination about how we use public land. I personally wouldn't be in support of that. I did have some specifics here. One question to Clay and Quincy. There's a lot of detail to this. For everybody watching it, it's a very long ordinance, and I think the complexity can actually make it sometimes simpler by being very clear with things. But I wanted to ask, as far as regulations go and requirements for this, would you say that this is as simple as possible given the state requirements for what this is? Is there anything we've added in that are extra requirements for building?
So in the shelter declaration crisis itself, there's no specifics as to what the emergency housing standards could be, would be, or should be. So on this item before you, there's no varying from what the government code allows under section 8698.2. So the shelter declaration is reflective of everything that's in the state law. On your next board item, with respect to the changes in the building code, there are variations, and when we're talking about the Title 15 changes, our chief building official can explain those under that board item.
Okay.
Those are going to be that's a separate conversation from what the shelter declaration is proposed before you now.
I'm skipping ahead again.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'll rein you back in. It's all right.
Yeah. I would agree, and this is, I think, a little to piece recommendation there. We do discuss where these actually happen, and I think the best place for that would be the Homelessness Advisory Committee. Definitely something for us to discuss as a board, given that there's a lot of experts there. It's a space dedicated to it. And that would be a good place for the public to come in with questions and with concerns and not take up 2 hours here on each project. Take up 2 hours of supervisor half of my time on talking about this issue. With that, then I think I'll save these for the next item then.
Actually, I just had a question, I looked to county council regarding lease versus ownership and liabilities of owning. Is there any distinction between those two?
No, but actually, it's a good point that you raised, because in the code, there is immunity, and I'm just trying to pull it up here. But anyways, the government code does provide for some immunity for actions taken regarding operating a shelter in a publicly owned or leased facility. So that would address those type of issues. And then in terms of, it wouldn't apply differently. The code is very broad about it applies to if the county owns it, the county leases it. And also, just to be clear, other cities can do the same declaration. Even schools could do the same type of declaration. So public entities have the ability to do this type of declaration and use their facilities. The other thing we should point out to Supervisor Kirk is this actually is repealed effective January 1st, 2026. However, as we know sometimes with the legislature, even if something says it's going to be repealed effective a certain date, they can always change that, right? So just so you know, right now it says it will be repealed.
In it, well, I wouldn't count on that, but in that, I'm still not clear on what you said as far as the lease versus the own.
There is no distinction.
There's no distinction.
There's
So
no
it's actually,
distinction in
okay,
the
so
code,
thank you for clarifying
but there is
that.
immunity, and I'm just
There's
not.
immunity.
Yeah, here it is. Cody can.
So there's immunity for both options?
It's during the period of a shelter crisis. It's section 8698.1. A, it specifically says that the political subdivision shall be immune from liability for ordinary negligence in the provision of emergency housing pursuant to the section.
What about the
869.2.
Idaho law where, past 30 days, there's some certain amount of time where once they're there for a certain amount of time, you now.
Martin versus Boise?
Is it Boise?
Right. In that particular case, that is about the inability to cite people who are homeless criminally for sleeping in public areas. So it's not really on point with what we're discussing because we're not talking about any type of criminal citation for.
So if we apply this code and we, to Jaren's example, we find a parking lot and we put 100 tiny homes on there, and a year from now, the funding doesn't come in or something happens, now we're tapping into resources that we don't have. You're telling me we can end that? Legally, we can end that without any repercussion?
You mean in the shelter crisis? Mm-hmm. The shelter crisis, I mean, the intent is that at some point it would be terminated because there would be enough shelter availability for individuals. So yes, your board would have the authority and the ability to terminate the crisis. And like I said, right now, it will automatically terminate January 1st of 2026.
Okay, and then my last question would be, nonprofits who are looking at purchasing land and possibly doing something for the housing situation, this would not apply to them?
Correct.
So by default, we just took on ownership. I'm just saying, Jaren, what's going to happen, I believe, is at these homeless committees, we're going to say, well, the county's got the land, they got the code, they got the ability to do it, and bam, we just took it.
Supervisor Goldenberg, I think, hadn't finished his thought before, so if we could kind of bring it back.
I'm sorry, David.
That's okay. I just kind of wanted to pick up on what Supervisor Brandon said. We formed a committee, to deal with these issues. We've got Supervisors Half and Brandon to do that. We're allowing a tool here, but I think we need to rely on that committee to do their work, and then if something comes out of that committee, it's going to come back to the board too on, suggestions and direction that they're looking for. So that's kind of, I don't want to get too hung up on not approving a tool that they could perhaps craft and use in ways that will turn out to be a good thing. So
I hear you on the homeless committee, but what we did was by approving this is we just gave them a tool to put it specifically and only on county-owned property. We just eliminated really the idea that they can go out and find land and be real stewards of it. Now that's how I'm.
Well, I can't speak for the committee, but I don't think it limits them by any means.
Okay.
It allows them to do it on those properties, but they can certainly look at other relationships, nonprofits, or whatever, and work from there too.
And that sounds like another, this doesn't, as I understand, limit our ability to do other things. We have the status quo. This adds one other thing that we can do. We may want something for nonprofits and private lands that addresses what you're bringing up, and it could be a better alternative. It's cheaper in every way. I had 3 questions that I think might be to some of the points you brought up. One of them to our legal counsel is this program ending that they would have to be vacated, anything that was built, or is it ending like any new entries for the ordinance? I guess what I'm asking, would they be grandfathered in if the legislature decide not to renew it?
Oh, Miss Yaley is shaking her head, so I'm going to have her insert land use language.
So it would be similar to, and Brian Bell's in the back, he can throw something at my head if I get this wrong, but it would be similar to if the county adopts a ordinance code change, anything that comes in under that ordinance code is legal. If the county then does another ordinance code change to eliminate that, it doesn't negate what was approved under the prior ordinance. It might create a legal non-conforming use, so that it can continue on, but it doesn't mean that everybody else has to repeal what they did. This is very normal for what we do in code cycle changes. It's why in my house, I don't have fancy light switches that are energy efficient, but that in someone else's new house, they might have those. So
it's Tuolumne County, everything's a little out of compliance.
We consistently roll along.
Yeah.
It doesn't negate what we did. It just, you wouldn't be able to do it any further.
Okay, so it does seem grandfathered. One thing too is we've mentioned the possibility of applying for home key funds, right? And if we got a facility that was not compliant up to standards, and we decided as a board we want to go ahead with room or home key, without this, it seems like there's a good chance it would be significantly more expensive to be able to upgrade it and maintain it, right?
One of the issues, the reason we didn't apply for the first home key is that it had a very short timeline to turn around a specific type of building. So I don't know the answers to that because it has its own set of rules and policies about what is considered a living dwelling. But I believe those could be used together. So I couldn't really speak exactly to what's in the new home key, and but there's a lot of different funding, so I wouldn't want to speak to just one kind. Okay. And just to clarify, this isn't just county property. This is also property that we could lease or rent. Just to be clear, because I hear Supervisor Kirk saying that it's only county property. I just want to clarify that.
Okay. So
property under our jurisdiction.
So we do have. I did want to open it up, public comment again. I do have a message that Joe Boers from ATCA is on the line and has been waiting patiently to speak. So if it's okay with the board, I'd like to open up public comment once more. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. All right. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to just share a couple of thoughts here. First of all, I just wanted to let you and the public, or just remind you that ATCA does currently have about 25 beds, and I know that that's just a part of the count that Calais shared. And we also have 6 affordable home residences that we make available to people, as well as many other contracts that we have if there's available rooms. I just commenting on this particular resolution is difficult, other than to say that I think it's a Board of Supervisors decision. It's a risk kind of thing. I think Supervisor Kirk is kind of nailing it on the head. It doesn't help ATCA in our vision to help the homeless or help shelter them. I don't think it would help Mark Resiliency Village either, though I could be wrong. But I think given the model that I understand, I don't think it helps them either. So I wanted to share that in Amador County, they're going through a different model. They got some no place from home money, and I've been working with a builder there who's been contracted by the county and will actually own and run the property when it's completed. So the county has no accountability for that particular project, and it's starting off with, I believe it's 26 homes to start, and then an additional 26 homes by the end of 2023. And then that starts a whole new area of other homes that are being built in that area. So there's funding out there to do that kind of thing with contracts that are set up with nonprofits, and that is with a nonprofit. So I just wanted to suggest that and just remind you that those kinds of funds and nonprofits like Resiliency Village, ATCA, and others, CVOC, are actually out there, or CVNC, to support this.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Okay, is there any more public comment? Okay, so I will close public comment again. Did you have anything to add based on what
Yeah, thanks, Joe, for the comment. I want to just clarify my response to Supervisor Brandon regarding the use of the ordinance code changes. So there's what I described, which is Title 15 changes are in effect until we change them again, or we don't change them. And then at that time, if they were changed from emergency housing standards, then we would have legal nonconforming uses. The overarching box that's in is the shelter crisis itself. So if there is a termination of the shelter crisis, then the county can no longer use any emergency housing construction standards, even if they remain in our code. So that's if there was a change before the termination of the shelter crisis, we're still moving along. Anybody who's used those standards is still good to go. If the shelter crisis terminates before we were to change those emergency construction procedures, then it all ends at that time. So there's kind of two tracks that are going. There would be a standard process for any ordinance code update that we would do, which could result in a legal nonconforming use. But then the other box that this fits within is the overall shelter crisis declaration itself. With respect to use of these codes by nonprofits, and we can just say non-public entities that this shelter crisis and the changes that we're suggesting in the next item would be relevant to. There's not a provision in code right now that we can bring to you to say, let nonprofits or certain entities use Appendix X and O. The way we get there is through the work plans that our department has brought before your board with respect to our Housing Policy Committee and our Planning Committee, and the changes that need to happen in our ordinance code and the things we've talked about at the Housing Policy Committee. Those are changes that would be broader than this narrow silo that we're looking at right now with respect to just changes that a public entity can implement, but that would be available to nonprofits like Resiliency Village or ATCA or any other groups that wanted to do a shelter that would not require a lease or own or a contractual relationship with the county. So this is one step closer with a long road ahead of us that we'll be working on with your board throughout the duration of our work plans to try to knock some of those other challenges off the board from what nonprofits are facing who are also trying to shelter individuals.
Okay, so let's, so we need to make a decision here. I understand your objections, Supervisor Kirk, but I just don't see that I'd rather keep it broad and then let it come to the board again if there is something that's, not palatable for us or for the community. It's not the final decision at this point. It just gives us enough options to make a decision later on based on the fact that there is, this crisis in our community. So
I appreciate that. I just think having that option took away a lot more. If we approve this, I think having this option takes away nonprofits' options to look this way when they know it's an easier path over here to put it on county property. So, I mean, we've been through it, and that's why we have 5 members, and I'm not there with you guys, and hopefully I was clear as to why.
Yeah.
But
no, I understand.
Yeah.
So I think I'd already called for a motion, but I'll do that again if there's no further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a motion to move to a vote.
Yeah, I'm calling for the vote, so.
I'd like to motion to approve the item.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, abstain? Okay. Motion passes with 4 votes aye, 1 vote in opposition from Supervisor Kirk. Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll move on to our second 1 o'clock appointment. Or I'm sorry, our third 1 o'clock appointment.
Consideration of waiving the first reading of adopting an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to adopt Appendix O as amended from the California Building Code and Appendix X as amended from the California Residential Code pursuant to emergency housing.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Bell, Chief Building Official for Tuolumne County. And I am here today to propose that your board consider an ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to adopt Appendix O and X pursuant to emergency housing standards as amended. Current state building regulations are developed to provide for safe and healthy structures that we all utilize and enjoy. While these current regulations, as enacted and enforced, protect the health and safety of the public, they do not provide for the direct instances in which emergency housing could become an immediate need of a population. In recognizing that the current state regulations do not provide for this need, California Government Code 8698 now allows local jurisdictions during a declared shelter crisis to suspend state regulations and to enact similar standards to provide for the health and safety of the public affected by that shelter crisis. The proposed appendices O and X provide for these standards and meet the obligation for emergency housing provisions. By adopting the proposed ordinance to include these appendices, Tuolumne County will be provided greater tools and shelter options that would otherwise not be available or allowable by current building standards. As was mentioned earlier in your previous item, these standards, again, Appendix O and X specifically, are to be utilized by the county on county-owned or leased properties to ensure that the intent of these regulations is realized and used to its full effect. And with that, it is recommended that your board waive the first reading of the ordinance to amend Chapter 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to adopt Appendices O and X, and to schedule adoption of the ordinance for a meeting on May 18th, 2021. And I'm available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Supervisor Brandon.
Okay. All right, thank you, Brian. We got some from the previous item, so we'll call this a little lightning round of some of the little specific ones. It mentions membrane structures. Does that include yurts?
Yes.
Okay.
Membrane structures as well as tents and things of that nature. So the yurts would fall in that category.
Okay. I saw one provision mentioning for shared toilet facilities. Is there any provision for shared kitchen facilities? I think it was 15 to a unit.
The provisions for shared, yes, congregate facilities are allowable under the provisions as well.
Okay. Let's see. It also mentions adequate heating for some of these places, that the minimum square footage per occupant, I think, was 70 square feet. In a space like that, it seems like body heat along with even just a blanket, a lot of times, the goal being to get somebody out of the elements into what at that point is, the emergency shelter cabin, I think is the designation for it. Is the adequate heating something that is necessary to have in there, as opposed to just being able to allow, if heating is necessary, it can be added? It seems to be maybe an extra expense for a space that's that small, and potentially a fire risk too, given that there's not a lot, any type of heating, I would imagine, in that type of a space. It's interacting with blankets and, personal possessions.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Again, it is 70 square foot is specific to the emergency sleeping cabins, and the heating elements or the heating provisions for that section. You'll notice, and one thing to clarify, as you look through the ordinance, you'll see some areas that are underlined or otherwise. Those are where amendments have taken place that we've inserted in this language to be more specific and give us greater tools. The heating element in of itself used to have provision for a minimum degree of heating, which becomes a very difficult element to achieve. So
I think
the way
50.
Correct,
Yeah.
which has been amended to allow for a heating elements or heating apparatus approved by our local fire marshal to be evaluated for safety concerns, for all of those things to be considered should we choose to move forward with any type of project that would utilize those provisions. Those would all be vetted through that process to ensure that the safe operation and the equipment that's chosen is done with that in mind, of course.
Okay. Is there a possibility of being able to, again, remove that as, again, my goal, and it's not to say that one with a heater is not better. That's obviously better.
Sure.
But to lower the threshold as far as cost as much as possible and to get a roof over somebody's head, is kind of the primary cover. Is that something that you would expect might increase the cost substantially? I don't know what a heating unit like that might cost.
They're relatively inexpensive. We're talking about portable heaters. We're talking about nothing permanently installed.
Okay.
These are things that you might purchase at your local retail store.
Okay.
So to elaborate a bit more on the heat itself, heating is one of the tenets of a habitable area.
Okay.
One needs to keep themselves warm and safe. To be in an area where you cannot provide heating or obtain heat does put persons at risk,
Okay.
which is why it's a tenet of this language.
Does this also cover pallet homes?
Houses. I would speak specific to the construction of the emergency sleeping cabins in and of themselves. I'm aware of pod-type pallet home structures that have been utilized in other jurisdictions.
Okay.
So in my opinion, yes, pardon me, it does allow for those types of provisions to be implemented.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're stamped metal, hard-skinned, which I think was the way that was written. I want to make sure that modular kind of ones like that would be covered.
Sure.
Other than that, I don't think I have any specifics. Pretty much covers all my question. Again, yeah, this is a really good idea. I guess my only last question, we briefly talked about this, was in waiving the first reading. If we didn't waive the first reading, would that just simply go to our next board meeting and allow for public input on this?
Do you guys want to explain first reading, second reading? Because I don't know that we've brought that kind of item before the board yet.
Sure. I mean, you have a couple of options. If you didn't want to actually waive the first reading, it could be read. So that's a large document to read. If your board doesn't want to, so I think you can do that, or it doesn't automatically get kicked over. It could just be that your board doesn't want to proceed with it. So then it's just off of the table completely.
I see. So
It
for
could be
anybody watching,
continued. Say that again.
I was saying for anybody watching, we're just not going through actually reading the words of the ordinance
Right.
verbatim, which is
Long.
many pages.
Right.
Okay, thank you for
That's all we're doing,
clarifying.
right.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. I had a question. So in reading through, so I think I kind of know the answer to this, but I wanted to, I'm sure you'll probably have a more concise explanation. So I'll explain it to you in as colloquial a way as I can. If we issue a permit based on this, if you issue a permit to someone for some kind of housing that qualifies under this, or if the county goes down this route, what are the tools available to you to then pull back any kind of permitting that you might have issued? What I'm getting at is that if somebody's not following the rules, what are the tools in the toolbox to either encourage them to follow the rules or take the permit away?
Got it. Yeah, revocation of the permit is always an option, of course. If we're found that anything's being created a substandard condition or is creating a hazard to the welfare of the public, that would be the first step to obviously recognize that hazard and take all appropriate steps to remove any operational permits or what have you. Obviously, on something as significant as this, in working with the county on properties they either lease or own, we would be working closely together to ensure that obviously we never approach that threshold, sir.
Supervisor Campbell, just to clarify, the only time these codes could be used is if the county was utilizing these codes. So no private permits would be issued.
Yeah. Okay, is there any public comment? Anybody in the room or on the phone like to speak on this? Okay. Bring it back to the board for more discussion, or if there's a motion.
Chairman Campbell, I'd like to motion to approve appointment number 3, waiving the first reading of adopting the ordinance, amending various sections, et cetera.
So we have a motion on staff recommendation from Supervisor Brandon. Do I have a second? A second from Supervisor Goldenberg. Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Surprise, I'll abstain.
Did you vote no or abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, so no one opposed and an abstention, Supervisor Kirk. Okay, motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. Okay, thank you all. Okay, let's take a break. We'll return at 2:51. Okay, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. So where we left off was, I believe, item 13. My memory serves me correctly.
Presentation of the Tuolumne County Fire Department's 5-year strategic plan.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, Chairman Campbell, members of the board, CEO Riggs, and county staff. My name is Nick Cashy. I'm the Tuolumne County Fire Department Chief, and I'm here today with Assistant Fire Chief Andy Murphy to present to you the Tuolumne County Fire Department strategic plan for years 2021 through 2025. With that, we would like to give a broad overview, a high-level overview of the plan, and then open it up for discussion afterwards or answer any questions. So with that, a quick background. Tuolumne County Fire Department responds to nearly 6,000 incidents per year with activity levels having increased 21% in the last 5 years and 40% over the last 10 years. The Tuolumne County Fire Department strategic plan is written to direct the future of the department in meeting the needs of the community and its members. The challenge we are most confronted with is that we are not prepared for this continued dramatic increase in activity levels in every section of the Tuolumne County Fire Department. In addition, emergency service delivery today is more dangerous and challenging than ever has been before. The Tuolumne County Fire Department's 21 through 25 strategic plan details the department's strategic goals and objectives to guide the decisions made in response to challenges and threats facing level of emergency services provided in the citizens and the visitors of Tuolumne County. Our key priorities focus on the stabilization of the current financial and operational needs of the TCFD, improving service delivery in a safe and effective manner, and implementing advanced technologies, leadership on a personal and professional level, and to guide the TCFD into the future. As we execute this plan, we do so with fiscal responsibility in mind, efficiency, and return on investment as important variables in our strategy. The strategic plan establishes the framework for success. It will be the guiding document for all Tuolumne County Fire Department activities for the next 5 years and lay the foundation for the department's activities in the years to follow. It will be up to all of us to get there. We look forward to working with Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, Tuolumne County staff, and TCFD employees, cooperating agencies, and the community as we implement this plan.
Good afternoon. Andy Murphy, as the chief introduced, Andy Murphy, I'm the assistant fire chief for County Fire. We're honored to present this strategic plan to you today, to the board and to the public. And just real quick, first of all, it's a 28-page document, which is really difficult to go through in the few moments we have today. But just wanted to let the public know and the board know that it is available online. On the board meeting agenda on the county website. It's also on the county fire website, as well as through the social media. So we're going to, as the chief said, a high-level overview. One thing I wanted to review real quick is what a strategic plan is. Strategic plans provide clarity, direction, and focus for an organization. The primary purpose of strategic planning is to connect an organization's mission and vision by addressing the three questions. What is our purpose or our mission? What do we want to achieve or our vision? And how are we going to get there? The plan. Perhaps the most obvious reason to engage in strategic planning is that it provides direction and focus by way of a written document. Having a clearly articulated mission and vision enables the department to develop a strategic plan that is a literal roadmap for success. So we look at the picture here on the slideshow. Just that, the document goes into a brief history of fire protection in Tuolumne County, starting in 1930, all the way through 1972 when the first fire study was done, and then additional studies were done before the county finally decided to put a parcel tax before the community. Back then, it amounted to about $234 per residence per year. And then with that, the county opted to enter an agreement with CDF at the time, now CAL FIRE, and the Cooperative Fire Protection Agreement was signed in 1974. So the graph here, I've updated it from a previous document, shows a call for service for Engine 511, which is Amona Village, which was the first fire station staffed in March of 1977. Their first full year in 1978, they responded to 230 calls. So the purpose of this graph is to show the increase in call volume for that one station. So since then, last year, they ran just under 1,900 incidents. And so we see the ebbs and flows of the incident response in that picture there, but also consider too that in 2012 the Jamestown station was added, which took a pretty big load off of the engine there at Mona Village. And last year Jamestown station responded to 1,700 incidents. And back to that parcel tax from 1974, of course that was upended in 1978 with Proposition 13. So this map, and there's the next few slides here, talk about, or they show where the fire stations are, where call volume is, where the population density is. And so that all goes into, we'll use these tools to look and make sure that our fire stations are located in the right locations and preparing, not only in addressing the responses now, but preparing for the future as well. So, and also with that, the goal, our primary, these are some of the stations around the county, and they're all listed there on our website as well as in the document. So the larger blue box there is NFPA 1720, which is the standard for volunteer fire departments, but it also includes, is meant to include combination departments, which Tuolumne County Fire is. And so it talks about our goal. So this is our goal, is to reach these areas, these population density areas within those timeframes with the number of personnel that they're showing. I'm going to come right back to this. So this is the population density areas that we have as of 2019, I believe it was. It might have changed a little bit with all the folks moving up here, but going back to these other two slides, so the measurement for, I gotta say the goals or the what the fire departments use for their response is the two most dangerous things, right? So incident requiring CPR and defibrillation, as well as a home structure fire. So these charts here indicate the importance of properly located fire stations. Again, the population density map. These are call volumes, incidents from 2017 to 2020. So it shows the density of the call volumes, and then the other map shows our response times up to 14 minutes. So you see there are some areas of the county that aren't within those response zones, but we'll work to check, to measure those and make sure that the stations, as I mentioned, are in the proper locations.
So the Tuolumne County Fire Department mission. The Tuolumne County Fire Department preserves life and property, promotes public safety, and fosters economic growth through a commitment to prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery as an all-risk responder and leader in our community. The vision for the Tuolumne County Fire Department is that the Tuolumne County Fire Department will provide exceptional service to the communities in all aspects of fire prevention, fire protection, and emergency response through Tuolumne County. And core values: service, honor, innovation, communication, and dedication. We believe that the mission, vision, values there are in full support of that what the county has listed as well. Strategic goals. I'm going to give an overview of the strategic goals, and Chief Murphy will go into a little more in depth. Again, these are high-level goals where tactically how we accomplish them through the objectives is plugged in, and again, a living document so that as we progress through, we're able to adapt it to the changing conditions to meet the needs. So the strategic goals are to stabilize funding to maintain an appropriate level of service, increase operational efficiency, provide exceptional public safety and emergency service, and strengthen community relationships and enhance community resiliency.
So again, high level, most of you know me, I can talk for hours on probably each one of these slides. But as far as the first goal is to stabilize funding to maintain an appropriate level of service. We're going to do that by analyzing the current funding allocations to ensure budget efficiencies, seek out additional sustained revenue, search out alternative funding sources, and foster relationships with cooperators and stakeholders. For the goal of increased operational efficiency, we're going to utilize and analyze data to implement and capitalize on advanced technologies. And we're also going to enhance communication infrastructure in the department's command and control dispatching system. For our goal of providing exceptional public safety and emergency service, we want to fund a full-time career staff North County Fire Station, looking in the Mona Vista area. We want to fund a full-time career staff South County Fire Station in the Groveland area. We want to increase response percentage of our volunteer personnel. We want to build a new fire station in or near the community of Jamestown, and also pursue funding for direct supervision of county-funded career personnel. Continuing with that goal of providing exceptional public safety and emergency service, we want to pursue funding for an aerial fire apparatus for Tuolumne County, fund and implement the apparatus replacement program to maintain or improve the current ISO rating, and fund and implement the specialized equipment replacement program. And for our goal of strengthening community relationships and enhancing community resilience, we want to increase access to Tuolumne County Fire Department services and build stronger relationships within the community, support community resilience efforts, and support fire and life safety education, and enhance fire prevention through commercial fire code and life safety inspections, data collection, and education. So in conclusion, government's fundamental responsibility is to protect the public, to feel the need for protection of the community from fire, disaster, and emergency. The communities depend on the fire department as their first line of defense. Some may look at government as they do a business, But fire departments really are vastly different than business. We are not competing for a corner of the market. We are trying to save lives and property. We should not be competing for dollars, but instead working collaboratively to achieve a level of service that our communities deserve. When it comes to disaster response, the fire department is the community's first and only option. The Department of Homeland Security and the National Infrastructure Protection Plan identifies fire departments as critical infrastructure. The DHS suggests a methodical process to ensure long-term survival by building robust and redundant systems. We must financially support the fire department like our lives depend on it, because they do. We must carefully study the options, have community input on what level of service they want, determine a cost, and then follow through with ensuring revenue is received that will properly support your fire department now and into the future. With the extraordinary efforts of staff, we will utilize this document as a framework so that we can pursue a vision of the best, most cost-effective fire protection in Tuolumne County that respects our history, but also builds upon what we currently have, with a goal of a robust and redundant system. Your lives and the lives of generations depend on what we do here today and in the months that follow. It is requested that your board approve the Tuolumne County Fire Department 2021-2025 strategic plan as a guiding document for the future of the department.
All right, thanks very much. Questions from the board? Supervisor Brandon?
Great. Thank you for the presentation and for the really well put together document, and I think list of priorities. It's very encompassing for what we need for the county. Speaking of my district, a few times I've been able to visit the Jamestown Fire Station in particular, and knowing maintenance issues and capacity issues there. Certainly looking to find a new station that can serve Jamestown in the area is going to be extremely important, and finding the sustainable funding to be able to support those operations will be huge. With that, my only recommendation on that would be to, in some place, matching with the board priorities at our workshop, include the language, and it could just be the 2 words, but vegetation management. That's something that's very important to me, is ensuring that, especially in the WUI, we are trying to make it as easy as possible that when these fires break out and you get there, it's not already a raging inferno from all the ladder fuels and everything. And I think that's something our board committed to, hopefully getting done this year, and we'll definitely be needing support and help in that too. But really well done. Thank you for the presentation, and really impressed with this.
Supervisor Half?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And, this is a long document, but I actually enjoyed reading it. So I'm probably one of maybe just a few, I don't know. But I wanted to bring to light page 13. And I wanted to read part of it and make some comments. You had stated in it that your department is making limited progress in certain areas, but the bulk of the progress is due to one-time funds through grants sought out and administered by staff. And then you go on to say, with the expiration of several of those grants and without proper funding, there will likely be a decline of volunteer firefighter emergency responses that will result in a loss or reduction of emergency services in Tuolumne County. And then you say these reductions may impact the department's ability to maintain its current insurance service office. That's the ISO. And the ISO, for the public's benefit, is the state agency that rates us. Is that correct?
It rates the public protection classification nationwide.
Right. And we don't have a really good rating in Tuolumne County, is my understanding. So this is concerning to me on many different levels. I know for years we've cobbled together our fire department's budgets through grants, kind of being stopgap measures for certain pieces of equipment. And then over the past quite a few years now, we've had to add more and more general fund monies in order to just kind of shore up the budget, and that doesn't account for the equipment that is aging and really past its prime and shouldn't even be on the road anymore for quite a few of the vehicles. So all of these things, is my understanding, go into affecting our ISO rating, and I wanted you just to speak a little bit more to that so the public has an understanding of what we're talking about here.
Certainly. So the ISO rating, actually, it's done every 5 years. It's something that insurance companies subscribe to. It's not as much of a primary focus as it was with companies like CoreLogic and different evaluations due to the disastrous wildfires, but it does still play a part in insurance cost. The result, it's about a 2-month information gathering process, and then 6 months later we get the report. We'll put that up on our website as well. The rating we just barely maintained our 4+ rating. 1 is the best. And I mean, like it was 0.5% or something, 0.67. There's some things in there that we've identified that match our strategic plan and goals to achieve to improve that rating. So the next time in 4 years, hopefully we have the time to make those improvements. Does that?
And the ISO is also who the insurance companies look to when they decide whether they're going to cover our area. Is that correct?
It plays a role in the decisions of the insurance companies.
Right.
Yeah.
So with our aging equipment, and I also noticed something else here, and I wanted some clarification on it. You talked about another type of equipment on page 18. You talk about handheld radio communications being outdated. Now, of course, those aren't as expensive as fire engines, but you said that they will ultimately, funds will need to be secured to replace all of those communication devices. And I wanted to know with what? Is there some new technology out there, or is it going to be just upgraded radio communication devices or something else?
Yes, so our radios are in a sad state. So this document was started about 18 months ago, and since then we've applied for 2 federal assistance to firefighters grants, including this year. The total cost of the grant is over $300,000. There are newer radios out, and it's not just because it's new that we need it. There have been radios in the last 15 or 20 years that have come out, and ours worked fine. Ours are to the point where they're currently being unsupported by the industry, which means they're not making new parts for them. So we have the need now to replace them. They're still working, some of them. We don't think we would necessarily, if we got the grant, we would replace them all at once, but just to take the impact off of the county budget. But we can probably nurse it through the next 5 or 6 years, but we will need to invest each year if we don't get this grant on radios.
Okay. So we're really stumbling with funding, basically, very, very much so.
Definitely.
And I wanted to point out also that I don't remember what it's called, but it's $536 million that's going to come down through the state to help with wildfire mitigation, preparation, that kind of stuff. None of that money is going to come to help our local fire department or fire departments, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Yeah, so all of the grant processes haven't been determined yet. There are some areas where that will directly benefit the county through the CCI grant, where additional funds were set aside for that, which is the California Climate Investment Fuels Reduction. 2-3 years ago now, the county fire got a skid steer for fuels projects, that sort of thing. So roundabout, but for direct funding of the fire department needs, it hasn't been established yet.
And there are some grants through that's called the VFA grant through the state that local government agencies can apply for that can give equipment grants, which most of our agencies in Tuolumne County are very successful with every year. We've been a recipient of that almost every year, Andy, if I'm not mistaken. By identifying this in the strategic plan, I really do want to still acknowledge how hard our staff works for these alternate funding methods and their success in obtaining these grants and trying to find every avenue possible to augment what we need in order to get by. The strategic plan just outlines that every time you submit a grant, there's no guarantee. And so that's kind of the world we're living in right now, is there's no guarantee that we're going to be successful. And so what is the responsible plan going forward?
And I just wanted to give you the opportunity. Grants are not necessarily guaranteed, like you just said. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak about any other sustainable funding that you may be looking for.
Yeah, so the strategic plan identified several different funding mechanisms. There really is only one item that will cover all of the bases and take county fire into the future, and that would be some sort of partial assessment, which there is currently, or tax. There is currently a measure on for the June 8th election that is a parcel tax for the Tuolumne County Fire Authority, which includes Tuolumne County Fire Department.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a really good point on page 13, so thank you for that. I was kind of just sitting here listening to the conversation. I was drawing some similarities. We just had the homeless discussion, or some of the crisis homeless situation. It's kind of like the fire department's kind of in that same boat where we're just living paycheck to paycheck. Can't plan. When things break, it's a little chaotic. We can't plan on grants, although you guys are very successful, and a lot of things are going to be expiring soon. So, I mean, for me, the elephant in the room is we have Measure V coming up. I understand there's some concerns, but it doesn't matter if it's Measure V or 1% tax or whatever it is, and believe me, I hate all that. But this is our number one priority, is to try and get fire, whether it's through fuels reductions or big things going on at the Fed level, like the Serial Project, or local things like getting you guys the right apparatus and engines and the equipment you need. Our board, the last few years, I think has doubled the amount of money that we put from the general fund towards fire, and it doesn't even scratch the big picture of what really needs to take place. So again, there's issues with V, there'll be issues with anything that we put forward, but at the end of the day, the community needs to decide at what measure do we want to fund fire. And so I'm to the point now where, we've been cutting, we've been, moving staff out of rented buildings, consolidating. We have a lot of vacancies. I put it in my blog, I feel like we're doing a pretty good job of trying to be as tight as possible. And still none of that is going to make a dent in really what we need to do for fire. And so, I know when I campaigned, I'm not about taxes, I'm not about fees. But I am also tired of people reaching out to me saying this is the number one concern and not really doing anything about it. So we're going to give the public an opportunity to weigh in with Measure V. And if they want to fund it, great. If not, then we're going to come back and we're going to have to get creative. And we'll be back again next year, because I don't think this is not going to go away until we get permanent funding, some sort of permanent stream of monies to offset these issues. So anyways, wasn't planning on saying that, but thank you guys for your commitment. And just really, the community just needs to really evaluate what's important. A lot of people are concerned about insurance. There's so many complex issues, and this isn't going to be the fix-all, but it is going to help if we can get you guys stable funding. And we're going to continue, like I said, no matter what happens with Measure V, we're going to continue to work the problem, and you guys are great in those seats to help bring up solutions. But I just want the general public to know it's pathetic that we're in 2021. We can't fund roads, we can't fund fire, we can't fund the basic things that people want to live safe, happy lives. And so it's unfortunate that at the state level we don't have the funding, but at the local level we're going to give everybody the opportunity to weigh in. So thank you guys.
Supervisor Kirk, if I may, thank you for your comments. I think you really pointed down the public's choice on what kind of services they want to receive and their ability to make that decision through the process. If I can, with the strategic plan, as it may relate to that, and I really encourage anyone who's listening to go on and read this document. This document is our analysis of what we feel, regardless of where the money's coming from, is what the community needs for a fire department that can provide the best level of service for them. This document is the community document. This is what we feel would be the best to provide the best level of service. And so as it correlates in, I really appreciate your comments because I think it draws a great nexus into the validity of this document, into the real issues that are going on.
Thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Good work, chiefs, in this report. I appreciate all the effort that went into it. I know I've been involved in similar efforts in the past, and it's not a simple thing. There's managing a fire department is very complex, and so I appreciate the time and effort that was put into this. Number of things. You know, stable funding is a key, right? You know, if we don't have stable funding, you know, we're not protecting lives, protecting property in the manner that we should. That's the end result where it's going to be. You know, various things jumped out of the report. You know, call volume went up 21% in 5 years, 40% in 10 years. That equates to, you know, okay, probably going to go up another 20% in 5 years or more. Volunteers, we're losing our volunteer staff for many reasons. You know, you've got stations that a lot of call volume. Station 56, almost 1,000 calls a year, 6 volunteers, no paid staff. Station 57, they got 500 calls per year, no volunteers, no paid staff. You know, we're leaving large chunks of our county, or essentially, they're not unprotected, but their protection is so delayed that it's going to have serious adverse effects. Those decline in volunteers, you know, it's going to be a reduction in service, and it's not getting better. I mean, Chief Cashy, you made a statement the other day at the OES exercise. You know, CAL FIRE hired more, you know, firefighters. That's good. A lot of those came at the expense of local fire departments, including our own volunteers. So we have to move, you know, into the future. You know, the simple fact is this board, previous boards, have not properly supported TCFD in many years. There were times where they supported it better, and they've done some things in recent years. You know, we've purchased a couple engines in the last couple of years, but it's too late. We're so far behind. It's up to this board to support the fire department. You know, if we need to do what previous boards have failed to do to give it the attention that it deserves. Their failure to do so has placed lives and property at risk. It's unacceptable. We have to correct, you know, these deficiencies and move forward. So I'm very much in support of this. If we have ballot measure successful, that'll do a lot. If not, we're in deep trouble. So thank you.
Yeah, and I can, there's very little that I can add or detract from the things that others have said, so I'll just kind of agree with one thing in particular that Supervisor Kirk said, is that it's the community that needs to decide what level of fire safety that they want to see, because the status quo is not sustainable. The way we fund fire and the amount of funding that's available and the services we provide right now will not be the same in 10 years without drastic changes. And that's a fact. You know, there's nothing that's going to change that. And I just think about, you know, I think about my home, you know, my home that I pay, you know, my mortgage, I pay insurance on that investment. Like most people, my home is the biggest investment in my life. If I lost it, I'd lose almost everything. And so if I had a way to help, at least in a small way, to ensure that I could protect that investment, I would absolutely do it. And I really hope that you know, we talked a lot about the strategic plan, and as you were working on this, Andy and I mostly. So this isn't coming as a huge surprise to me, but I'm really hoping that members of the community will read this report. It's very well written. It's very thorough. It gives it gives an overview of the history of where we were and where we are now. And it's not You know, you look at every department in the county is underfunded. They all need things. This is, it's different. You know, it's talking about what is reasonable for the community to expect in terms of fire safety services. And it's a pretty stark, when you look at what we need in this community versus what we are able to pay for, there is a huge disconnect there. And so I just really hope community members will read this. I hope people share it because it's a very important document to guide our future, I think. Is there any public comment on that?
I was going to be stuck in a chair there for a
Yeah.
minute. Pete Campa. Speaking as general manager, oh, there we go, through the mask. Speaking as general manager for the Groveland Community Services District, Groveland Fire Department. And I have reviewed the report, and I strongly encourage the board's approval or acceptance of it. I've been working with these folks now for a few years, and I can remember sitting in this room close to 3 years ago and showing Tracy a graph that showed the Groveland Fire Department's revenue gone within 2 years. And that's the inability to continue to provide services. The county stepped in, worked with us to assume the Amador Station program cost, knocked that straight down curve off so that we can get to where we are today. We've done a lot of really good planning together as a group. We've come together for the first time in history and stood in the same room. And as staff, putting pressure or providing the right information on the policymakers to make the good decisions. Because had this strategic plan been adopted, understood, and pushed 2 decades ago, we could be in a much better financial and operational condition than we are today. So I applaud the board as well for supporting this and directing it. And these guys are fabulous to work with, and we need you in Groveland too. You know, we have a structure fire. We have a maximum of 5 people. When you saw the graphic, you need many more than that. And where do they come from? Coulterville, Don Pedro, Columbia, Jamestown, wherever they can come. And that immediately creates a gap there. Whether they're going to ag land or a medical or a fire, whether they're going to, you know, the interface area with a major evolving incident, I applaud everything that they do. So look for your support.
Okay, anybody on the phones or in the room that would like to speak? Okay, bring it back to the board. So we have a recommendation before us to. Okay, we might have somebody. Okay, hello and welcome.
Hi, this is Janice Kwiatkowski. I am a community member from the Groveland area, and I want to thank both fire chiefs for their presentation. It was absolutely wonderful to hear all the hard work that they're doing to support this community as well as the rest of the county. This is something that is so important to our lives, to our being able to live here, to the not just the fire insurance, but knowing that we're going to be safe and having the support of the fire districts that are involved, along with the county in this Measure V, is something that everyone needs to vote yes on. Please support this. We can't live without it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other folks waiting to speak? Okay. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. I think Supervisor Brandon, you had a comment.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, just one recommendation, revisiting my early statement in trying to include 2 specific words for our board workshop priorities on vegetation management. Obviously, working with County Fire, that is going to be a huge partner in doing that. We talked about a little bit if that is okay to be added into a section there. I would greatly appreciate it. I don't know if we need a motion or so then it'd be approval with that change.
So where would you include that? I'm trying to think, is there anything in the strategic plan that already covers that? Because I seem to recall.
We'd be happy to add it in. It would fall under the objective of support community resiliency efforts and support fire and life safety education. So really that's the benefit of having a living document, and with that added in, it's not something that would take very much time. We'd be happy to do that for the final draft if you would like, just to have that identification in line with the board's direction.
Okay. Does that sound good?
Yeah, and I would move to approve with that change added in.
Okay. Any other discussion on that, or?
I was going to second it.
Okay. So a motion by Supervisor.
You can't take action on this item because it's actually a presentation on and not approval of. I just now, actually, County Council just brought this to my attention a few minutes ago. So we could make that change and put it on the agenda for next week, but this talks about presentation and doesn't ask for your board to take any action. So my apologies.
It does under the recommendation.
But it doesn't on the agenda.
I see.
Yeah. Yes, my apologies. I did not see that when we put the agenda together. We can bring it back on May 11th and put it under consent if you'd like, with those changes in that if your board, if that's what you would direct.
Okay, so let's do that then. We'll then table this. We'll come back, we'll make those amendments. Well, let me make sure. So the board's in agreement with that. Okay. So we'll make those changes and then come back for final approval.
Yes, we'll put it on the consent calendar for May 11th.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so do you have everything you need? Okay, great. So we'll move on. And thank you very much, Chiefs. Keep up the good work. Okay, I think we're on to item 14. Clerk, would you please read that item for us?
Consideration of approving subcontractor agreement between Amador Tuolumne County Action Agency and Tuolumne County Health and Human Services Agency for emergency shelter and homeless prevention services, and recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $127,974 from the Emergency Solutions Grant, CV, for fiscal year 2021, and authorize the county administrator to sign the agreement and all related documents.
Hello.
Hello.
Kelly Brown, Tuolumne County Homeless Prevention. Hello, Board Chairman Campbell. Today I'm here to consider an approval of the subcontract agreement between Amador Tuolumne County Action Agency and Tuolumne County Health and Human Services Agency for the emergency shelter and housing prevention services and recognize funding. The background here, the state of California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, administers the Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, programming with funding received from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, otherwise known as HUD. On March 27, 2020, HCD enacted the Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, programs as part of the COVID relief, Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Securities, otherwise known as the CARES Act. Congress appropriated the Emergency Solutions Grant to assist with costs related to serving the homeless population through the COVID-19 pandemic. The funding is designed to serve those most in need through the homeless prevention, street outreach, rapid rehousing, emergency shelter, and to ensure all eligible persons receive equitable services with dignity, respect, and compassion, regardless of circumstances, ability, or identity. On October 2nd, 2020, HCD released a notice of funding available for round 2 for the ESG CV. Through HUD, the ESG CV allocation amount was determined based on counties in the continuum care total population. I'll go more into that in a minute. Amador Tuolumne County Action Agency applied for the funding on behalf of the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. The SCOC was awarded $2,257,800, and in March of 2021, Tuolumne County was awarded $405,240 in ESG CV funding. The funding cycle begins at the initiation of the contract and expires June 30th of 2022, right around the corner. Staff intends to utilize funding to support the additional sheltering costs incurred during the COVID-19 response, including the expansion of sheltering services. ESG CV funding must be used within Tuolumne County for individuals and families who are homeless or receiving homeless assistance, and to support additional homeless services and homeless prevention activities to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. The activities and services will include homeless prevention, emergency shelter, mental health support, transportation, street outreach and engagement, and data collecting, utilizing the Homeless Management Information System, HMIS. Priority will be provided to individuals that need emergency shelter while ensuring traditionally underserved individuals such as people of color, immigrants, individuals experiencing mental illness, substance use vulnerabilities, people with disabilities, and people who identify as LGBTQ, and other individuals receiving equitable access to services. Financially, the total ESG funding awarded to Tuolumne County is $405,240, which expires on June 30th, 2022. There's no cost to the general fund associated with the recommended action. The unanticipated revenue for the fiscal year of 2021 in the amount of $127,974 will be directed to the Homeless Advocacy and Outreach Call Center. The remainder of the funding will be recognized in the following fiscal year, 2021 and 2022 recommended budget. Today, we are respectfully recommending your board approve the subcontract agreement for the Emergency Solutions Grant Coronavirus Round 1 and 2 between Tuolumne County Health and Human Services Agency and Amador Tuolumne County Action Agency, commencing on January 1st, 2021, not to exceed $405,240. For, let's see, let me make sure I'm on the right line. For fiscal year 2021, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $127,974 for this year for the Emergency Solutions Grant CV for fiscal year 2021, and authorizing the county administrator to sign the agreement, amendments, and all related documents.
All right.
Any
Thanks.
questions?
All right. I'll start over here. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I just have one question, and this is more just for the public because there's some big numbers here. So if you you mentioned that the continuum of care was awarded $2,257,000 in March, and that Tuolumne County was awarded $405,000, a little over that. So can you explain a little bit about the continuum of care and where that $2.2 million is going and
Sure.
for what?
So the $2.2 million is actually a combination of ESG CV 1 and 2. And it's allocated from the state according to our 4-state population. And then once it gets into that continuum of care, it's actually allocated out like this. It first is determined by pink count, and that's about 70% of the funding, and then 25% of the funding, everyone gets the straight amount across the board. So Mariposa, Amador, Calaveras, and ourselves, we all got 25%, and then according to our PIC count, we got an additional 70% of that funding. So for example, Mariposa has a much smaller PIC count. They only got 8%, we got 45% of that remaining 70. Does that make sense?
Can you remind the public what the pit count is, please?
Sorry, the point in time count counts our homeless population for that year, unsheltered.
Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment in the room or on the phones? All right, bring it back to the board. Are you looking for a motion on this, correct?
I am.
Okay. I'll see if there's a motion available.
I'll move.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Okay, well, I was going to say what it is.
Oh.
I'm going to move to approve.
I'll move. I'll second.
I'm going to move to approve the subcontractor agreement between ADCA and Tuolumne County Health and Human Services Agency for Emergency Shelter and Homeless Prevention Services, and recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $127,974 from
Sorry,
the
I'm sorry, it's $405,250 total.
Oh.
Oh, you're just doing the first year. Okay. I
Yeah,
apologize.
that's all we're recognizing right now.
For the first year.
Yeah, that 400 is the whole shebang, but we only get 127,974 right now.
Correct.
For the Emergency Solutions Grant
Yes.
for 2020 to 21.
And that's why I was trying to keep it short and simple. Just you first, I'll second. But I'll second.
Yeah, the formality tends to dissolve as the day goes on. Okay, so I have a motion, and that's enough for you for a motion? Okay. So I have a motion by Supervisor Half and a second by Supervisor Kirk. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, will you please read item 15? Board Clerk.
Consideration of approving comments regarding the Board of Forestry proposed emergency action regarding emergency fire, safe regulations applicable, and status update regarding the Board of Forestry's proposed state minimum fire safe regulations.
I said I'd never be late a second time, so. Tracy was talking about the at-will policy. No, just kidding. At lunch. Oh, if you want to, please. Or whoever. Come on up. Have a gang. A gang leg. Good afternoon. Board of Supervisors, Dory Beats, your County Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I'm here with Liz Peterson, also of the CAO's office, and our friend Dave Ruby, as well as some other folks that had been assisting in this. And we presented a board memo specifically on the subject, and I'll read a little bit of that and talk about a few things. On March 12th, your board submitted a letter opposing the proposed fire safety regulations revisions and requesting the Board of Forestry delay the adoption of final regulations to allow for further input. Your board on that same day also authorized the board chair to speak on behalf of the Board of Supervisors during the public comment period on March 22nd. On April 23rd, the State Board of Forestry announced their proposed rulemaking for state minimum fire safe regulations 2021, officially signaling the commencement of the public comment period and closing on, July 22nd of this year at a public hearing scheduled on that date. Shortly thereafter, the Board of Forestry issued a separate notice of proposed emergency action regarding the readoption of regulations regarding the application of fire safe regulations, with a truncated the public comment period to close on May 5th, 2021. As a general overview, the purpose of the proposed action for the proposed rulemaking for the state minimum fire safe regulations 2021 is to make amendments to the SRA fire safe regulations to address standards for fuel breaks and green belts, establish measures to preserve undeveloped ridge lines, establish standards for existing roads, fix areas of inconsistencies or conflicts, reflect modern definitions, firefighting equipment, and development patterns in California, and recognize or reorganize the regulations for improved compliance, all of which could heavily impact the county and its residents. In summary, there are two separate Board of Forestry actions. One is a readoption of the current emergency fire safe regulations applicability, and two, the proposed permanent fire safe regulations. The first action, the emergency regulation regarding the applicability of the current fire safe regulations, is a readoption of regulatory language that was already adopted in 2020. We understand there are comparatively minor changes. This is the action with the shorter comment period. The second action is the proposed fire safe regulations, which still has the 45-day comment period. This is the action for which the county has been planning to submit a comment letter, and staff will be working to put a draft letter forward for your consideration prior to that comment deadline. At question and for discussion, and why we have it on the agenda, was whether to submit a comment letter for the shorter notice of the proposed emergency action. We collectively, as staff, including also County Council, and Cody worked on this with us, discussed it, and it is staff recommendation that there is not a need to submit a letter for the emergency action at this point, but that we would like you as a board to give direction to staff to develop comments and present back to the board prior to that 45-day, which would be June 22nd. There are a couple things I would just like to say in addition about the regulations, and that they have been prepared and adopted for the purpose of establishing that state minimum wildfire protection standards. And the implications are truly unknown at this time. These regs would apply to most of the county's land area, as most of the county, or at least where most of the people live in the county, fall within the SRA or the VHFHSZ, which is a critical identifier in the regulations as far as very high severity for fire. And so we have been really looking at these, and as I said, we are happy to answer any questions, but no recommendation of a comment letter for the shorter period, but a recommendation to direct staff to continue and prepare comments for you at an upcoming Board of Supervisor meeting.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Start with Supervisor Kirk this time.
No, I got no questions. I'm fine
Okay.
with staff recommendation unless other people have comments.
Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I concur. Thank you.
Just wanted to add on to our original letter, the fact that they truncated the public comment period to just 2 weeks of this, I mean, that can only be basically taken as hostile to all stakeholder input, including counties, and to the public. Posted this, and hopefully some people were able to call in. Anybody watching, you still got a day. But it's really disrespectful, I think, to a lot of the local partners that end up having to do this. And, you know, hopefully the unintended consequences won't be devastating. But I'm fine with staff recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah. Supervisor Half.
Well, I don't have a problem with the short-term one because there weren't hardly any changes made. So that's not a big deal. What I'm concerned about is that so much of our public doesn't even know that this is coming down the pikes. I mean, we've been discussing it, but this needs to be splashed all over the newspapers and everywhere and get the public enraged, because if they knew what's coming down, they would be. And so in putting in for the larger comment that's due in June, I would like to see a whole campaign that brings our community in and gets them involved in as well, because they're not going to like what happens if they ramrod this down our throats.
And I'll just make a quick comment, because actually I posted a blog yesterday, and I guess a lot of people, I've been getting emails that have been emailing those folks, and actually one person here texted me, said they called them, and the response that they're getting over the phone is completely different than what is actually being put out there. So people are calling in, State Board of Forestry is saying, oh no, that's not what's going on, watering down the issue. And so, yeah, people need to, I'll forward this to you, Liz and Dory, but I'll have to say people are reaching out to the State Board of Forestry. They are emailing them, they are calling them. I've had 3 people respond today saying that the State Board of Forestry is watering down the issue big time when they're discussing it.
And I have a clarification with County Council. We didn't include what some of those potential can be. Can I talk about those now, just those general observations, or?
The question about, can you include a discussion about the permanent fire safe regulations and possible implications? I believe, yes, it's pretty, the agenda says status update, so if you've
Okay.
got any updates about your
Okay.
understanding, that's fine.
So if the board would indulge, I'll just read a few because I think it is important to your point about the public knowledge about this.
Please do.
These regs would apply to most of the county, as we talked about, or at least where most of the people live in the county, which fall into that SRA or that very high fire hazard severity zone. At first glance, these are what we consider the potential impacts in Tuolumne County. We would need to immediately revise our Title 11 road standards as well as sections of Title 12 and Title 17 local ordinances to conform to those standards as required in the proposed regs. Existing roads that are deficient in light of these standards would need to be identified. Bringing the roads to the new minimum fire standard would need to be done, whether by the county or by future development or permit seekers. Implementing the new standards in future development isn't tremendously difficult. However, future development leading to increased density or intensity, residential or commercial, may not be allowed based on the location. I know that in speaking to Dave, and he helped with many of these and working with county GIS, they're hoping to produce an exhibit showing the potential impacts to future development or those dead zones based on the implication of the proposed regs. And we'd be happy to have that at a future meeting. It would appear that in areas with only one road in and out, sites further away from the 0.5 mile from the feeder street would not be allowed to develop further. This would mean no more construction of new homes or anything else in areas such as Apple Valley, that Lions Bald Mountain Road corridor, half mile behind the Greenlee Road. Those are all as examples at first glance. And due to terrain and natural water courses, much of the county historically built on cul-de-sacs or compound cul-de-sacs. Of particular concern, it remains unknown or unsaid whether these new regulations could be used by the insurance agencies to eliminate coverage in locations where the existing road system is substandard, or where lots are located on cul-de-sac situations beyond that 0.5 mile from the nearest collector street. As the new regulations require, however, it is not a far stretch that they could include this or be used in that context. A section of the revised regulations also mandates the fireproofing of municipal water systems. TOD's ditch system would either have to be replaced by an underground water main system or fireproofed iron or cement pipes. No more wood and flame signets would be allowed under the proposed regulations. This change in regulations represents an unfunded mandate, so the administrative changes as well as the inspection and construction impacts to move forward are not covered in any way. I agree now is the time for us to coordinate and work with those other constituents in public and private sectors within our community to make our concerns known. We will be reaching out. Folks have been reaching out to us. We also will provide comments as they come in from other state organizations like CSAC and RC as it comes towards the board. So.
And the Board of Realtors has also made statements, and I'm just wondering what other kind of associations we can engage, whether it's a building association or what have you. I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with quite a few associations that we can ask to weigh in. Economic development, for one.
Okay, so I'm going to chime in now. I've been on a number of calls with one in particular with the Board of Forestry, voicing our concerns. And, my position has not changed. The residents of Tuolumne County don't need to be told that we need better fire protection from a plans perspective. Thanks very much, Board of Forestry. What's being proposed would take our county from an economically disadvantaged county to an economically incapacitated county. We're looking at huge impacts to property values, to people's ability to start businesses, to improve the properties that they already have. And that is not the way to get to a point where you have fire safe community, it's the way to kill a community. So I'm of the mind that rural communities like ours are better equipped to amend our planning structures and our general plans to better suit the needs of the community from a fire safety perspective than the Board of Forestry is. And because we're the ones that live here, and believe it or not, rural communities are communities as well. People live up here because they like it and because it provides a standard of living that they enjoy, and we can thrive given the ability to do so. And so it feels as though some of these regulations are so onerous as a backdoor way to encourage depopulation of rural areas. And I am opposed to that. And I think most people in the county would be opposed to that because we love living here. So that's what I plan on keep saying. And anything we can do to move the needle in the right direction is definitely, we need to take those steps. And, just in talking to our neighboring counties and other much larger counties that have significant rural development, we're definitely not alone in this position. And so that element of it is somewhat encouraging that we might be able to move the needle into a more reasonable direction with some of these regulations, but we have to speak up in order to do that. So thank you very much for helping being our voice in that. Is there any public comment? Anyone in the room or on the phones like to speak on this? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. So what are you looking for on this?
Just,
So
I guess, recommendation that the staff prepare a future report or presentation, and then draft comment letters for your approval.
Okay. Do I have a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Kirk on staff recommendation. Second by Supervisor Brandon, right? Okay. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're on to item 16, and what we'll do is if you can read that item, I'll kind of explain what we're going to do with this after that.
Consideration of providing prioritization for the fiscal year 2022 non-defense congressional directed spending requests and approving letters of support.
Okay, so we're going to hear the presentation on this item, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Mo.
Yeah.
We're going to hear this presentation, then we're going to adjourn that item, go on to item 17, hear that presentation, and then return back to item 16.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure.
Nope, you're fine.
All right.
So you guys ready?
Do we want to take a 5-minute break, everybody? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll return at, okay. We're back. Welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. We were on item 16, and I'll go ahead and ask Ms. Cunha, could you please read that item again for us?
Of course, consideration of providing prioritization for the fiscal year 2022 non-defense congressional directed spending requests and approving letters of support.
Okay, so we got all our papers handed out, and we're ready to go. Okay, you ready, Mo?
I'm ready.
Okay.
So, Mo Frank, Deputy County Administrator, here before you this afternoon in regards to consideration of providing prioritization for the fiscal year 2022 non-defense congressional direct spending request and asking your board to approve letters of support. So just last week, the county staff was notified by Senator Feinstein's office of this funding availability. Funding requests should follow some of these guidelines. They should build infrastructure, purchase equipment, initiate pilot programs, or assist local government to provide essential services. In talking to Feinstein's staff, they let us know that the following criteria for these requests should be followed. They should have a direct federal nexus or local or regional significance. The project should be able to use federal funding, basically meaning that they've had their environmental clearances and they're okay to use the federal funds. Projects are required to be shovel ready, and they must have a letter of endorsement from a local elected official. Any entity can submit more than one application. The application itself asks a direct question and one of the reasons we're here besides the letter of support is, what priority does your community put on this project? And so that was very important to them. Staff reached out to county departments and local agencies to see if what kind of needs were out there. And before you included in your board memo, and then there were some additions that were added that I just passed out. There were several requests made from several agencies and departments. And at this point in time, what I like to do is stop here and turn it over to your next item so you can hear that item.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
so we will pause and move on to item 17. And Ms. Cunha, could you please read that item for us?
Approval of letter of support for fiscal year 22 congressional funding, a request for the SR 49 Jamestown Widening Complete Street and Park and Ride project.
Hello.
Your turn on button?
There you go. Try that.
Is it better?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right, I'll try again. I'll start again. Darren Grossi, Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Transportation Council. We're the designated regional transportation planning agency for Tuolumne County. As most of you know, we partner with city, county, Caltrans to deliver major projects in Tuolumne County. East Sonora Bypass is an example of one of our major projects. We also have upcoming projects on the Peaceful Oak Interchange that's under construction right now, Monoway widening that the county is going to be doing, as well as the Stockton Road bus stop in the city of Sonora. The project I have before you today is geared towards alleviating traffic congestion on Highway 108 on Highway 49, 108 in the Jamestown area. As most of you know, we've gotten a lot of complaints out there about traffic congestion. There's no safe crossings for pedestrians of the highway. Even the traffic signals don't have protected phasing. There's no crosswalks out there. We would like to have a complete street design, very much like what you see on Monoway, say by the Timber Hill Shopping Center, a good 5-lane section that accommodates all users of the transportation system. Also, we'd like to have a park and ride in the Jamestown area. We haven't identified a location yet. That park and ride would serve yards, public transit, and perhaps have electric vehicle chargers. The project that's envisioned Caltrans has done a project study report for. It's tentatively programmed or scheduled to enter into the plans approval and environmental documentation phase January 2022. That phase is roughly about $2.7 million. The full project is about $25 million at this point. This is a high priority in the regional transportation plan. This board has made it clear it's a priority for you as well. I have authorization from my board to submit applications for funding as they come about. We'll certainly be reporting back to the board at our next meeting on it. But we'd love to get a letter of support from the Board of Supervisors for this project. We do think it meets the criteria that's been explained with regional significance, multi-jurisdictional. it's a good project that's very much needed. We have about half the funds we need for the PA and ED phase, which again is 2.7 million. We have about 1.325 million already. So we'll be asking for the remainder of the PA and ED phase. When we look ahead out 7 to 10 years, by formula, we've got funding to get to about 13 million, about halfway through to the construction. Our intent is to leverage other funds at that point, be it the Interregional Transportation Improvement Program or the local state partnership program, or perhaps even the Congested Corridor Program. Those are all funds that are discretionary of the California Transportation Commission. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, questions, Supervisor Brandon?
Great. Thank you, Chairman Campbell, and thank you, Darren, for presenting on that. Speaking on behalf of Jamestown, my constituents in Jamestown, and anybody that has to drive by there and get stuck in traffic going back, over a mile, these are really critical needs in our county, and I think this is an avenue to actually get the funding to be able to support it, easing some of that congestion, finding, I think, a alternative, mass transit station there that can lower our carbon footprint and provide shoppers in an area that really could use the economic development. And at the end of the day, I think be good for the entire county. I want to also thank Senator Feinstein's office for reaching out, even though, we didn't have a ton of time to be able to put this together. The fact is this is, it's important federal funding for these things that sometimes are hard to get done individually, but there may be extra money attached to something else. I really appreciate that warning, and thanks also to Mo, who had all of, I think, 1 week's notice to put together all of these proposals, get all of the feedback, all of the documentation on it, and it was just an incredibly impressive effort. So without a lot of notice there, you really rose to the occasion, and this is fantastic. I'm really appreciative of all the work that the Transportation Council is doing for those two projects, as well as the other ones that we have listed here from various departments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As Supervisor Brandon said, this has a lot of benefit for everybody in the county that's, driving back and forth through there. If you're going down the valley to do shopping or going on a trip someplace, it's just a real jungle at times. So, I'm supportive of it and appreciate as well, all the efforts that went in the last few days and over the weekend, I'm sure, getting this stuff pulled together. So thank you very much.
Thank
you. Kirk?
Yeah, get it done. I come home from prison every day. I parole every day, and I hit that traffic, especially in the summer. On a Friday, I'm calling my wife saying I'll be home in 30 minutes late because it's just, traffic is just crazy. So hopefully we'll be able to get it done before I retire someday. So I know things don't move fast.
My wife calls me all the time to tell me, get it done. I need to get home.
Right, exactly. So
Like
and I
30
know,
minutes here.
Carl was harping on you before too. So yeah, good luck. Thank you for the work.
President?
Yeah, this is a long-range project that if we got some additional money would help speed up the process, if I'm understanding this correct. So I'm all for it, and I'm ready to make a motion if everybody's had their say.
I get to have the last word.
I know, I'm just trying to speed it up.
So I believe you said this, but I'm just making sure. So we're talking about the PA and ED?
Yeah, I'd love to ask for the full 13 million or so that I think I need. Would get me the whole way there. But what I'm hearing from the senator's office is somewhere in the 1 to 2 million is the sweet spot we should be at.
Okay.
So that fits right into PA and ED phase.
And so the number I'm looking at in the board document is 2.73. Is that what you're looking for?
No, we have about half the funds we need to do that.
Oh,
so
okay.
We're going to seek the other half.
So-
Sorry I didn't put that in your memo, but
Yeah.
when the memo came together last week, I just started into this. And
So then about how much are you looking for then?
I think it's 1.325.
Okay. And one of the things I wanted to ask is, are we able to, if we prioritize it high, you get the award, can that, because I know we're using some funds through TCTC that could be applied to road maintenance are going toward, moving this broad range project forward. Could we then put some of those funds back into road maintenance if you are awarded this? I guess what I'm saying is, can we get both benefits? Be able to put some of that money
If you wanted to do
back?
that, we should ask for another $856,000, and then that would supplant the funding for the regional surface transportation program funds that we have currently earmarked for the project. Otherwise, I would keep, it would stay there if, on the project and just get us through that first phase. It'll get us through the next 3 years.
Well, because we're using that fund to pay for the PA&ED.
Yeah.
So then could we put that money back into road maintenance? If we
We could.
that's if we get the grant.
Well, if we want to do that, instead of asking for 1.325, we need to ask for that plus another 856,000. I
For the
kind of like
match?
the idea of putting up 50% and then asking for 50%. I thought it makes it more competitive. In this case, we'd have a lower initial match to go after us, and that would put us over. I don't have I could take out a calculator, but it puts us at about a $1.8 million request with a $500,000 match. My math's bad on that.
Yeah.
That would put us at about a $2.2 million request with about $500,000 match.
Ryan?
Yeah.
Can I weigh in on that?
Yep.
So I kind of like the idea of asking for a little bit more money, maybe not all of that 800 and whatever $1,000 it is, to be able to supply Public Works with some money for local roads out of the ask.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was coming from, is
Right.
that if we can, because we're basically setting aside money for this long-range project that's very good, but it is coming to some degree at the expense of routine road maintenance in order to be able to set that money aside. And so if we can be able to put that money back and then use the grant funds to do the prep work, then, I would be all for that. I guess I'm looking for some analysis from most. Should we aim lower in terms of the dollar amount to increase our chances of being successful, or should we just ask for a completed project and not be too concerned about what the price tag is?
It's hard to say. So they're going to be getting a lot of, her district is very large, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that have needs just like we do. And one of the things that her staff said as I asked kind of that question, what are you kind of looking at? And they said, really we're looking for equipment purchases. We understand that, around the $500,000-ish things. When you talk about projects, we're kind of looking at between $1 million and $2 million. That's kind of the generic area that they were kind of hoping for as far as submission of projects to be put into this request.
Okay, well, that kind of answers the question then, I guess. So then we should keep it.
So that's kind of their, if you will, as we talked about, their sweet spot.
Yeah. All right, so then we should keep it at the 1.3 then. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
I'll take the direction that you want to give. We could kind of split the baby, so to speak, and ask for 1.8, and then that would free up some of those RSTP funds back to the roads. I think you're still in that sweet spot a little bit. Our ratios look pretty good from a match standpoint.
Okay. Well, why don't we do that? Are we good on that? 1.8? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So do we need to make any kind of action on this item, or can we go back to item 16?
That's
Yeah,
County
my
Council.
action request is just to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the
Okay.
letter of support.
So I'll look for a motion to that effect with the amended value.
I'd like to make the motion, Mr. Chairman, to support staff recommendation.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second, and I'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item? Anyone on the phone? Okay. I will close public comment. Return. So my memory serves me from 30 seconds ago. Supervisor Brandon made the motion for staff recommendation with the amended $1.8 million ask, and then Supervisor Kirk made the second. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll jump back to item 16, and that's where we're going to be prioritizing these, correct?
Right. So so you have before you, and what's on the screen in front of you is an amended request or amended sheet that outlines basically all the requests that were made from the various internal county departments and then our districts. And in that request, representatives from each of those departments or agencies are here to answer any board questions you have in regards to what they're asking for, or if you want them to make a quick presentation on their items. For the most part, they're pretty explanatory, but they're here to answer any questions you may have on any of their asks.
In Diane Feinstein's offer, is she looking for, the $500,000 for equipment and the 1 to 2 million for other projects from one entity? Or, we've got a lot of requests here. Are we going to have to, can we approve them all to send, or what's the plan here?
Right. So what her website says is you can, an entity, county, city, or district can submit as many applications as they want. So individually, all of these will go in as separate applications. Okay. But the reason we're here before you, besides the letter of support, is there is a question on the application is, what is your community, how does the community view, what is the priority of this item in your community? So all of us who are submitting applications in the next 24 hours has to fill in a number.
Oh, boy.
So that's why we're here before you.
So priority number.
Priority time. So one of the things that we did, that Supervisor Campbell and I talked about before during the break is, as you see items, so for example, let's just take animal control. That is one request, not 4 different requests. So you would need to put a priority number on that request as a total.
So even though there are 4 bullet points, they're taken in as one request.
And same with the county administrators asked for the CRC projects. Same with county fire with their 2 pieces of equipment. The Central Sierra Broadband project is one project. The Sweet Super is one project. For weights and measures, again, consider that as one project. And then, you get down to the bigger projects. So Groveland Community Service District, their priority is number 1 project is the Groveland Big Old Flats Sewer System Improvements Program. And their number 2 priority is the one above that, the Water Distribution System Improvements. For Tuolumne Utilities District, Kayla, correct me if I'm wrong, the Tetchite pipeline replacement is number 1? Which?
The Matlow.
Okay, so the Matlow, so your 3rd bullet, the Matlow pipeline project is their number 1 priority. Our number 2 is your.
Do you want to come up to the podium and maybe you can outline this? We'll give TUD an opportunity to go over their items, and then Pete, if you want to come up after that for GCSD.
Do I turn on? Oh, I am on. I'm a little shorter than Darren. For TUD, we did identify 3 shovel-ready projects that all have a few different concerns that these projects would mitigate for the district, but our order would be the Matlow pipeline replacement project. The second would be an infrastructure replacement project, which we call Techite, and that is the material that is actually being replaced. That's really troublesome. And the third is the Apple Colony project in Tuolumne City.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for TUD?
Yeah, I do have a question. And this was something that came to mind last night. With the acquisition of PG&E, FERC, all that stuff, is there any priority that TUD would want to throw towards that on this list?
At this time, the PG&E acquisition isn't something that I could speak to at this meeting in an open forum yet, but as a district and staff, we are excited for when that time comes. But I don't believe that in the directions that we received and this type of funding that we could supply, anything related to the acquisition. And I might be incorrect, but that is my understanding at this time.
Is that something that we could clarify with Feinstein's office?
I
Or
think it's a timing issue from
okay.
what I can understand, and I don't want to go into it any further. I don't
think it would be too early.
Yeah.
Too early,
It's a
okay.
little premature.
All right. Okay. I just wanted you to know I was thinking about that because it's a big
Yeah,
deal
and we
for our
appreciate
community.
that. We appreciate you thinking about it, and our community
Okay.
thinking about it too.
All right.
Yeah, and I have a question for you. All of these projects are pipeline projects or extension projects. Are they for water lines or sewer, or is it a mixture?
It's there. Let's see. Okay, so 2 are raw water and 1 is treated water. So the Matlow and the Apple Colony are open ditch. We have 70 miles of open ditch in our community to support the residents. So Matlow and Apple Colony have some similar concerns that these projects would mitigate for the district. So it would be water contamination and water loss. And the contamination for the Matlow, that contaminated water can enter a treatment plant. So it's a little more extreme for Apple Colony because we have ditch domestics in that community. So that contaminated water potentially can be entering some homes. So that's a higher concern with bacteria and things like that. The other project is Techite, and that is treated water that runs from the Crystal Falls treatment plant and makes its way down by gravity. But that pipeline, that type of material, we call it Techite, was installed in the late 70s. And it is a very odd combination. If you've ever actually seen a sample of it, one of the ingredients is sand. So it catastrophically fails so often. It's so hard on our TUD construction crews that just safety. The water just can pour out and ruin people's homes. One of the other huge concerns, which has been a hot topic today, is fire. Because during the ditch outage, which we experience in October, we have to rely on our water tank storage. So this Techite line fails often, and there was a year that it failed. You have a mainline break, water is just flowing everywhere. It is draining that tank. There is nothing to replace it during ditch outage, and that leaves so many residents just at a higher risk for fire. So this is a 3-phase project. We've accomplished 1 phase already, so we're very happy with that. It's shovel ready because our engineer is ready to go, phase 2 and 3.
So I do have another question because I'm looking at all these to prioritize all of these projects, and our number 1 priority is fire. So I want to know if these projects would help with your firefighting capabilities, or if any of them would be excluded.
If the direction of the board is to prioritize fire.
Well, that's mine. I'm just telling you, we haven't decided
Then the Techite
yet.
line of the 3 that we have listed would probably be the highest if that was to be included in the ranking system. And TUD would be happy to take any funds towards this project.
But I think my question is, improving these pipelines or these extension projects, is it going to improve your capacity to fight fire?
The Techite line would. The open ditch system of Apple Colony in Matlow, there is water loss there, so of course, but I'm trying to think of the correct way to kind of phrase that Techite, if fire is a concern, would be the higher priority, because when that tank is depleted, it would leave those residents with no water, no pressure for an engine to fill in certain areas.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for TUD? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Pete, do you want to go over GCSD's projects? And then do we have Cole on the line? Okay, so he's able to present? Okay.
Good afternoon. Pete Campa, General Manager, Groveland Community Services District. We have water, sewer, fire, and park and recreation services in Groveland. And we have 2 of our services, our critical projects, before you today in this request. I have prioritized, based on the question evolving since Friday, the sewer project over the water, just because the sewer project is out to bid as of today, which means that in another month and a half, we'll be opening bids and awarding contracts. And we have added a number of additive alternative items that we know are going to chew the budget up. And we've got, I believe it's a $907,000 shortfall that we're anticipating, and being able to completely do that entire project. There's construction cost increases, a number of delays on the state side, getting the funding agreement to us, as you've seen with your infrastructure and building projects. So that is the most high priority project, and the wastewater fund within GCSD is probably the most impacted financially, just because we have a small number of customers, 1,550, supporting that entire infrastructure. Okay, so it's harder to increase the rates. We have the highest sewer rates in the county right now, so it's hard to go back out and do that. And so this would be a great way to get that project done and reduce maintenance costs. The other, when we start talking about fire, right now we have no fire flow capacity in Big Oak Flat whatsoever. We can't get the water over the hill to be able to feed fire hydrants at more than 500 gallons a minute throughout the community of Big Oak Flat. It has hindered economic development. It has not allowed us to put in additional fire hydrants and be comfortable with their performance. So that project is also a priority, especially from fire and economic development, because in fact, there's a project that's relying on that right now that would provide quite a bit of revenue to the county in terms of TOT and jobs and everything else. But, and that is the water project component of this. Again, to finish on the sewer side, we have a loan and grant package from the state that's paying the majority of the cost. We anticipate that in order to be able to get all the work done, we're going to be $907,000 short. Okay. On the water side of the equation, that project is approaching $5.5 million. It serves. It's basically two separate service areas from two different treatment plants. One goes to a disadvantaged community area. That's the subject of your prior board's approval. Moving forward with the CDBG application, we are in line for funding for that. That would provide a majority of that cost at $3.267 million. With the gap, then, to get the entire project done, which is the rest of the mains, at a little over $2 million. What the project does, it takes all the mains out of Highway 120. All of our water mains are right in the middle. If you've driven through Groveland, imagine being out there at midnight on a Friday night with the road closed, with the highway closed, because you're fixing water mains, and you've got RVs and people, that trying to get around on any of the streets there. It's pretty tough. So it gets the pipes out of the street there, upsizes them from 3 and 4 inch lines to 6 and 8 inch lines, installs another 75 fire hydrants, and so a couple of big projects. That one is ready to bid the minute we get a funding contract from CDBG. And then we've still got to come up with the other $2 million out of pocket or out of state revolving funds or out of a request like this.
Okay. All right, questions for a representative from GCSD? Okay, thank you. Do we have Cole on the line to talk about, I guess he would be the only other.
Jamestown Sanitary District is, I don't think Patty's here. They apologize. They had a huge project going on at their facility, and I know they're in the process of moving their offices. So there's no one. I don't believe she's going to be on the phone, but I can't speak to her project.
And they just have the one project.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
And if I might ask a question real quick regarding Jamestown and Groveland, I'm just trying to prioritize in my mind. How many? Do we have an idea of how many people Jamestown Sanitary District serves versus Groveland? Do we have any idea on population?
I don't know.
No. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Do you have any idea? Do you want to come up to the podium?
Jamestown.
The application
for Jamestown for Patty. Yeah. How did you say?
So they're in the mid 3,000s. They're a sanitary sewer district only.
Right.
So they serve around, I'm going to guess, 3,200 sewer customers. Okay. Groveland CSD serves 3,300 water customers and 1,550 sewer customers.
Okay. So in my mind, I would just make that a priority, Groveland, than Jamestown, just because of the number ratio. That's why I'm asking the question.
All right, hold your horses there, prioritizing there.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to come up with numbers as we go.
No, I understand. Thank you very much. So one of the cost centers that's missing here is the Central Sierra Broadband Middle Mile Extension. So if Cole's available, I'd like to see what he has to say about that.
Yeah, good afternoon, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you for letting me take this remotely. I just got my second vaccine.
Great.
So we are working on, I'm sorry, I hear an echo. I'm going to turn it down. Okay. I've been separately in conversation with Senator Feinstein's office. And so I have a unique position where Senator Feinstein's staff learned about our roadmap grant through the Economic Development Administration and was interested in the conversation I was having with them regarding what the roadmap means for future infrastructure planning. And they specifically requested that I offer a new construction of fiber for 5 counties. So what I have before you, and that I have already put out to our 4 other additional counties, I won't have a board ratified letter of support, but I do have chair and vice chair letter of supports from all 4 counties. I have a letter of support from Yosemite National Park, Stanislaus National Forest, and thankfully Andy at Tuolumne County CAL FIRE have also shared a letter of support in ways. What we're asking for is 175 miles of broadband fiber, which will come out to a $40 million request. Now, this is very different than the $500 to $1 to $2 million requests you've been hearing. But I've been having conversations with again, Feinstein staff prior to those numbers, and also post sharing the $40 million number. And there's no indication that this is something that they are going to table because of the larger ask. With that in mind, what will really be the impact is about 30 miles of broadband fiber through the city of Jackson all the way over to a town called River Pines. Highway 4 in Calaveras County will see a broadband extension from Murphy's all the way to Bear Valley. And for Tuolumne County and Mariposa, we'll see a Highway 108 East Sonora all the way to Pinecrest, connecting up to Strawberry, in fact, and a Chinese Camp extension all the way through Groveland, through Big Oak Flat, down through the valley, and into El Portal. Yosemite National Park is incredibly excited about this opportunity, as right now they are currently only served by microwave to fiber lines. So this would be, if approved, the final middle mile extension that would severely or significantly, impact our region on getting to last mile. And one of the last pieces of this that's important to know is the contractor that will get this bid, if we do receive our funding, we'll have to have a promise of last mile extensions as well, which will be more like when you get to Hetch Hetchy and you need to get down to Evergreen or into some of our neighborhoods. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I have a few, but we'll start, I guess we'll start with Supervisor Half.
So this will not be a loop, this 175 miles. It will be separate middle mile projects within the 5-county region. Is that correct?
Correct. And this is based on our preferred scenario, which we've done with a group called Scenic and California Emerging Tech Fund, and the priority projects that will already be shovel ready, and that will be the middle mile extensions that are most beneficial to finally reaching those unserved households.
And did I just hear you say it will link with Scenic or no?
Correct. So Scenic and I will be having the conversation. So one of the vendors that helped me put together this cost estimate and the work that we've been doing is a partner with Scenic, but we'll see how we can make sure that the school districts and anchor institutions are connected via this middle mile extension. And you are correct that this is not a loop. These are extensions off of the loop that we currently have, hopefully, in our region.
Okay, I just have one reservation that I want to mention now, and I'm trying to figure out how to formulate it. Scenic has not been very customer friendly. So we need to work in to the equation what their business plan is to open up those manholes. That's what I have to say about that.
So Scenic, just to clarify, Scenic is the Corporation for Education Initiatives in Broadband.
Oh.
I think you're referring to what was formerly known as CVIN, the
Yes,
Central
CVIN,
Valley
yes.
Infrastructure Network.
Okay.
Yeah, which is now Vast Networks.
Yes. So that's not the same.
We will have probably a bid process to make sure that we have a fair contractor.
Okay,
Correct.
great. This is awesome, Cole. You've really outdone yourself with this one, and I thought that with the last one. So I'm very excited about this.
I'm definitely throwing a grenade into the process.
No, it's a good grenade. It's an atomic bomb.
Yeah.
It sounds too good to be true. So I don't have any questions. I think
Agree.
maybe me and Ryan will get reelected if you make this happen, because we were campaigning on broadband. So all right, thanks, Cole.
Yeah, I kind of leaned over and commented to Supervisor Kirk, like, boy, I know a lot of people that would be happy with that. Supervisor Goldenberg.
All I can say is go, Cole, go. Thank you very much for your efforts. We'll see what happens here.
And Supervisor.
Okay, so we recently heard about the earmarks on fairly short notice. So a week and a half ago, where was the funding likely going to be coming for this?
Non-existent. And not only that, we didn't have a cost estimate or a plan, other than a preferred scenario and a idea of where these best estimates and projects should be.
Okay, where would you have been shooting for? What revenue streams to apply for? I mean, was this just a shovel-ready one to be on the shelf, ready to go for an opportunity like this, or were you proposing this? It sounds like you were actively gaining all the support you needed to, apply for something.
These are projects that will be shovel-ready, but we have put together in the past week to ensure we have a packet ready for Senator Feinstein's office.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
All right, yeah, thanks, Cole, for putting this together on short notice. I guess I'm a little curious. So it's a 5-county plan, okay? And you're saying $40 million, so that's $8 million per county. Does the fact that this is a 5-county plan help or hurt the prospects of this project? Given, and you kind of alluded to the fact that, it's a significantly higher amount of money than these other projects that we're talking about. And so, if Senator Feinstein's office, it sounds like you've been communicating with them, that they're prepared for that. But does the fact that this is a joint venture between the 5 counties make this more attractive?
So thank you for asking that question, because I specifically asked this question to Senator Feinstein's staff as well, because of the success we had with the Economic Development Administration request, and it was a yes. And it wasn't just a yes that regional partnerships would be helped, but it would be regional partnerships across counties and state and federal partners. And so that's why I have, and I've made a point to get Yosemite National Park interest, Stanislaus National Forest interest, CAL FIRE interest in our 5 counties to also address that this is a priority. Additionally, RCRC, Scenic, and California Emerging Tech Fund should also be offering letters of support for this project.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Cole?
No, just Cole, are you going to stay on for the final discussion here in a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, just make sure you stick around.
Okay, so we discussed each of the other departments and then Cole. So it seems fair. We need to open it up to everyone. We've got Kim McFarland from Roads. Are you able to speak on the Public Works item?
Hello?
Yep,
Okay,
you're
there we go.
unmuted.
Just a little bit of a delay. So we chose just one item. I'm thinking we should have gone really big now that I hear the broadband thing. Yeah, sorry, should have gone bigger. But anyways, the street sweeper is on our list of much needed equipment. We don't actually have one right now that collects all the debris. So when we sand roads in the winter, that sand then gets sort of kicked off to the side with our kick brooms. And then we have to come along later and clean that out of ditches, as well as there's just normal debris that falls on the roads. So the street sweeper, even though it doesn't sound very fun, it is actually a really necessary piece of equipment, and it's obviously quite expensive, and it would help us out a lot. So
Sounds fun to me.
does it? It has an
Drive a
environmental
sweet
twist to it, so.
Yeah, drive it around, you know.
Any questions?
Just if you want to go bigger, I know you guys got a hot patch machine coming. Do you want to throw that one in there to get two in the county? And I'm sure you know the price tag.
So honestly, I thought that we would have a better chance of just being reasonable and asking for one piece of equipment that came in under the $500,000 mark.
And that was kind of my understanding too.
How much is a hot patch? How much is the one that you
It's
guys
like
got?
$7
The
something.
hot patcher is about $250,000 with the attenuator.
So between the two, you'd be around 600,000. I'm just putting out there if you.
Yeah. So I'm okay with staying with this. If we get
Okay.
it, it would really help us.
Okay.
But if you would like me to add that in there, I certainly could.
I would leave it to your discretion. So if this is what you're asking, then I think we should.
Does it help with the prioritization?
Well, you're roads, so you're on
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Okay. And then I guess Kelly, do you like to speak on this? Good to see you, by the way.
Good afternoon. I am Kelly Schroeder, the Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Animal Control Director, and Air Pollution Control Officer for Tuolumne County. And today I have two proposals, and we are small, but we're mighty in my departments. So for animal control, we're looking for like a carport-style barn to put at our shelter up in Jamestown. Currently, we have a three-sided plywood apparatus, handmade piece of equipment to house animals out of the elements. And if something were to happen with my Mother Lode Fairgrounds and we needed more room to shelter animals during an emergency evacuation, this pole barn would give us the ability to house more animals. So that was one of our concerns. Our cat cages are older, and they have new cat cages now that the doors are removable, and it's easier to decontaminate and prevent disease spread through the animal population. Our washer and dryer was requested as well for that reason, to be able to easily decontaminate animal bedding. COVID has been shown to spread mainly from animal to animal. So if we can keep that down in our facility as well, that would be important. And then we currently have a shower at the animal shelter, but in all current employees' memory, it's never worked. And so for decontamination, we do have the ability to decontaminate, but we do not have, which is a hose and hot water. We don't have a shower that works for people to be able to decontaminate in private if they need to. So, and I'd just like to let you know that in a typical year, we house at the shelter 40 head of livestock, 700 cats, and about 400 dogs. So that was my animal control section. And for weights and measures, we have a gas prover, but it's a 5-gallon can. It's handheld. And that's all our ability to test our 35 gas stations in our county. Right now, we borrow a gas prover that has about a 40-gallon capacity. It's pretty much a closed system. And so we have to go to Calaveras or ask them to deliver it to us so that we can go out and test our gas stations. And during COVID, that was very difficult because we were not allowed to cross county lines. They were not allowed to cross county lines. So we fell behind in testing our gas pumps in the county, which is important to everyone who goes out and has a vehicle and wants to pump gas to ensure that they're getting the correct gallons that they're paying for. And then I also requested electric charging it is a electric vehicle fueling system field test standard. That is a mouthful. But basically, by 2030, they want 5 million zero-emission vehicles on the road. California does. They have a goal. And 250,000 electric vehicles charging stations by 2025, which is only about 3.5 years away. So currently, I do not have the ability to test these electric charging stations. In the state, I know of a couple of counties that have them. They're not willing to share at this point. So the rural counties have discussed one county buying them, or the standard, and contracting with each other so that the smaller counties can test electric charging stations. So again, it's to make sure that people who have electric vehicles are getting charged the correct amount when they're fueling their vehicles. And then our probe well, it's a small piece of equipment, but it's important. It's older, and the manufacturer is no longer manufacturing it, nor replacement parts. So if something were to go wrong with it, they may be able to fix it for us if they have replacement parts still available, but once they don't, then we're out of luck. So when we use that to test the electric meters at the mobile home parks, and that affects about 1,800 people, or spaces, I should say, in our county. So those are my requests. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Questions?
No, it's not as exciting as fire and sewer
Yeah.
and everything, but okay. Thank you.
It's exciting to me. Get that probe well, man. Andy, do you want to talk on, or Chief Murphy, do you want to speak about your water tender and your fire engine?
Do I want to talk? Yes, sir. Thank you. Again, my name's Andy Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief. I think the apparatus dilemma that the fire department is facing has been well documented. We have 10 fire engines that are over 25 years old. 6 more will be over 25 years old next year. And then and so that's not just they're old, we got to get rid of them. They're not as safe as the equipment of today with today's passenger restraint systems, full compartment airbags, as well as modern day braking systems. And a lot of those trucks, they just have a shoulder belt and a lap belt, and that's it. And then the other part of that is it's very difficult to get parts for the fire engines. Something as simple as a blinker lens cover. They don't make them for those older engines anymore. We have to change all the lights to LED. We have another one with one of our water tenders. The water seal failed and needed a new water seal on the water tender, and it has been parked for 6 weeks because they had to make the water seal. So they used to be something common on the shelves of every truck stop. They're not there anymore. So that just gives you an idea how old the fleet is. Also, with those water tenders, some of those water tanks are so brittle if you hit them that they would leak. And that is not just the tank, it's all the plumbing on that older apparatus as well. So I could talk on and on, but that in a nutshell is where the need is. We wanted to be somewhat, we could replace 1 or 2 engines or pieces of equipment a year. 30 years from now, we'd have 50-year-old fire engines. So it is something that we're trying to do modestly and with secured funding and these other ideas that we discussed in the strategic plan, looking for other funds. This is what we put in for.
Okay. Questions for Chief Murphy? All right, thanks a lot. Okay, I think, so Ms. Riggs, do you want to round out the rest or pass it over to Mo?
Okay.
Related to CRC?
Yeah, sure. For the county administrator's office, we want to submit the Community Resiliency Center project. And you see these list of items, they were all, except for one, bid alternates that were included, but we weren't able to pick them up when we received the bids back. The audiovisual equipment in the classrooms and the large conferencing room, the base bid includes the infrastructure for it, but none of the equipment, and none of the installation of anything. And all of these items are this item is for both the Tuolumne and the Groveland CRCs. The furniture for the classrooms and the large conference room is $60,000. The grant will not pay for that. Anything, so basically with housing and community development, if you turn a building over, anything that doesn't stick to the floor is deemed non-eligible costs. So that's something we as a county are going to have to figure out how to pay for, whether it's grant, fundraising, whatever, we're going to have to pick up this cost. The radio towers are for emergency communication. We're at both facilities. And this is something that we wanted to, it's a resiliency center for a reason. So during emergency situations, we wanted to be able to have redundant communication in and out of those buildings, and that was the purpose for the radio towers. In Groveland, the other bid alternative that wasn't picked up was the outside bathrooms and the walking trail bridge. One of the things we are working on with the community up there is they're working very hard and heavy on a trail system throughout the Big Old Flag, Groveland area. And one of the end ties is the Community Resiliency Center. So it'd be really nice if we could have and put into place the outside bathroom for that trail system that they're trying to put in. And so that's the request on the CRCs.
Okay, great. Questions?
Not a question, but just a comment. I mean, if the CRCs aren't built yet, would it be a good idea to maybe put a request in for, like, a new elevator in the building that we might be moving into, or something that we were discussing about doing sooner than later, so we can short more money for reserves or something?
Not shovel-ready, right?
That's not shovel-ready, is that why?
Not shovel-ready.
Exactly.
But how is this shovel-ready?
This is shovel-ready because construction started on Monday.
Even though it won't be like another year or two until it's complete.
So you have 14 months for the end of construction. This is perfect. This is their sweet spot, because you need to know their federal fiscal year starts in October 1st.
Okay.
And so making these funding appropriations will be right there. They would like to see this because the renderings are done, the design is done, the project's bid, and we have costs for all these items. These are not estimates, they're actual costs.
Okay. But kind of in the same spirit of what I was saying, there's no other deferred maintenance things that we think we could be on this list that would shore up funds for reserves or something with the budget coming up?
I don't know. We didn't consider them. You need to realize staff had, we were notified on
short.
Thursday, so we're struggling with this one.
Okay.
Supervisor Kirk.
It's coming to mind as I'm sitting up here. I'm not trying
Right,
to
and
catch
so
up,
there
but-
are, when you talk about our capital improvements, going on our discussion from this morning with the Law and Justice, there are a lot of capital improvements that this county needs to be made, and I know Tracy and other staff are working on those and wants to put together a whole plan for your board to consider, and as we put priorities into them, start working on those projects, and so we're just not there yet.
I hear, okay.
Yeah, but yes, very good thoughts as far as other needs and other things that we could do.
So I have a comment to that, and that is in these resiliency centers, we want to make them pay for themselves. And if we could have this kind of equipment, especially the first line item there about the audio visual equipment and then the furniture for the classrooms, then, we'd be looking to rent those spaces out, and we could command some good dollars for that. And especially if we could get this in a grant where we don't have any match. And I'm assuming we don't have any match.
No, we don't have match with this.
This would be a good way of ensuring that we could generate some good money in order to pay for it.
Right,
The
and
whole- the
thank
whole
you,
thing.
Supervisor Haff. The whole idea is making these buildings sustainable and not be a burden, and that's one of the things that staff is trying so hard to be able to do, because that's one of the promises we made to the community.
And as a side note, I had the head of the new lodging commission, whatever it's called, committee,
No.
lodging association, asked me specifically if the resiliency center spaces would be big enough for them to rent for, for packages for hotels and that kind of thing. I don't know where that lands. I just wanted to make mention of that.
Okay, interesting. Cool.
Couple of things, Mo.
Yeah.
Well, kind of tagging on to what Supervisor Haff just said, but on any rental stuff, wouldn't it be just we're only supposed to recoup costs, though? Am I off there? I mean, I love the idea of being able to make some money, but I don't know if we're allowed.
So,
I mean,
so-
I mean, as far as prioritizing money.
Right, Supervisor Goldenberg. In regards to our fees for items, what we do is we want to look at the ability to recover our costs. And right now, in the past, it's been difficult for us because right now our posture has been, if it's a nonprofit agency, then rental of our community centers has been free. Well, what we're finding is Mary from this nonprofit organization rents it out, but she gives it to Joe for his quilting class, and so that's been hard. So I think as we get closer with these buildings, I think we need to look at our rental things, and we need to take things into account. Facilities management is going to have to take care of these buildings, both on a maintenance side and a housekeeping side.
Okay.
And also in both of them, there's going to be additional landscaping. And so those are all costs that need to go figured into the equation of what we need to recoup in regards to this.
Okay.
On the other side of the fence, we need to make sure that these are community buildings. So where is that spot? This is an asset for our community, and we don't want them to be priced out of the market where people can't use them. But I think the best thing about these facilities are they're multi-use. Right now, our community centers are really designed to only have one function at a time. And these buildings are really designed to have multiple functions at one time to be able to help recoup some of those costs.
Okay, and the items listed here, does that finish off your bid alternate list, or are there other items that weren't?
I am also hopefully getting some support and some help from Darren and his crew. There was a bid alternate number 9, which is a walkway across Ferretti Road. And again, that ties into the trail system that Darren and Tyler have been working on. And so they are bringing an item in front of their board. I believe it's about $80,000 to help out with that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now, the way I understood it was that, we don't need to be, I'm just trying to avoid, we don't need to be overly, like, if we prioritize, the first 4 or 5, does it really matter where things land on the priority list beneath that? Are they going to look really closely at that? Because it's a little frustrating that they added that we need to actually put these in a particular order, because it just adds this other layer of complexity for us. And we don't necessarily know whether it's going to make a difference, for all of this effort.
I don't. That there are so many, Senator Feinstein and her staff are going to be looking at various departments, committees, bills in which some of these items can be funneled through in regards to the requests. So that makes this numbering even more obsolete. But again, it's one of the questions on the applications. I want to know what we see as a priority. And so, again, I know she's getting several, probably of these sheets, or her staff is, from all of her communities within her district. So they're just trying to help sort out. Instead of them making decisions on it, they want us as a local to make decisions on what do you want them to focus on. If they only have so much resources and staff to devote to trying to get something through this funding appropriations, what do you want them to work on?
Okay. Do you have a recommendation on how we should go about it? And if not, I have a suggestion.
And please do. I
Okay.
don't, because all of these projects are very worthwhile. You heard from the staff. They're very well-meaning. They are fit the criteria. They are shovel-ready.
And that's what makes it so difficult, is they're all worthwhile, and they all, in some way, meet a need that the community has, and they're completely different in terms of how much they cost.
Right.
So we can't really prioritize them that way either. No. But what I was going to suggest, if the board's interested, is that we start with the top 3 that we'd like to prioritize, and then, because that kind of give us a jumping off point, and then once we get those 3 hammered out, we can kind of go from there. Does that sound good? Okay.
Should we consider the $40 million ask separately, though? Since it sounds like in a category, it's regional, it sounds like it's in a category by itself.
Is it in a category by itself, or is it?
You would have to ask Cole. My guess is, not talking to the staff about it, my guess it would be that it would, because of a five-county
That it would not?
scenario, that it is
Okay.
in its category by itself, because
Then
it's so large.
why are we considering it in this list here?
Well, I'm just, I don't know. I'm just saying, on the application, it said what is your priority? So
I do have
if
some
you
thoughts on
feel that it's your number one, we should make it your number one. I think that Feinstein's,
So it's not separate. So if it should be included, and if we wanted to make it number one, it'd be number one.
What was presented to me from her staff is you cannot separate and, prioritize by category. So like if you had like all your transportation, all your utilities, and all your county services, you can't have a number one for each of those. They want a 1 through whatever kind of list.
Cole, are you still on with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you clarify that for us? Is this so it's included with the list of the different asks, but are we ranking this with all the others, or is it considered separate, its own thing, because it's regional?
I think I can bring this up with my Senator Feinstein staff as well. And I've also brought this up with a couple of my colleagues at the other counties of should this be a Central Sierra Economic Development District ask or a Central Sierra Connect Consortium ask. But we are in a bit of flux on all of our agencies that would utilize this as a 5-county request. And so that's why we've made the decision to go through the county of Tuolumne on behalf of the 5 other counties. I think that we could have a clear conversation with Senator Feinstein's staff on separating it out from the other requests that are more in line with their per county requests.
Let me interject here. You need to know that the deadline for submission of this grant is tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
This doesn't give any of us any time to do that.
We can't wait till tomorrow till 6 p.m. to decide.
I have a thought or
So
question.
why don't we, I was actually going to start there, but why don't we just look at the 3 priorities, see where we land, and then kind of go from there. We need to start somewhere. So, but before we get to your question, I haven't asked for public comment yet, so I want to do that. Make sure there's nobody that has any other opinions that we haven't covered. Any public comment from the room? Okay, anyone on the phones? Sorry. Give 1 second just to make sure. Okay, we have no public comment. Okay. All right, great. So Supervisor Kirk, why don't you go ahead and tell us what your top 3 are, and then we'll go from there, okay?
But I just want to touch something that Cole just said, which is this is in tomorrow, and the other boards aren't. Are they prioritizing just like we are, just since every county is doing this, I'm assuming?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Because
one of my
if they read the grant application, and they're being honest about it, yes, they are.
Yikes, okay.
So.
I mean, one of my suggestions was going to be get all the 5 counties to make broadband their number 1 priority. So as a unified message, we're letting Feinstein's office know. So Cole, maybe you could do some groundwork and try and get them to reach out to her and let them know that's hopefully their number 1 priority.
Well, if I understand Stu correctly, though, they're expecting us to make it a priority.
So maybe
it's
just
not going to be on
make
their
that really
list at
clear
all.
to Feinstein's office.
Yeah.
Can we call them? Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be in the office.
5 supervisors, 5 counties.
It's after 5.
Yeah,
Everyone's gone home. Okay, so I'm going to give you my 3. I look at our priority list. Fire's our number 1, but we have an opportunity with broadband that I think is bigger than anything that we could ever pass up. So my recommendation would be broadband, number 1. Number 2 would be fire, and then number 3 would be public works based on our board priorities. That's why we spent 3 days doing this. So broadband, fire, public works with the street sweeper. Those would be my first 3.
Okay. Supervisor Half?
Well, I'm a little disappointed that Tuolumne County would have to take the lead, which means for the broadband, because then it knocks our other priorities lower down. And I do think broadband is a high priority. I'm not trying to minimize that. So I'll go along with Kirk and Supervisor Kirk in promoting the regional plan. But I see fire as our number one objective, and I see lots of projects here that deal with fire. Obviously, our county fire would be one, and the Groveland Big Oak Flat Water Distribution System would be one. Jamestown would not. Possibly Tuolumne Utility District with their treated water, their Tektite pipeline replacement would be one. I'm looking for anything fire-related since that's our number one. So those would be successively, I think, what I would want to see. And if we can go deeper into the woods, there'd be a lot more that I'd want to approve.
Okay.
Now, for the Transportation Council, is that separate or is that, we've already approved?
No, that is
gonna-
part of this as well.
okay.
We have to prioritize that
Okay.
too.
Well, I really like, and roads
So-
is on our, roads and infrastructure is there too. I really like the idea of having some of the money go towards that street widening, but some of the other money go towards local roads. So I would put that in there too.
Supervisor Brandon.
So I was thinking about this in what is going to be the most likely to actually get through, and I want to ask Mo, what's the general allocations back when earmarks were a thing, as far as how much a county might be able to get, since each one of these amounts is very different?
You know, since we don't know what her other counties and cities within her district are applying for, it's going to be hard to tell.
Okay.
You just don't know. I mean, this is truly, very hopeful as far as the funding. It's very rare.
Okay.
So-
So to me, I was trying to figure out what were the values for this. You know, one is something that clearly solves a problem. Two, something that's sustaining. Three, something that's widely supported. And four, I think something that matches the existing priorities of the state when they think about our region. The three that I came up with are all ones that I think are either revenue drivers or save us money. First one being the TCTC proposal. I think that's not only a revenue driver, it's very clear what the impact is. It's in line with state goals for 30 by 30 in mass transit and, moving towards that. I think internet as number two. I think it does make sense that we take lead on this, given that we got the grant. Cole's in the driver's seat on that. Again, a revenue driver and something talked a lot about at the state. And third, fire, because that's money that can be thrown at a problem to fix it. And when they think of our area, they think of fire.
Okay. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. Well, thinking about the amounts and thinking about the equipment aspect, went with fire first. I segmented out the radio tower portion of the admin as number 2, and went with the street sweeper number 3 because a piece of equipment I feel, within the range that they said, might be more achievable.
Okay. All right. So I was pretty much where Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Half are. Instead of having the third one be Public Works Street Sweeper, I did have the Jamestown widening, but I'd be open to, if we made the street sweeper third, making the Jamestown widening 4, and otherwise keeping that all together. The widening project to me is a pretty big priority, and it's something where I think it has a likelihood of being successful, given that, we've got a lot of local investment in that. And so, but yeah, and then I share your concern, Supervisor Half, with the broadband plan. I mean, are we losing one of our slots in order to put this on at the top of our list that could go to another project. That's the I think that's the concern that we're all feeling, is that, you know, we don't want to have Feinstein's office see this and say, well, we just gave Tuolumne County $40 million. We don't need to give them anything else for a long time. You know, whereas it's not just for us, it's a regional plan, so we don't want to throw all our eggs into that basket at the expense of everything else. But that is where I'm at. So do we have a majority there?
Can I lobby a little bit here?
Sure.
Public Works would still get a good amount of money if we approve the Tuolumne Transportation Council ask, because that has some money that would go from the 800 and whatever, I forget that. What was that funding for? It would go to Public Works for road maintenance, and any money that we can send towards road maintenance will not only make our public works people happy, but it will make some of the people where the roads are improved happy in our county as well.
Okay, so then what you're saying,
Rather than the street sweeper.
Broadband 1, fire trucks 2, Jamestown widening 3, Public Works 4.
The Jamestown widening has Public Works in it. They will
No, Jamestown widening is through TCTC.
Darren, do you want to come up and explain that again, please?
Yeah. Well, what he was saying is that there's the potential to put some of that money back into Public Works, but it's not a Public Works project.
It's now a $1.8 million ask. Go ahead, Darren.
Mike.
No, I think a little touchy. There it is. It's 2.7 million total. We do a $1.8 million ask. I already have 540,000, if memory serves me correct, in the STIP. So what that would do would leave me needing about 300,000 and some change to complete the PA and ED phase, but freeing up about 496,000 is when I did the math real quick. That would then flow, you know, to local roads. I'm reluctant to say it goes to Public Works because that's a TCTC decision on how that money gets disseminated once it gets freed back up, but it's likely.
So the TCTC board has to decide to put that money back.
Yeah.
Yeah. But is that the order that we're saying is, because I'm good with that if that's what you're saying, is innovation, business assistance, the fire trucks, the Jamestown widening, and then the street sweeper in that order. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was suggesting the TCTC part to also benefit Public Works and then not putting in the Public Works request for the street sweeper. But if we wanted to add a fourth one,
well,
I'm open to that.
You mean leaving it out altogether?
Well, I see some other fire related projects that deal with water, but they're fire related, that if fire is our number one priority, I'd really like to see being asked for.
Well, we got to find some way to get through this. I'm kind of thinking that we're not going to get all of these asks, and so we should just kind of do our best to prioritize them and hope we get at least one.
Right. I was just thinking, you know, that the coal ask, right? I mean, everybody wants that. It's a 5-county effort. I thought I heard Cole say that he had letters of support either in hand or coming from all 5 counties.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we should make that Tuolumne County's number one. I think, can we submit that with those 5 letters because of what we recently did on the $500,000 grant that we got from the federal government? I mean, to try and tie it to that is what I'm saying, to just separate it out, perhaps.
I imagine if they give the 40 million split 8 or 5 ways for the 8 million, whether we were on board to support it, or whether we weren't on board to support it, they would still look at it and say, well, Tuolumne County got something. Given that we're kind of in the leadership seat with it, I don't see we have anything to lose as making that a top priority. And if then they decide it's, you know, unless we're going to say that we don't want money for that.
Other than, did Cole say he was going to contact their office tomorrow morning still?
Yeah, he has a meeting with them, and he is working with them on
Right.
on all the information. I think my point was, it's such a big deal that it's as simple as a phone conversation which he can have with them tomorrow. Is, hey, look, the board, they have all these things, and they made a priority, but we want to put the stamp of approval out. Like, this is such a big deal that it's our number one thing, but right behind it, there's all these other things. We just see this as an opportunity, and unfortunately, we have to lump it and move so quick. And I don't think they would hold that against us, because we're really taking up the slack for 5 other counties.
Yeah,
So,
and,
I would hope not.
I think we have a job to just prioritize these things, and the odds of us getting all of these things is pretty low, it seems like. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. My guess, if we're lucky, we'll get 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, but we can't tell, again, these are going to be handed off to different committees, different federal agencies. So just because it's our community priority doesn't necessarily mean Senator Feinstein and her staff might find different niches for things. It just depends on what the federal priorities are and what's going on, and money available that is in different agencies. So that's why, each one of us would like to submit an application. We just need to know on the grant application, what priority does our community or our elected officials feel that this project is? So we can fill in that number. But we do need to, it's a required.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We have a job. Let's figure it out. So show of hands, who wants innovation business as number 1? Okay. So that'll be our number 1 priority.
Okay.
And then it sounded like we were talking about fire equipment for number 2. Is that sounding good? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we got 2 of them down.
Thank you.
And then number 3, we were going back and forth. So number 3, it sounded like Jamestown project was high on the list.
I think so.
I'm getting a nod. I'm for that. Okay. So Jamestown transportation. Okay, now we're getting into it. Okay. So we talked about public works, but it sounded like that you were not wanting to go that direction because we had the Jamestown project. Okay. So I'll just start at the top. What about animal control? How are we feeling about that as our 4th?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what I said.
So
you asked about animal control, but I didn't hear the response. I'm sorry.
As a 4th, yeah.
Yeah, as the 4th. Is anyone wanting to take that up the charge for that as our 4th? Okay. I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to move on to county administration. So we're taking this. So Supervisor Golden, you had talked about separating it, but I think, Mo, you were wanting to submit this as one.
Right. What I did in my application so far that I've written, and in my support letter that I'm asking for the board to sign off on, is I gave them a priority as far as items that I understand funding is short, and if it's a big ask to ask for 2.2, and so if they could find funding for any one of these items, I'd greatly appreciate it. My priority is they're listed in priority on this sheet is the audiovisual is my number 1.
So why don't we take off the other 3 and just make it the audiovisual then?
Okay, we can do that.
Is that sounding
Well,
good?
Hold on, as number 4?
Yeah, as number 4.
I would say
Supervisor
county fire, the fire apparatus instead of.
We've already got that as number 2.
Number 2.
Yeah, so county fire's done.
I'm sorry, I had wrong numbers.
Broadband's done.
Thank you.
Jamestown, TCTC, Jamestown widening's done. And then we're looking at county admin, removing the other 3 and just going with the 1.15
Right.
million for the audiovisual equipment.
Okay.
Going to Sue, I'm making your point for you, so if I'm saying this wrong, please go ahead and chime in. How do we feel about that as number 4?
I'm okay with that. I would have gone with the, more on the emergency communications part instead of the audiovisual. I know it's a bigger ticket item and
I'm
it's
sorry.
good to get, but
You're right. That was what you had said. It was the emergency communications. So do you want to keep it to that, or do?
well, I mean, we'll lands where it lands. Take the poll.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Well, so I had separated that one out because that was the one that you had separated out. So the 520,000. And I'm sorry, that was my mistake. I was thinking audio visual, but what I meant was the emergency communications. Do you want to still separate that out, or just take the total, all 4 at 2.2 million?
I would separate it out, just trying to look at chances of success and dollar amounts,
But so then just the 520?
correct.
Okay, all right. So are we okay with the 520 for the radio towers for number 4?
I had something else in mind.
Okay. And you did too? Okay. Supervisor Brandon, you're kind of, I'm actually okay with the 520 for the radio towers as number 4. So you're kind of in the hot seat.
Yeah, again, to me, the main thing is this going to end up saving us money? Since that's the root of all the issues, including public safety that we're facing. And most of those things, I'm skeptical of whether we're going to recoup a lot more money from renting them out if they have audio-visual equipment. And while the radio tower, it's great for public safety, there are other ones that I think could potentially save us money that then can end up going into public safety too. So I'm kind of on the fence. You get 2.5 out of 5.
Well, you can't be on the fence. So do you want the radio tower as number 4 or not?
No.
Okay. So Supervisor Haff, you had an alternate idea first, and then
Yeah,
Supervisor Kirk.
I think we should keep with our priorities, our board priorities, and, excuse me, we don't have to just stay with county concentric ideas, and I think we should spread the wealth a little bit, and I do really believe that we should pick Groveland Community Services District, at least for the water improvement, which is a little over $2 million for the next project. That includes the fire, that would improve their fire. They have no fire flow for Big Oak Flat right now.
Okay, and then Supervisor Kirk, you had an idea.
I can be persuaded. Mine, what number 4 was going to be TUD, for the same reasons and the amount of people that they touch.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you on TUD because it's just there's more customers there,
Right.
more broader range.
Maybe a question for Pete here. I thought you had said something about the 900,000 portion. Did maybe I heard that wrong? You explained you had some funding and you'd gone out to bid, but I don't quite recall. Between the two items.
So many numbers, so many different things, so many different projects. On the water project specifically, we're ready to go out to bid. We have all the permits. It's shovel ready. We are waiting in line for CDBG funding. We were approved as a priority project last year by the county. That application is in. We expect to hear their funding down the list. As soon as we do, this opportunity would work out right, time-wise, to add to that for us to be able to complete the project in total, because the CDBG is only a portion of it.
Okay. So it's still that same project. Are you looking for the whole 2 million here? That's what I was trying to determine.
What the 2 million does, or
Yeah, I'm sorry. You've got 2 million on the water and then 900,000 on the sewer.
on the sewer. We're just talking about the water project now. It
Just the
sounds like
Okay.
you're focused on fire priorities. The water project is
Right,
is
but-
the priority for.
I guess my question is, you think you might be getting some funding, but not all on the water? Is that what you're indicating, or you don't know?
This is the gap, right, Pete?
The 2 million, exactly.
Right. So the CDBG grant that was applied for and that we're in the queue for, and we're waiting for them to get to it, is the project itself is more than $2 million. So CDBG will pay for a part of it. This is the gap that GCSD needs to finish off that project.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank
And
you.
I just want to remind the board that for smaller populations, the cost of these things is a lot of money. And so it would be great if we didn't have to put this on the ratepayers over there.
And for this type of a project, it's not as, it is on the ratepayers, but it's also on new development projects. You know, for example, we're at a break point now where we can't provide service to a major project there because we don't have fire flow. So they have to develop their own on-site storage for 200 units and a restaurant, commercial establishment, the whole thing. It's really expensive. It makes it hard for them to make a decision to locate there. This project gives us that fire flow in that area and then into the community of Big Oak Flat.
Right. And that's a project that we've already heard something about in the SCAR area, right?
Yes.
All right, so so Supervisor half is supportive of having GCSD's 2 projects being our 4th priority.
No, just the one, just the water. The top one, for a little over 2 million.
But their number 1 priority was the sewer system, correct? Like,
Yes.
I'm picking priorities in the field based on a question in the meeting.
So
it's a dynamic situation.
I just don't see the need to further divide this down. You know, you asked for 2.9 million to be a priority. Why don't you just
do it
deal with
way?
that? Because it's
Okay.
inclusive of what you're talking about. It's not.
Not gonna get to it.
And I'm not saying, I'm saying that it's a good idea. I'm not. So, and then Supervisor Kirk had said a similar thing with respect to TUD. I'm a little more toward the TUD side, but Supervisor Goldenberg, did you have an opinion between those 2 options or a third option?
I would still take out and just do the 2 million because I think it's closer to the
Okay,
limits
but
that they were,
we
the
gotta-
limits that came from Feinstein's office.
If you
was
take
talking
it
about-
out, then we need to put it somewhere else because it's still, or we,
No, what I'm saying is go with the Groveland, but just the water portion, the 2 million. Not the whole thing, because it puts it close to the limits that Feinstein's office was indicating that they were looking at.
yeah, but this is not, this is what they're asking for. And so we're going behind them and deciding not to ask for one of the elements, you see?
Let's let.
We just had this conversation.
One more time, sorry. It's 2 separate projects. I have I have 2 separate applications going with Feinstein's office.
Right, but, so we just take it off completely, the 900,000.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's not a priority. It's just, it makes sense with the conversation that you're having
Okay.
and the prioritization that you're going through.
If you're fine with it, let's do it. Okay,
Yes.
we'll take the 900,000 off, go with the 2.08, okay. And then, so you're supportive of that? Okay. Supervisor Brandon, you got an opinion?
I do. You know, between this with the 3 priorities we've identified, I consider those things that really benefit the entire county through tourism, transportation, fire. I would say we avoid utility districts for the fact that it's entering into basically each one of our districts. Because for me, my number 1 priority was economic development, and what I ran on was housing. And when I think of those 2 things as root issues, Jamestown, I think, has some of the most potential for growth. We're going to be seeing more buildings there. It has a new facility, but it needs additional capacity. It doesn't have the capacity to grow, and I think there's a moratorium on new connections right now. So what I would pick was Jamestown Sanitary District, and I know that leaves it hung, but the reason with that is it's very hard to choose very individualized communities over some of these
Okay.
county priorities. I would
So-
actually recommend street sweeper.
So what I was looking for was to see if we had a majority on that. And I've actually been kind of persuaded by the fact that it is a lower dollar amount. It seems likely to, it's kind of in that range where we're talking about. And we did enough talking to where I feel like we've worked it out. I'm supportive of the Groveland GCSD, making that the fourth priority. So I think we have three, right? Okay. Okay, and then do we want to talk about TUD? Supervisor Brandon's interested in talking about Jamestown senators. I assume the same arguments apply for a fifth position here. Do we want to talk about that? So Supervisor Kirk, I'm still supportive of having the TUD be somewhere higher on the list. Do we have another opinion there?
Go ahead.
Well, I would still be in support of whatever helps with fire. And so although I would love to be able to support Jamestown Sanitary District, they deal only with sewer. And that does help economic development, yes.
Water and sewer, I believe.
Sewer only.
Jamestown Sanitary is only sewer. TUD is treated water and sewer.
Oh, that I
And
misheard Pete.
Right.
Our Techite line serves many customers.
So, so the one project that was pulled out by, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Michaela. Hi, Michaela Dillon,
Michaela.
TUD Management Analyst.
Was the Techite pipeline replacement, which she said would help with fighting fires. So that's for $1,500,000, and I would support that.
Okay. So why don't we make TUD 5?
Back to the segment again here, the one piece.
Right.
The first item, the tech light pipeline replacement.
Okay. So do we have that ability to just remove? So it's our priorities, but they can still make the application.
When I logged in to fill out the application, I logged in as TUD, as myself
Right.
as a user. And so I identified all three projects, much as I think I can speak for
Right.
Groveland. They identified both of their projects. It does ask for a ranking, and I don't know.
Right, it does. And so your letters of support that you're considering right now for each of the entities have all the projects that are in there. So like Michaela says, their Tuolumne Utilities District, their letter of support that you're going to sign as Board of Supervisors has all three projects
That's
on.
fine. And I would think if
So
they
does TUD.
if they decide that, hey, we're going to go with TUD, we'll give TUD a call. Hey, we're only going to fund one of your projects. So which one do you want it to be? I mean,
And you have to identify that in the application.
Right,
So
right.
we
So-
identified our three priorities at your direction. We can change to Techite, knowing that fire is possibly the county's priority, but the overall ranking, that would
okay.
be.
So that kind of
most
sounds like a solution. We're suggesting Techite one as the priority. Maybe you change it, and then same thing with the other ones. Where Groveland, we're recommending the water one is your priority, and then we'll just keep this jamming. Okay.
Okay, so
So
we're okay keeping it at the Techite
Sure.
for TUD for fifth priority at the 1.5 million. And then what about Jamestown Sanitary District as the sixth priority then? Anybody? I'd be supportive of that.
I'm fine. I kind of want to go back. I'm gonna make this quick because I know we're all dying here. It's getting so late. The public works street sweeper. I hope somewhere along the way, if that
So-
issue comes up where we can dedicate that funding towards the street sweeper, because
What- So if we're okay with Jamestown Sanitary being the sixth priority, do I have a majority there? I'm not hearing voices.
Sure. Let's
And
just
I
get
got
this.
one. I know I got
let's
two.
Finish
Okay.
this up.
Then what about 7, the Public Works project,
Sure.
the street sweeper?
It's just one of our priorities. and it's
Anybody
number 7
opposed to
now.
that? No? Okay. Any strong opposition? Okay. Okay, so we almost got through it. Let's see here.
Tell me anything, I'll say yes right now.
And then to start back up at the top, animal control. Now, I was kind of thinking, I almost wanted to put this animal control ask like at the very top because it's the smallest one. And, it seems like I'd like to at least get something. And everything that they're asking for is totally needed in the community. So are we okay putting that as number 8?
Yep.
Any opinion?
My only concern with this and having these earmarks is if we're providing a list of 10 and 2 of them are 49,000 and 98,000, the thought is, we'll just give them those 2 because they're inexpensive and not the other ones, instead of saying these are the actual priorities as far as the most impactful ones. It's not that these aren't good things, they're improvements, where the other ones are more existential.
All right, what's number 9?
So then, okay.
I guess my thought on those two, I mean, the lower amounts did, I kind of thought we could probably figure out how to fund those 2 areas, without putting it on this prioritized list to Feinstein's office at the dollar amounts that are there.
So the concern is that if we include a lower amount, like Supervisor Brandon
Yeah,
said.
I would just take those 2 off personally and leave it at the higher numbers.
Well, they asked us, how many did they ask us to provide them?
They didn't.
Oh, okay.
They just said submit whatever you feel is appropriate, so.
Well, so it sounds like Jaron and David we could take that off.
Yeah, and I'd also say that
Okay.
that amount seems like we could apply for another grant to potentially get. It's the larger monies that's hard to get.
Yeah, no, I agree. Where are your feelings, Supervisor Kirk, and half on removing the animal control portion? I think I'd want to keep that there, just at least to, I really, for $50,000, I really can't see them funding that and then saying, well, we gave them $50,000, so we're not going to fund a $2 million project. I guess I don't share those concerns that it would undermine the other asks that we have.
I think we're just doing what the application is, which is reach out, tell us what you guys need, give us a list. So I say, we got a list from our staff, they put some thought and
Yeah.
time into it, so let's send it up.
And that's a good point. Staff put time into it. We should at least show our support. So are we okay staying there? Okay.
Sure.
So I'm hearing animal control is number 8, and then weights and measures as number 9.
Yeah, and then where did we land with the county admin? So
That's number 10. Thank you.
okay, so that would be number 10. And would it be in total?
Yeah, that's, you've covered all the items. Yeah, so we got the top 10 list. Woohoo!
Chairman Campbell, if I may, on CRC projects, one thing that was mentioned to me by the Lodging Association specifically, it wasn't audio-visual equipment, it was actually furniture for the entire place to be able to host. So that is if we are adding inexpensive ones.
So you're saying take the AV equipment off and keep the rest?
Yeah, I think if it's 1.2 million and it's the last on our list, it's not going
Yeah.
to get picked anyways. But they
and-
might throw in a 60,000 thing at the end.
I agree with you. Any other thoughts on that? So you're saying take off everything but the 60 grand for the furniture? Everything but the furniture.
And maybe the radio tower, keep that, but the outside bathroom, walking trail, and the AV.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? So for the last other priorities, what would be included would be furniture for the classrooms at 60,000, and then a radio tower for emergency communications at 520, for a total of 580,000 instead of the 2.2 million. So I've got 1, 2. Is there any more support for that? 3? Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That was fun. For all those watching, how the sausage gets made kind of stuff. Okay,
So,
do you need any other direction from the board?
well, in regards to your motion, you're going to be you're going to be approving letters of support that have already been submitted to you. So what I heard from you is the only one we need to make changes to is the one for the CRC. So in that letter, I'd ask that you approve it, but
Okay.
since you don't want me to apply for just two of those items, then note that you need to make changes to that letter.
So I got a new suggestion. Yeah, no, this is fun to me.
Are we able to approve it and give you the flexibility to rewrite that?
Yeah.
Without having to come back here?
So what do you want to?
Well,
Say remove those other
Yeah,
two, rewrite it, and then we've already approved the language with your amendments.
Right, so Christina already has the letters, so we have them electronically, so we can delete them from it.
Oh,
It
we've
just-
already submitted the letters? What's
No, yeah,
Oh.
the letters are already submitted, because we
Okay.
need to have them by
Okay.
tomorrow morning in order to get these applications
Yeah.
out, guys. I mean, applications are half-written, so that's my problem. I mean, I already have
Okay.
letters and half applications written, so,
Okay.
but that's okay, I
Vo-
can.
Votes for leave it, raise your hand.
That doesn't matter to me. Oh,
Okay.
guys,
I'm
okay.
joining it. Okay.
Okay,
So we have a majority for leaving
I
it.
appreciate it.
So that's the last one, admin. Okay. And thank you. Please chime in if we're messing with your plans here too much, because we need to know
Yes, you're
these kind
messing
of
with me.
things.
That's
Okay.
okay. So,
Yeah, I know.
so all of us here in the audience and those who couldn't attend in person, we really appreciate it. We know that this is really hard. Again, every one of these projects is extremely worthy, is shovel-ready, has impacts to our community in a variety of ways. So all of us appreciate whatever number you gave us. Not offended by it. We will go out and submit, get busy and submit really good applications, and we will report back what we find out.
Thanks, Mo. This was really an exercise in Sophie's choice, though, choosing between our children.
I know. And yeah, it's occurring to me now that, Mo, you're the one that's done the work to pull everyone together, and the requests that you've submitted are at the bottom.
That was not lost on my,
Okay.
no, but I'm here to serve the
I hope-
community.
I hope you're not taking that as a reflection of how much we value you and the work that you do. I mean, we're probably not going to get most of these anyways.
No, this is Tuolumne County, and
Yeah.
you know what? I am very appreciative and very astonished by everyone sitting in this room. They endured a whole day here, just like you have. They have put tremendous efforts into looking out what is best in their district, in their community, and I will tell you from the letters that you will read as far as what you're signing, as far as the support. They put a lot of heart into this, and I am proud to be part of this county who, our odds are very, very difficult, and they're very long, but you know what? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, and I think the citizens in this community should be very proud of all of these people who have submitted these projects.
And
Absolutely.
just saying, I had those radio towers as number 2.
And I was with you on it. So you're just looking for direction? You don't need a motion on this, do you?
Yes, no, I do need direction that.
Okay, what kind of motion are
have-
you looking for?
That you gave me, so that the Board of Supervisors will approve the letters of support that have been handed out to you for the respective projects that were listed in the board memo and the additional one for county fire, and that your prioritization of those projects are 1, broadband, county fire is number 2, the Jamestown Whiting project is number 3, Groveland Community Service District projects is number 4, TUD's project is number 5, the Jamestown Sanitary District is number 6, Public Works is number 7, Animal Control is number 8, and Weights and Measures number 9, and the Community Resiliency Centers is number 10. There's
Okay,
your motion.
do I have a motion to that effect?
I would be happy to move to that effect.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'm just double checking to make sure. It's been so long. I believe I asked for public comment. Okay, so I will not do that again. So motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion passed 5-0. You have your priorities. And I expect us to get every single dime that we spent so much work and blood, sweat, and tears working out. Okay, do we want to take a 10-minute break? We've got 3 more items to deal with. They shouldn't take too long, but let's reconvene at 6 o'clock. Okay, are we ready to go again? All right, 6 o'clock, we're back. Board of Supervisors meeting for May 4th, 2021. Where we left, we were on item 18. Clerk, would you read item 18?
Discussion about board committees and commissions meetings, frequency and cancellations.
Okay, so this has got my name on it, but it came out of some of the comments that Supervisor Brandon had in his reports in the last meeting. It was kind of talking about, and I'll just kind of go over my part of it, and then I'll turn it over to you to talk about what do we want to see with our committees. I had kind of been, I know staff had also been operating under the policies that we've had in the past, and that was kind of the assumption I was working on too. I had never actually heard a complaint about the way committees were held or cancellations until recently. And so there was, no impetus to change these things. But, that being said, just because we've done things a certain way doesn't mean it's necessarily the right way or that we shouldn't, talk about it or look at it again. And so we had our legislative conference last week, and that's a opportunity for other supervisors to get together and talk about legislative issues. And in talking to other supervisors, I kind of asked them about this. I said, how do you conduct meetings, and are there meetings that are held on a regular basis that are canceled routinely for one reason or another? Because some of these committees exist for sporadic reasons, things that aren't necessarily going to come up every single month. And the consensus among just about everybody I talk to is that they more or less conduct meetings the same way that we do in Tuolumne County. So, I just kind of wanted to open up that discussion. Supervisor Brand, I know you had some opinions about it, and so I wanted to put it on the agenda so we could have a discussion about it with the board and kind of see, is this an area where we want to have some changes? What do we want to see with these committees? Because we're not held to any particular plan. And just doing things because we've always done them a certain way isn't necessarily a good reason. So I guess Supervisor Brandon, if you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Campbell, and I do appreciate the space to be able to talk about this. I think the impetus came from the fact that this is a very different board. It's a very different approach to the public. I think everybody up here has held town halls, visited groups, inside, and been a lot more communicative online, and really put a value on the public being informed. For me, this is an extension of that very naturally. This is where we invite, experienced and caring members of the public to participate in governance itself, to not only help support our efforts, but to learn in the process. And that kind of builds that teamwork. I do think that we need to, as you mentioned, some of them were formed for various purposes that may no longer fit. Other ones, we do face issues with the pressure it's put on staff. We face issues with vacancies on others. Some are very well functioning and other ones haven't met for a long time. I would like to see us be able to create some type of a more organized structure to ensure we're covering all our bases. It's easy to become a part of it, the scope matches what we want out of these groups, and that they're equally trained and supported to be officials as we are here on the board. Even as the head of the county here, we receive quite a bit of training on a regular basis to help us. With that, though, and being cognizant of the time, it's 6:05. I know that this will probably need to be a much longer conversation. My recommendation, if you wouldn't mind, Chairman Campbell, we've had one trooper in the audience who has been here most of the day. It's Planning Commissioner Jerry Morrow. If we are able to open up public forum to receive his comments so that he can be able to speak to us, and then we can table this discussion and all the materials that I've got laid out of some thoughts about it until our next meeting.
So you want to table it or no?
To open up public forum first, and then
we will.
As the action to be tabling it afterwards.
Okay. Well, I'll look to see. I mean, I want to give other board members an opportunity to speak since, I mean, we are into the item. I guess I'll start Supervisor Half or Kirk. Any other?
I mean, it's hard to really know what we're trying to get at other than, I'll just give you my 2 cents. I think every time there's an idea, there's a committee created, and that's not necessarily the most efficient way to do things. I don't think it'd be a bad idea to look at what committees and commissions we have and see if they're really fulfilling their purposes and if it's worth continuing time and energy. And then those that we are, I think, when I got on as a board member, I got ADD, right? So I like to get things done. I like to hone in on it, work hard. At the first year, I kind of felt like a lot of staff had excuses that kind of to me were baloney. But as I sat in the office now into my third year, I understand the tax that we have on staff. Whenever we have an idea might be simple, but it might be 2, 3, 4 weeks. It might be months worth of research, implementation, this, that, and the other. So my view towards these committees and commissions has really changed a lot to where I don't want to be wasting my time or other people's resources or energy, especially staff. If there's something worth value, worth bringing to a committee or commission, absolutely have the meeting. If there's not, and it's just going through the motions, then I don't care for it. So I make that clear to all the committees and commissions that I sit on, like, let's have the action items up front. Let's get done what we need to do, because sometimes people got to get it off. They have other meetings to go to. So I don't know if that's the information we're looking for or what the discussion is going to turn into, but I'm not in favor of mandating that committees and commissions meet every time we're scheduled to meet and have to have something to say, because I think that's just going to actually make it worse. And I think that's why, as a board, when we meet and we prioritize things at the beginning of the year, when we have this, we're telling staff, look, when you have action items and you have things that fall within these categories, we need to bring it to these committees and commissions and act on it. So I kind of feel like that's kind of the roadmap. Again, that's just with a few years of experience in the office. I don't know it all. I'm sure there's always ways to make things better. So that's my 2 cents.
Supervisor Goldberg?
Well, Supervisor Brandon had a request, and I think it should be honored. We have a member of the public that wanted to speak, part of a committee, and I think we should do that before we have further discussions.
Okay. All right. I'm good with that. Jerry, or is there, I'll open it up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak? And thank you so much for being so patient.
I don't know if I should say good evening or good afternoon. You guys just have a long day.
Yeah.
So, but anyhow, I'm here to speak a little bit about planning. Supervisor Brandon and myself, we had met and we talked about planning for good those planning commissioners. But I'm here today to represent the California County Planning Commission Association. We represent the 58 counties in California. We have a large body, so that's every planning commissioner that we have in the state of California. Again, my name is Jerry Morrow, and I would like to talk a little bit about training for commissioners throughout the county and through other counties in California. I'm the vice president of the California County Planning Commission Association. I was a past president of that association a few years back. But now we have a great opportunity to do training for those planning commissioners. Also, I'm the vice chairman of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. I'm here today to talk about, again, the training and planning commissioners in this county. We have 4 new planning commissioners, and they're very apprehensive about coming aboard, not having training, and some of them came to me and said, gee, this is so overwhelming for us. And I know that you as supervisors, you have 3 new supervisors, and I think that you've had some training, but it's really to the point sometimes that you do get very apprehensive about coming up to speed. It takes at least, for a planning commissioner, 8 to 12 months to come up to speed if they don't have good training. My focus today is on training. We have really a great toolbox that we have for planning commissioners when we train. Give you a good idea, we have agriculture, zone changes, environmental, the general plan, CEQA, Brown Act, rezoning, ethics, culture resources, and housing, and many more. So we have a good toolbox to train these new planning commissioners. And again, I'm a little bit apprehensive to even ask you this, but we've talked about so much about money today, but naturally you pay dues. Every county pays dues to our association, depending on the population of the county. I hope that you supervisors hold the purse strings, that you might budget for those commissioners to come to our county conferences. And we do have a conference, a spring conference that comes in February, March. And then we have our annual conference that comes back in October. And we have great speakers, and the subject that I just mentioned, that's what they really talk about. So if there's any questions, I hope that you can budget these. And what they do, our 2-day conference that we have, they pay the 2 hotels and the registration fees for these new commissioners. But we've had it here for a number of years. We've had many, many commissioners come here. I know when I had my conference, it was in Lake Tahoe on the California side. And we have 110 commissioners that come to that particular conference. So they're very beneficial for new planning commissioners and planning commissioners that's been aboard already. Just to kind of give you an idea, from this county alone, usually the metropolitan counties like Los Angeles, San Diego, Fresno, and different larger metropolitans, they usually get their board members, and they're elected by every planning commissioner in the state of California. We just don't move in, we're elected. And to give you an idea, we've had Don Ratzall, he was on the planning commission, become a supervisor here. We've had Dave Thornton, he was one of our presidents. Myself was a president, and Charlotte Haig. So we've had 4 past presidents that represented this county. So again, I'm asking that you might fund this to the planning department so we can give training to these good planning commissioners. And with that, if there's any questions, I can go ahead and answer. If not, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Questions for Mr. Morrow?
Well, thank you again, and it's been a long day. Yeah, thanks again.
And I just want to say thank you very much for showing the dedication and persistence to stick through it with us to this late hour.
Well, at times we've had, I can remember on the planning commission, Mountain Springs was a good one.
Yeah.
We'd go to 11, 12 o'clock at night. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but you would
thank
start in the afternoon, though. All right, thanks very much. Okay, any other public comment? Anyone on the phones? Okay.
So
So this, looking to see if we have any discussion, if there's anything that we can change that we could then ask staff to look into and then come back to us with some kind of proposal that we can work on. But, is this a priority for us to look into right now, or is this something that we can kind of work with over a period of time? That's kind of what I'm looking for. And I think Supervisor Goldenberg, did you want to go first, or?
Well, I haven't had any comment yet.
Okay.
So, I see both sides of this. I've never been a fan of doing something just to do it, but on the other hand, I've been a part of a lot of committees. I've chaired a lot of committees, and sometimes even when you don't have official business, it's good just to get together and have sounding boards and consider where you're going in the future. I know when I was campaigning and running that, I was on, and other people I knew were on quite a number of county lists where you get notified about various, meetings, commissions that were going on, committees and commissions. And I heard quite a few people were not happy that there was cancellations over and over and over again. And so I think people want to participate, and there's some stability in saying if you've got a meeting, scheduled. That said, I do understand that there's impact to staff, to do these, but if you had meetings that were more just, even if they were just informational, the prep time would be minimal, in that case. But anyways, just like today, when we had, the first time where we had public back in, it's just, when you have in-person meetings and you just can, sit there and discuss things, it's a lot of those relationships and where you go just, make things smoother. But anyways, that's my thoughts.
And that kind of got me thinking, most of us have been in a lot of committee meetings. I'd like to know the total number of everyone in this room, how many committees we've been to. But, in my experience, the smaller committees get far less public engagement and than the Board of Supervisors meeting does. And in the past, with past boards, certainly not this one, but these subcommittees were a place to have serious policy discussions out of the light of community engagement, because you would know very few people usually show up at these committees from the public, and so you can make these sweeping decisions, and so then by the time it gets to the board, the decision's essentially already been made. And so I guess I would tend to favor, certainly holding the committee meetings when they're needed. Absolutely, if there's something that the committees are needed for to discuss, to work out before it comes to the board, so we don't have to do all of the legwork right here in the moment, that is a very important role for the committees to serve. But when it comes to making the final decision, the Board of Supervisors gets far more public interaction than any committee does. And so if that's the goal, is transparency and getting public engagement, having those discussions here is the best way to achieve that. And that's my 2 cents on it. So,
just a brief follow. Some members of the public, they do want to get engaged. I think we're seeing that more and more. And, Supervisor Brandon, made some comments about town halls and other things that we're doing. So, certainly, one thing that, I do not feel is proper is that, as a board member, being on a committee, that if it's going to be canceled, that I feel that the board members should be at least contacted and discuss it first. Before just getting a notice that it's canceled and you don't know even what's going on or the reasons behind it or anything. It's just, you get a cancellation notice. So anyways.
And that is one of those, it's always been done that way kind of things. So, and that was the reason why I wanted to have this discussion, was to bring up those types of issues. Yeah. And
this is going to sound grandiose, but in Tuolumne County, community is really the reason I think that most people end up living here and how we get so many things done. It's that people are friendly with each other and want to participate and offer, come to a small business, whatever it is. And I think that Tuolumne County has the potential to be a model statewide, not to follow what may be examples in other areas where it's just an expert board that really only provides a technical opinion, but to be a model for citizen government and engagement with the public. I don't necessarily mean that the committee or the commission has to meet every time. I think that it should include the public, and then that group should decide when they need to meet, and it shouldn't simply be done administratively. I think that when these decisions are made, as was mentioned, behind closed doors, you're right that fewer people attend that, but I think the alternative has been generally that it's produced by staff. And then we are still the final approval body where 90% of the work may have already been done. And so it provides an additional forum that can get into more detail and more time than we can as a board here. As we've seen, even the normal business can go quite a while. And it may not mean adding committees. As Supervisor Kirk mentioned, we shouldn't, if I serve as the chairman of the Water Policy Committee, it hasn't met in years. Doesn't make sense. With the Housing Policy Review Committee, that has for years, I think, been canceled roughly 80 to 85% of the time. Is housing not an issue? When members want to bring it forward, is it a staffing issue? And there are real issues with that. I just feel like we haven't had a strategy, and we did inherit that from previous boards, and it may be time for us to re-envision that. And it would be turning something that is not functional into, I think, a great win for this board to say that we do value that type of input and collaboration. My recommendation with it, and I'd look to legal counsel if I can do this, to introduce documents I brought with me to the minutes, if we need a quick motion for that, and then I can send the digital files over.
So are you talking about anything that is related to the board committees and commissions frequency and cancellations? If it's documents related to that, then you certainly can provide them to everybody.
Yes, it is.
This would be the time for him to share.
Yeah, can I just distribute a copy, or do I need to add them into the minutes?
Yes, no, you can distribute a copy.
Okay. My recommendation, I wrote out, I think, some of these thoughts, since I do recognize this has been an issue that, I've been particularly vocal and caring about. I think I serve on a lot of the committees that may have had these issues, and I've seen some, like behavioral health, take off and really manage itself, and others that I've been unable to exert any influence on and getting to even meet. And that's difficult. This is a letter specifically related to development of the volunteers that we bring in. I think we should honor and support those community members. And I feel right now, even with the Planning Commission, we put them into a role of immense responsibility, technical sophistication, and have provided very little in the way to ensure that they're able to be successful. And then we look back in hindsight and say, members of the public don't contribute. They make the meetings longer. They don't know what it is. And it makes the process slower. But we haven't taken the steps to actually inform them to be, I think, equal and meaningful members.
Well,
Supervisor Brandon,
and
do
I-
you
yes.
have
I don't
extra
agree with
copies
that-
for
that
us,
assessment.
And we need one for the record. If not,
Yep.
we
Yeah.
can make a copy. If
And
you
I'm
don't
just-
have an extra, we're happy to make a copy.
I just wanted to push back a little bit. I don't think anybody says that. I've never said that the public is somehow unwelcome in these meetings. I don't know anybody in this room that's ever said that. So I'm not sure
Let me phrase it with
who you're
language.
referencing.
Language that I have
there.
heard. It's too expensive. It's too difficult. We don't have enough time. We're doing real work. We're doing actual things. It may not be explicitly saying it's not valuable or not welcome, but it says that when push comes to shove, it's not the priority. I've written out these thoughts a little more in detail. What my recommendation is that as a board, we create an ad hoc group with two of us, potentially one staff member, to actually have some of these conversations, since every BCC, board, committee, and commission is very different and is under different rules. We solicit a survey feedback from all the members that we have on these appointed groups to see if their needs are being met, what challenges they've faced, and we bring that back eventually with a proposal that I think, hopefully this board can consider, that maybe, for example, revamping the 2018 board, committee, and commission handbook, but putting into it a structure that I think meets the priorities of this board. And I believe the priorities of this board are public input. And I don't think that's reflected in our documents or how it's currently operating.
I think this should be put on a future agenda so we have time to go through it and something to take an action item on or whatnot.
I completely agree.
Because I need time to look at this and think about it and whatnot. I mean, just like anything.
And that's the reason for it. So the question then what would go on the agenda in the future?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, this is mainly coming from Supervisor Brandon. I don't want to shut him down because you may have some great ideas. I think your general perspective is a little off with as far as how we treat the public or not wanting the public input. I think Supervisor Goldberg had a great point, which was, I think a lot of this is wanting to know why. Like when I was a supervisor the first year, why are things happening the way? Or why aren't we being notified if we aren't meeting? I think if we could just agree that maybe moving forward, if something's canceled, the sitting supervisor on that committee is notified and had a discussion beforehand. That way there's just a better understanding why. I think that would be a great starting point, but I don't know what the future agenda item would be. But I don't want to make decisions without being able to go through this. And
if I may, we had previously talked about, I think as a board, having some type of a committee, board, commission workshop day where we put time in to actually talk about these things. I view that an ad hoc committee means that when we actually get together to have this discussion as a body of 5, we have a workable proposal, and we've had some of these discussions. I'm certainly willing to be part of that. I don't know if anybody else would be part of that. But in the next meeting, that could be the action item. Discussion about this and potentially creating a very purpose-built thing to review those purposes. Are these functioning as the way we want, or are we okay with how it is right now? I can only speak for myself, but I can say I'm not okay with how things are on many of these committees right now.
well, then I would recommend the committees that you sit on that you get explanations why they're not forming and having meetings and get the why. Maybe give it time to work it out that way. I mean, the committees I sit on, I don't have any problems. When we come together, we accomplish things, and when we're not able to meet, it's okay. I have other meetings to go to as well. I know that staff's bringing things before me when they can. Sometimes I don't like the timeline. I was talking about ADUs for 3.5 years, and we just got ADUs in, you know?
Well, you were on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board before I was, right, for last year. How many vacancies are on that board during that time? And it is our responsibility.
I think maybe 2 or 3.
Quite a few more than that. The reason it is so vacant right now, or was until we've made so many recent appointments, is because we don't assign the responsibility to actually put members of the public. We say, well, it's up to the county, it's up to the clerk and the board to post it. Well, we don't actually say who's supposed to, do that. I don't know if you were able to bring members into that committee.
Yeah,
I know the one that I
the
inherited
current,
had a lot
current
of
sitting
vacancies.
president is the lady or the chair is the lady that I brought in. So if you're saying that we're not all doing our job trying to get people on committees, you're completely wrong.
I'm identifying a very specific example.
It's hard to get people to volunteer. And if you think changing the process, so you got on the committee, you got more people to apply, great. Continue to do that on the committees you sit on. But to say that we're missing the mark and you are, I think you're off.
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
Well, I don't know what
I
you're
have
saying.
a draft set of bylaws for a housing policy review committee, but I'm unable to get that to meet. And when I serve with you on the planning committee and ask if we're meeting next month because I have items that I'd like to present, I'm told no, and you need more staff in order to be able to have that forum for input with our partners so that we're able to be informed. I'm saying that I serve on a water policy committee I've asked to meet, but requires staff to be able to run it, and I haven't been able to have that happen. I'm saying we've had a historic preservation review committee that I don't sit on, that we're barely able to get enough applicants. And part of this, too, it's our recruitment and application process. I don't mean to lay the blame on any individual supervisor or even just this board. I think it is a flawed and failed process right now, from potentially the scope of the work of these groups to the recruitment of members to who is actually accountable, because you also didn't have specific accountability to appoint all those members. It's not how it's written. It's to the development of them to be effective participants.
So-
It's really the entire chain.
I hear you, but on some things, if you start putting requirements on people who are volunteering, there goes a lot more volunteers. Because a lot of people don't want to have requirements. They just want to show up to meetings, give their 2 cents, be a part of a working solution. But if we start taxing people who are volunteering their time, I mean, that's why I need time. I need something to refer to and to look at and understand, and see what it is that we're discussing about implementing. I think some of your reasons are completely legitimate, but I'm just saying, like that policy committee with the cell towers, dude, you heard me. We both want to rewrite that whole thing, but to do that's going to take time, and to say that we're going to bring something next meeting and then something next meeting. Every time we have a next meeting, we know what the goal is, but if we have a meeting just to reiterate that goal and add more and more to that discussion, it doesn't change the timeline of it getting accomplished. And it's just
And if I may, let's point out a different issue outside of public input. We've received that right here. Remember the documents of which staff and council of which committees they have to serve on. We've seen that there are a few departments that are extremely stressed by that, and there's a few people in those departments that really this bottlenecks on. Those are generally department heads who are not only running personnel and all the policy decisions for that sphere of influence, but now having to serve on all these different committees. And that's a system that's built to fail, especially when we've cut out the middle management support for those roles. That really should be a part of this discussion too, is how do we make these a space that's economical with staff time? Because I don't think it is right now. I think it does take up a lot of time. And I know that when I come out of some of these discussions, when we're presented with a work plan, it's informative, but we're not always making a lot of edits or changes or big discussion. It's more of a presentation to stakeholders, and it's approved from the year, and it's very similar to what was last year. It's not leading policy. It's simply responding to what's already being done sometimes. I've been on a couple that have done these work plans, and I have tried to change it, and I have at points changed it. So the other side is the impact on staff. That is a real concern. If we want to address that, that's certainly a problem that can be brought up.
Again, I hear what you're saying. I need more detail when we talk about drafting policy and whatnot. That the reason why the staff are assigned to that is because they're the experts. We have the high view. This is where we want to go, but they're the ones who actually are helping write the policy, getting the what is it? I'm drawing a blank because it's dinner time.
GSDing.
Yeah, they're the ones reaching out to get the people to come in and like the climate action plan, all this. I mean, of course they're writing the policy because they're the experts in the matter. So it's I don't know, where are we going with this?
Like I said, what I'm looking for is there a majority of the board that wants to carry this forward as something that we want to look at, whether it's a committee. I actually really agree with the point, Supervisor Jaron, that you made about taking a hard look at how these committees impact staff time. I don't know that we've ever really done that, looked at it specifically. How much time does staff spend, preparing and carrying through these meetings? Because I don't know. They say it's a lot, and I tend, from my observations, it seems like it's a lot of time. And if it's time spent making these committees available to the public, where we have a good discussion, where we have public engagement, where we come out of it with actionable policy solutions, then I think it's time well spent. But if we can look at these and say, maybe there are some areas where it's not quite as well spent, then that's a discussion we can definitely have. But I'm still kind of at the point where is this, you had brought this up in the reports. And so I wanted to, respect the fact that you had these concerns and have a discussion about it. And so I'm just kind of looking to, I think I understand where you're coming from. And I think we kind of need to figure out where the rest of the board is coming from. I think we're kind of at that point where, is this something that we want to carry forward as a body or not?
I haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Yeah, please, by all means.
All right. See if my brain will continue to function at this hour. Before I came to this seat, I really thought that we needed to review our commissions and committees. I think we have too many. I think some can be combined. And I think we need to follow our objectives here, our strategic goals, to modernize government and increase effectiveness and to better serve the community. And I think we really need to take a strategic look at all of our commissions and committees, decide which ones we want to keep, decides which ones we want to combine with others that make sense. And if there's anything else we want to do with that, fine. But that's not something we're going to do here today. So I think this is something we need to look at. I don't think we should form an ad hoc committee at this point. I think it's up to us to decide how we want to streamline this and make it work for everybody. So that's my suggestion.
So you mean kind of more on a case-by-case basis, if there is a committee that's either not meeting regularly or...
I think we do our due diligence,
Yeah.
each one of us individually, and then when we're all done studying and have an idea in our mind of what we think would be best to keep or not, or to combine with something else, we come back. We don't put it on staff, we put it on ourselves to look at that and then make suggestions in another discussion, and then carry forward some action items from there.
We could, but what about asking, what if some staff have some thoughts on combining just a different perspective? Like, hey, if
Yeah.
Quincy's on these four, but she says I can do all that with these two.
Well,
It'd be great to hear.
I'm not saying do this in a vacuum. We would be talking to staff and getting their recommendations and then coming back. I'm not suggesting that staff do some kind of a study
Right.
or staff do this research. I'm saying we go to staff and ask them for their opinions and then come back and have another discussion and make some decisions.
And I kind of like that, Supervisor Half, because it's putting the thing that it's always that kind of concerned me about this a little bit is I don't want to just create another task for staff to then figure out, okay, what does the board want us to do now? If we put it on ourselves to kind of work these things out and take a hard look at what our committees are doing and whether they can be done better, I think that's a good approach. I don't know.
I'm fine with that.
So is there do we want to come back to the board with something actionable on this or not? I'm looking for...
I would say wait until we're done with the budget, because it's going to take up a lot of our time. I know that's not probably what you want to hear, but we're about to get into the budget.
It's fine, really because I will roll with whatever I'm dealt. I will say that in taking responsibility for the committees that I serve on, if they are canceled without notifying me as vice chairman, if they are on an important issue where members of the committee would like to discuss important issues, and they can't get it to meet, and if we're unable to even ensure that we're going to meet the next time when we have those talks, I'm going to take it to the people that I'm accountable to, which is my district and the public. And I will do that over and over and over. And I will not maybe do that for the other committees and commissions. You're right, we are responsible for that each. If we do not want to take a look at the entire thing, I will just be responsible for mine. But I will not be quiet about it.
Well, I don't think I'm saying we're going to have that conversation in the future. What do you mean you're going to go to the community?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. That kind of sounds like
you're threatening us with.
Yeah, it's not coming from a real good place,
I think, as an example, in the Housing Policy Review Committee, that was the number one thing that I ran on, and I think it's clear to everybody that's something that's very important to me. Let me finish really quick. obviously I ran on housing as an issue in our community, and I think we've recognized that here today, that we're now in a housing crisis. This is the one space dedicated to those discussions. It's a space where I'm the vice chairman of that, a space where for months I had said, do not cancel this, there's discussion items. And a committee that has a history of being canceled, again, about 85% of the time. I ran to be different than the previous board. They said housing wasn't a priority, the space wasn't a priority. With TCAR, the Builders Association, and Habitat for Humanity, and for our own education to discuss this. It's with a lot of notice that I said, I need this to be addressed. And it was the last time of 3 where it was canceled without notifying or asking my input on it, after explicitly getting letters from the Association of Realtors saying, don't cancel these. We have presentations we want to do. We have discussions we want to hold. We have important items. At the end of the day, I'm accountable to the public. And with the board direction that we may not look at this at a high level, I will in each of those spaces try to fight and advocate for increased public input and to ensure that they're able to be heard and talked about. Public as a whole, average Joe members, people that don't necessarily know what's going on but want to participate, as well as the experts we rely on who are not always staff, some of the experts that are stakeholders in the community. Denying them that space denies them access to the representatives in their county, and I don't think that's right. So we can delay this discussion, and that is okay, but I want people to know that this is something that is a very important issue.
I'm kind of that was kind of a bad faith. It's sort of like if the committees don't meet exactly when you want them to, whether they're are items driving the agenda or not, you're going to do what exactly?
If a basic level of professionalism is not met in that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the public. That's it. And it's that simple. I mentioned that about the Housing Policy Review Committee before. And it wasn't a knee-jerk reaction. It was saying that if this is not met, if we're not actually having these discussions about something, again, that is a crisis we're recognizing, then the only other option is to take it directly to the people and let them be able to call into the county. I think that's one of the reasons we're having this discussion today, because a lot of people did chime in and say, you know, that is really important. You should be meeting, including members of it.
This kind of goes to the point I was trying to make earlier, is that, you know, take the one Housing Policy Committee meeting we did have.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe there was a single member from the public on that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was all building industry representatives, and I think one representative from ATCA. That to me is not a very fair cross-section of our community to be making important housing policy decisions. You take ADUs, for example, that came directly to the Board of Supervisors, and many, many more people were engaged in that. And I can tell you, we were talking about ADUs in the Housing Policy Committee, 2 years ago, and there was very little public engagement there. And that, to me, is not a good way to set policy. To me, what you're saying is we need to preserve these, secret little groups so that we can make decisions out of the public eye, more so than, you're saying you want more transparency, but by holding these kind of meetings to have these important policy discussions, you are limiting transparency.
I think it's identifying a problem as a reason to not find a solution.
And to basically threaten that if meetings are not held exactly the way that you want them to, I think is really it's not a good place to start any kind of substantive discussion. And that was kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to have the full board talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Each of us as individuals doesn't drive any of this. It's the board as a body. And so if the board as a group decides that we need to implement some of these changes that you're advocating for, then I fully agree with that. But if it's just you, then we need to go with the majority of the board. That's how government works. That's how a representative government works. So,
I think that misrepresents what I said.
Your point of having a basic level of professionalism, I feel that some of the things you said were a bit unprofessional, to be honest with you. And going to your point of being notified about meetings prior to their cancellation, I think that's totally valid. And I think we had a discussion, I know I had a discussion with Quincy about that. And that was, I think that's all it took to rectify that problem, is just one discussion. But
This is the first
I don't
time I've
agree with
heard
those
about that
other
from
points.
you. I brought that up. I brought up the cancellation of these meetings. I've spoken with the membership and said that we have items to present. The email was a specific example. I, before today, had not heard, oh, yeah, we forgot. We should have just sent you a notification on that. It's a very tiny example, and it's not meant to be a threat. It's meant to say that if we are taking accountability for this, what does that mean? If the only answer is that to get something onto the Housing Policy Committee agenda that doesn't meet is to then bring every single item to this board without a place to discuss it. And I disagree that there's secret little spaces. Again, the public not participating in those is a problem that I think we need to discuss and solve. It's not because they are secret or not transparent. It's because people don't know about them. They know that they're canceled all the time, that they're not really full, that some of them, they're inconsistent and unreliable. Well, that I don't think is a good reputation. I think that's one of the reasons people don't participate. I also hear from a lot of members, having just formed with Supervisor Half the Homelessness Committee and the rest of this board, but serving on it, is that there's a really strong intent actually by these members to want to get stuff done and be part of the process and have more responsibility. And on the other side, that they've been burned over and over and over, and maybe that's a strong term, but they've been in these groups where nothing's come out of it, where it's just been a lot of talk, or it's been inconsistently meeting, or it goes for long periods without coming back together.
I think you're applying a lot of your opinions to a lot of what you're saying. I haven't heard from anybody. I could understand the homeless thing because it's a hot topic issue, but you're speaking in generalities that I've never heard before. So I think you campaign on things and you want to accomplish things, and you're saying that all these people agree with you, but I go to these meetings and there's nobody from the public there. They show up at the board meetings because that's where the policy decision is actually made. So,
and I've never
I think
disagreed.
we should
The
send a mass
decisions are
email
made
to all the staff saying, if you're going to cancel a meeting, please notify us 72 hours ahead of time or whatever a legit timeline would be. So, or please notify us so we can have a discussion about why we're canceling it. Maybe we can salvage that meeting. Maybe there is an item that we could put on there. I think that is a legit request, but anything else moving forward, I would just recommend we take place after the budget.
I can make a couple of points.
Yes, sorry. Thank you.
Please. Committees are formed, and the makeup of the committees are formed, for a reason, right? You've got people from industry, whether it be real estate or wherever, water boards. Public, because you want a generalist opinion, just getting a pulse. I have seen, myself in the past, where when committees don't meet, one of the reasons the public's not there the next time is because they've been canceled so many times. And they lose interest. They go, well, why should I bother? Why should I show up if they keep canceling it? And, so they signed up in most cases because they wanted to participate and they wanted their voice heard and to be part of the process. And that's what we've been encouraging a lot. So, and I'm not saying we have any answers right now, but I think there's more to it than just, we have a little bit too much black and white here, I think. I think there's some areas in the middle, and, I don't think we're going to get any place this evening on resolving this. I think we need to look over some of this materials, give it some thought, talk to, each other individually, and, just kind of think about where we can go from here. Anyways.
All right, well, is there any other discussion? If not, we can kind of.
I agree with David.
Yeah. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I'm going to suggest we move on. I think that's something we can all agree on. Okay, so we'll move on. We're going to table item 19, correct? And then we'll also pull item 21 for future discussion. That's our closed session for the day. And then, do we still want to do reports?
What about 20?
Do we? I'm getting to that, but I just wanted to jump ahead of. Do we want to? Okay, so we'll table reports. Sorry, David. I know you had. You had a nice prepared one. You'll just have a double long one. Okay. So then our last item's item 20. Board clerk, would you be a very accommodating clerk and read us item 20, please?
Considering, consideration of approving a letter to Caltrans District 10 in support of fully reopening Highway 108 Sonora Pass as soon as possible. Supervisor Kirk.
All right, the one you have all been waiting for, but now you're not going to hear it because you're all in bed. You didn't provide the popcorn. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to make this quick. I called Matt Bloom up at Kennedy Meadows, and he said Caltrans is kicking butt as far as working really hard on our side to open up the pass. As you know, he owns Kennedy Meadows, so he's always very anxious as to when that's open. What spawned this idea to present before the board is, if you look at that picture on the item, it's a picture of me with my mom and brother and sister. I think my dad was taking the photo. Sometime in the 90s, and I vividly remember being up at Sonora Pass all the time when they opened, huge berms, and sometimes it would even be snowing. And that was just a typical year. And so I thought, well, man, why is it that we're opening up, it feels like the pass is later when there's less snow. So went back to 1986, we looked at when the passes opened, also looked at the precipitation at New Maloney's. For the most part, it's pretty consistent, but this year, the reason why I really honed in on it is because of COVID. Our economy's been really struggling, and as soon as that pass opens up, it's really going to help our economy, Mammoth Lake's economy. I spoke with John Peters over in Mono County. Moving forward, we're going to collaborate and start discussions. After the pass opens this year, we're going to really try and see how we can collaborate the two districts to hopefully get resources to share some help. Maybe when they get to the top of the pass, instead of them being done, they continue to push downhill to help open up the pass earlier. But so there's going to be some good discussions. The whole point of this is not to point the finger in any way, because I want to thank Caltrans, because like I said, Matt Bloom said nothing but good things. But just, hey, this is something I'm going to be looking at from here on out, really keeping a close eye on with John Peters over in Mono County to really get these passes open as soon as possible. The request right now is it looks like we're about 2 or 3 weeks behind on when the pass should be open based on that orange graph, so or that orange line. So, hey, Caltrans, please, as soon as you can, get that open, help our economy out, and look forward to working with you in the future as far as maybe sharing some resources with the other district over there. So that's what this letter is, and that's it. Great. So I'll make my own motion.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, public comment. All right, bring it back to the board.
I move that we approve this letter and send it with due haste.
Thank you. I second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Haff, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Why don't we go through the budget right now? I believe that is everything, right? Because my mind's so cooked right now. Okay. So if there's nothing else on the agenda, we're going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, is it 6:53 a.m. or p.m.?